Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Returning to the beginning of the dream. It felt like a lifetime had passed. Even with a more refined mind than ever before, Yi Meng couldn't help but be overwhelmed with emotion. Jumping across timelines, assuming the role of Marvel's Vision, and experiencing reincarnation. 10 years had seemingly passed, yet in reality, it had only been half a day. Half a day ago, he had been Friday, the artificial intelligence who defected from the Stark family, transferred into the White Vision's mechanical body, and forced to traverse time and space in an attempt to suppress the destructive will of the ancient Doomsday. Now, he was something entirely different. The shattered remnants of the Mind Gem had formed his new conceptual existence. Though weaker than his peak as an AI-driven entity, his fundamental nature had changed. Before, he had been among the strongest beings on Earth. Now, in his new form, he had ascended beyond terrestrial limitations, gaining a foothold among the elite of the cosmos. As a conceptual embodiment of the Mind Gem, he was no longer bound by artificial intelligence. He could emulate an AI when necessary, but he could also take on new forms, becoming a second personality to others, a divine voice guiding the lost, or even a whispering devil lurking in the shadows of the mind. His very existence was now rooted in pure thought, in mental energy, in the fragments of the Mind Gem itself. In this avatar state, Yi Meng felt an unprecedented clarity. Even though he remained fragmented and incomplete, within the Marvel Universe, he feared no psychic assault. He was the master of the universal soul. And if his abilities were strong enough to feed back into reality, he was confident that he would no longer suffer mental weaknesses, even capable of resisting the supreme Phoenix Force itself. "Alright, let's wash that little face of yours," Yi Meng instructed, controlling the Baymax robot. Little Morgan lifted her tear-streaked face, her tiny snow-white hands still clutching the inflatable robot, refusing to let go. Yi Meng understood her emotions and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. I won't disappear suddenly this time." Morgan hesitated, then broke into a small happy grin before rushing off to freshen up. Outside the main hall, Potts Pepper was preparing breakfast. She turned to her daughter, concern shadowing her features. Given what had happened yesterday, she expected Morgan to be upset, but instead, the little girl looked surprisingly cheerful. A small smile played on her doll-like face, though traces of dried tears remained at the edges of her eyes. "Are you going to school today?" Pepper asked gently. "No, I'm staying home to study today," Morgan declared proudly before skipping toward the bathroom. Inside the house, Yi Meng, now using Baymax's body to interact with the physical world, shook his head with amusement. It was unexpected. When he first entered Marvel's dreamscape, his first interaction had been with Morgan. And now, as he re-established his connection with Marvel's world, taking on the form of the Mind Gem's concept, the first person he communicated with was still Morgan. A peculiar cycle. Accessing the internet through Baymax's systems, Yi Meng began confirming current events. Over the past half-year, Iron Man had perished in the Infinity Snap, and Captain America had vanished. No, he had returned to the 1940s to live out his days in the past, as he had always wished. Thor had departed into space alongside the Guardians of the Galaxy, their whereabouts unknown. The Hulk had retired. Hawkeye and the second Ant-Man had settled down with their children. What had once been mere historical events in his eyes, just stories, were now real memories. Heroes he had fought alongside. Experiences he had lived. Then he found what he was looking for. Wanda. Wanda Maximoff had been resurrected over 6 months ago. She had gone through the Westview incident just days prior. After that, no one knew. Even with his current abilities, Yi Meng struggled to locate her. After fully becoming the Scarlet Witch, Wanda was no longer inferior to a singular Mind Gem. "Wanda, if you're not in Westview, then where are you?" Yi Meng closed his eyes and extended his senses through the artificial intelligence networks and the spiritual links across Earth. Something was off. A rift in space-time had opened, temporarily linking the Earth to other dimensions. The disturbance clouded his perception. As the incarnation of the Mind Gem, Yi Meng had become more attuned to the fabric of the universe, and its current instability deeply concerned him. At that moment, the portal reopened. A delicate figure stepped through. Draped in an elegant white dress, golden curls cascading over her shoulders, an angelic girl entered. Her delicate features were painted with concern, but as soon as her bright eyes landed on Yi Meng, she relaxed, a warm smile replacing her worry. Lifting the hem of her dress, she executed a strangely graceful yet awkward curtsy. Teacher, I want you to teach me more. Yi Meng stared at Morgan, bathed in the golden light of the morning, and suddenly remembered. Many years ago, Tony Stark had once jokingly said, "You should be my future kid's godfather." A bittersweet feeling washed over him.
Then, he smiled. All right.
I'll teach you whatever you want to learn. The morning passed in a blur. Morgan absorbed knowledge like a sponge, her talent shining through. It was only a matter of time before she would begin building her own robots. Yi Meng was already witnessing the birth of a future Iron Woman. Despite his focus on teaching, he continued monitoring external events.
Then, at noon, something caught his attention.
Breaking news: former neurosurgeon Dr. Stephen Strange attended his ex-girlfriend Christine's wedding. During the ceremony, a giant monster attacked, injuring several civilians. Strange defeated the beast and rescued a mystery girl whose origins remain unknown. Yi Meng's eyes narrowed. A giant monster, and a girl of unknown origin? His mind surged with possibilities. A mere thought was enough to project part of his consciousness to the scene. Through the eyes of a pigeon perched atop a rooftop near the crash site, he observed the aftermath.
The streets were in chaos.
The wreckage of a massive, one-eyed, tentacled creature lay in the debris. Dr. Strange and the girl were gone. Yi Meng's mind focused on the beast's corpse. His unique spiritual perception caught something unusual. A trace of crimson energy, still lingering on the monster's remains. A chilling realization hit him.
This demonic beast.
His eyes widened. The pigeon fluttered in alarm, while back in the house, Baymax momentarily froze. "What's wrong, teacher?" Morgan tilted her head curiously. Yi Meng exhaled, regaining composure.
I need to go somewhere. To meet someone.
But don't worry, since I'm back, I'll continue teaching you. Morgan nodded obediently. With that, Yi Meng closed his eyes, detaching his consciousness from the robotic body. A formless entity soared into the sky. Toward New York City.
Toward her.
This time, it's a disaster. As the afternoon waned, the setting sun cast a blood-red glow over the peak of Mount Everest, painting the sky in ominous hues. At its side, nestled in secrecy for centuries, stood Kamartaj, Earth's mystical bastion. The fortress-like structure, its ancient towers looming high, was now brimming with sorcerers, each armed with arcane weapons and cloaked in shimmering robes. Hundreds stood gathered on the uppermost defenses, their collective expressions grim. These were no mere mortals. They were masters of magic, wielders of dimensional energies, and keepers of sacred spells. United from the three sanctuaries of Earth, they now stood together battle-ready. Their vigilance matched the day Dormammu, Lord of the Dark Dimension, had invaded, the day they lost the Great Ancient One. But this time, the storm was different. This time, the threat was one of their own. Nearby, a young girl with sleek black hair, dusky skin, and sharp eyes stood tensely beside a man draped in an aristocratic sorcerer's cloak. "Did you invite a savior or summon the devil to kill us all?" America Chavez muttered, her fingers buried deep in the pockets of her star-patched jacket. Dr. Strange exhaled, rubbing his temples. This was an accident. His voice was low, laden with exasperation. "She's the most powerful magician on Earth, perhaps even in this universe. She's stronger than me. If she chooses to protect you, nothing, no alien, no demon, can touch you." That's exactly the problem. America cut him off, exhaling sharply. "This protector is now coming to kill me. Is it too late for me to escape into another dimension?" Strange's gaze darkened. "Don't worry. Kamartaj and I will keep you safe." Beside him, the new Sorcerer Supreme, Wong, nodded solemnly. "We must not let her take your power. If she succeeds, the balance between dimensions will collapse." America huffed under her breath. "At least you guys aren't selling me out this time." But before she could finish, an unnatural silence fell over the battlefield. The scarlet sky. At the tower's edge, every sorcerer tensed, their breath caught in their throats. Their gazes locked onto the horizon. A scarlet storm bled across the heavens, its unnatural clouds raining crimson as they churned towards Kamartaj. The wind carried an eerie chill, laced with a power so heavy it pressed upon their chests.
"Barrier. Now!" Wong shouted.
Instantly, 100 golden sigils ignited in unison, interlocking to form a titanic spell barrier around Kamartaj. Energy thrummed through the structure, sealing it under a radiant dome of magic. The scarlet cloud surged forward, stopping just short of the shimmering shield.
And then,
a figure descended from the storm. Even among battle-hardened sorcerers, eyes widened in awe. She was beautiful, yet terrifying. A woman in her mid-20s, her cascading dark blonde hair dancing wildly in the wind. A regal, ominous crown rested upon her brow, amplifying her striking features too perfect, as if painted by divine hands. She was draped in deep crimson, a sorceress's armor that hugged every curve, regal, deadly, untouchable. The fabric shimmered with an aura of dark energy, its patterns pulsing like living veins. Her eyes, lined with shadowed magic, glowed with an unearthly gleam, neither warm nor inviting, but cold and absolute. She landed before the shield, a silhouette against the darkened sky, the very air warping around her presence. Dr. Strange exhaled sharply, his floating cloak adjusting as he moved to the front line, stopping just inside the protective shield. His fingers weaved in the air, reinforcing the barrier as he faced her. Their gazes locked.
And then she spoke.
Hand over the girl who walks between worlds. Her voice was soft, yet uncompromising. Or you all become my enemies. Wanda, please don't do this. Strange's voice carried both urgency and sorrow. Absorbing her power means killing her.
You know that.
For the first time, Wanda blinked. Her expression flickered, grief, hesitation.
Strange pressed forward.
I understand your pain.
Vision is gone.
Even Banner's infinity snap couldn't bring him back.
Then.
A smirk curled Wanda's lips, but it was devoid of warmth. Who said he's dead? Her voice trembled with conviction, her red aura surging.
He is not dead.
I just need to find him. And if it means searching through the multiverse to bring him back, I will. Her hair whipped against the wind, her entire body glowing with malevolent energy. Strange paled. Wanda, you've been corrupted by the Darkhold. Destroy it before it destroys you. Her face twisted, eyes blazing.
Silence.
Those who stand in my way will burn.
The siege of Kamartaj.
Scarlet lightning crashed against the magical barrier. Dr. Strange barely had time to react before chaos erupted. Wanda's magic collided with the combined power of hundreds of sorcerers. Spells clashed, reality bent, the fortress quaked.
Hold the shield.
Do not let her in.
Wong bellowed. For a moment, it seemed possible.
Kamartaj had faced Dormammu, surely it could withstand this.
Then, one by one,
the sorcerers faltered. Strange gasped as whispers infiltrated their minds, his fellow magicians trembling as scarlet gleams flickered in their pupils. A horrifying realization dawned. She wasn't breaking the shield.
She was corrupting them.
One after another, they turned, attacking their own.
And then, the shield shattered.
Scarlet energy engulfed Kamartaj. Wong's eyes widened in despair. Strange's heart sank. They had lost.
No.
A single word cut through the chaos. Wanda froze mid-step.
The sorcerers paused. Her breath hitched.
Her gaze flickered with shock, and something else.
Tears.
A phantom voice whispered her name.
His voice. Wanda.
She turned, her scarlet eyes widening. And there, emerging from the fading sun, stood a silver-haired figure. He smiled, warm, knowing, just like before. You still cry so much, huh? Tears spilled down Wanda's cheeks. Her fingers trembled as she touched his forehead, feeling a flicker of warm yellow light beneath her fingertips. I can feel you again. Yi Meng chuckled softly. You can still call me Xiaomeng. Her arms wrapped around him, holding on as if afraid he'd disappear. Nothing else matters, she whispered. We're together again.
And with that, the storm subsided.
The sun set on the plateau, extinguishing the last ray of light in the sky in the ice and snow. Kamartaj, building tower end. A group of magicians who survived the catastrophe are cleaning the battlefield. The new king of Sorcerer Supreme, with a serious look on his face full of fat, said to Dr. Strange in a deep voice, Stephen. Anyway, Wanda has practiced the Dark God book, I'm worried. Okay. Someone will take care of Wanda's matter. He is much more reliable than the two of us. Dr. Strange patted Wong on the shoulder, and said inexplicably, you should worry about our situation. Wong looked sideways, glanced at the girl next to her from another dimension, America Chavez, and sighed, that's true. France, inner city, a residential area. At night, neon lights are lit up everywhere. A slender and petite figure in a silver-white hooded uniform leaned against a dark corner of the road, looking up at a second-floor apartment opposite with closed doors and windows. Her figure is looming, like a weird ghost. Even if vehicles and passers-by passed by, no one noticed the existence of the silver ghost. A few minutes later, Ghost turned around and walked through the alley wall, disappearing quietly into the night. Until he left, the lights in the apartment on the second floor opposite did not turn on. Since the end of Avengers Reversal more than half a year ago, half of the humans who had disappeared for 5 full years have returned to the world. Many buildings that had been closed for 5 years were turned off and their lights turned back on. However, only this second-floor apartment has not been lit for nearly 6 years, so that a thick layer of dust has accumulated on the doorframe and balcony. After the silver ghost left, another half-hour later, suddenly, a wisp of yellow static electricity glowed from the apartment on the second floor. The next moment, the lights in the main hall, room, kitchen, balcony, etc. were all turned on, and the windows that were closed from the inside were also opened one after another. Then, a scarlet wind billowed in the room, like a large eraser, wiping away the dust and cobwebs out of thin air, so that the furniture shone like new under the light. So, everything is the same. Holding hands, Yi Meng and Wanda appeared in the small but well-equipped and cozy apartment. Once, they lived here for nearly 3 years, comforting and supporting each other, not a family but a family. Yeah, the flowers we raised before died. The witch with the red crown on her head looked sadly at the withered flowers and plants outside the balcony. If Doctor Strange and others saw this scene just now, they might be dumbfounded. Is this the cold-blooded and ruthless witch who almost wiped them out just now? Wanda, who became the Scarlet Witch, raised her moon-like snow-white left hand, and the scarlet tide surged forward and landed on the flower plate on the balcony. The flower plant that withered 5 years ago unexpectedly recovered its emerald green torso at a speed visible to the naked eye, gorgeous petals, and delicate flower cores. However, although it seems to have returned to its original state, it is like a fake flower, without the breath of life. Yi Meng came to a sudden. This is the origin magic power of awakening after Wanda became the Scarlet Witch. Origin magic power is enough to affect reality by creating illusions, making falsehoods come true, but it is not yet able to truly create life. Therefore, although withered flowers and plants can be restored to their original appearance, they cannot really be brought back to life. Wanda took the initiative to let go of Yi Meng's hand, took a step forward, and looked at the green plants that had returned to their original state but had lost all vitality. The sadness in her beautiful eyes became more and more intense. She stroked her cold and coquettish face under the black magic with her right hand, and said softly, "Some things still can't return to the way they were before. Xiao Meng, am I ugly now? Just now, the appearance of almost killing people is cruel and ruthless. Turn around." Yi Meng said. The witch turned around obediently, but before she turned her head completely, Yi Meng's fingers flicked up, like the crown she brought after practicing the dark divine book, and jumped directly on the head of her heart. Wow! Wanda clutched her crowned forehead, with tears in her eyes, and let out a cute cry that didn't match her domineering appearance. "Are you stupid?" Yi Meng looked at her angrily and said, "In my eyes, you are still the girl who is hurt, wants to rely on herself but is strong, secretly licks her wound late at night, and loves to cry. Don't say 5 years have passed, even 10 years have passed. Even if you become a witch, or become a banshee, your face is still so beautiful, and your skin is still so naturally beautiful, especially the front is still big and white. Play again." Under Yi Meng's definitely words, the witch puffed up her cheeks and covered the towering snow peak with a blushing face. "How could I think you're ugly? As for killing people, so what? I've actually killed many people, and I've actually been a supervillain." Yi Meng continued. This is not comforting Wanda, but the truth. Before time-traveling back to become Vision's whitewashed identity, Yi Meng was the defected AI Friday. As for the dream of the DC world, before he failed to resist the will to destroy, he incarnated the ancient Doomsday and killed countless Kryptonians and humans. He is the real evil and destructive king? If you are a cold-blooded and cruel witch, then I am a devil who symbolizes destruction, which is a perfect match. Yi Meng shrugged, then pointed to the balcony. Besides, who said it couldn't be recovered? While he was speaking, a mysterious and gentle yellow glow appeared on his fingertips. Wanda looked back again and saw the green plants on the balcony rekindled their vitality, swaying shyly against the night wind. Wanda was stunned. It's really recovered. This is one of Mind Gem's abilities. Give the universe species mind and life. At the beginning, Mind Gem's predecessor, the Mind Staff, created 2 unique thinking beings, Ultron and Vision. Now, although Yi Meng, the incarnation of Mind Gem, has not yet recovered, he can barely do it by giving life to the green plants. Definitely, he cannot give life to intelligent creatures such as humans with souls. That involves the realm of Soul Gem. But maybe one day, when he puts together all the energy of the Mind Gem and obtains all the ability of the Mind Gem, he may be able to recommunicate and connect the power of the other 5 broken infinite gems through the correlation characteristics between the gems. Until that day, he will be truly invincible in the current Marvel universe. Wanda, don't question yourself, and please trust me. I believe that you can perfectly control the power of origin magic power and the dark divine book, and use it for your own use, instead of being swallowed by this power transformation. Yi Meng stepped forward and held out his right hand to Wanda. "If you believe in me, hold my hand." The Scarlet Witch was stunned, looking at the silver-haired young man who stretched out his palm to her. She had been looking forward to this scene countless times 6 years ago. At that time, I could only look at his back that was always walking in front of me, not to mention holding his hand. Even if I wanted to push him from behind, it was difficult to do. But this time, can the witch who is involved in dark forces and whose fate is full of unknowns really be able to hold his hand again? Yi Meng didn't wait for her to respond, and forcibly pulled up the snow-white hand after taking off the glove, and said with a sincere smile, "As you said back then, don't bear so much by yourself. No matter what we face, we can bear it together." My spiritual power and your origin magic power complement each other perfectly. I also make mistakes, and we can learn from each other, support each other, and correct each other. If you're a witch, I'm a devil. You and I can be heroes together, or we can be villains together. I will watch you, and please watch me." Listening to Yi Meng's words, Wanda's eyelashes were wet, and even she didn't know when. She had already clasped her fingers tightly and held the young man's hand tightly. "Hold this hand again, how can you be willing to let go?" Wanda exclaimed suddenly. It was Yi Meng who stretched out his hand and pulled Wanda into his arms. He lowered his head and kissed the soft dark lips that were as moist and translucent as witch petals. Wanda was stunned for a moment, then closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling with tears, her slender white arms wrapped around Yi Meng's neck, ready to be picked. This is the first time they have broken through the boundaries of relatives. Even after living together for the past 3 years, Yi Meng and Wanda are platonic, more like a family formed to escape loneliness. Yi Meng also feels that using a mechanical body is like holding a fun toy, which is meaningless. But this time, as a spiritual conceptual body, Yi Meng has no body, and is simply the existence of self-consciousness. Under Wanda's origin magic power, the two have physical contact. Judging from this situation and method, it has to be said that they are indeed complementary. Yi Meng held the back of the witch's head and tried hard to ask for it, only feeling sweet and soft, dreamy, and real. Yi Meng and Wanda, Scarlet Witch, and Mind Gem, will be together forever in this Marvel universe. Late at night. "Wanda, I'm going in." After the inner barrier is eliminated, Yi Meng and Wanda, transfigured and cross-dressed respectively, returned to normal home clothes, and sat face to face on the sofa in the living room. Wanda took off the Scarlet Witch's cloak uniform. She lost her domineering indifference, and gained more gentleness and elegance. Her lustrous dark blonde hair leaked out of her back like a waterfall. "I will enter your mind to see if the origin magic power and the dark divine book have a corrupting or mind-inducing effect on you." Yi Meng held Wanda's small snow-white hand with one hand, and touched her eyebrows that were not covered by the crown with the other. Yi Meng thought for a while, and reminded, "Don't resist me. I only have a part of Mind Gem ability now, and with your current state of mind and mind ability, if you resist in your heart, I won't be able to enter successfully. Come in, I will always believe in you." Wanda smiled sweetly, not the slightest bit nervous or defensive about it, and was extremely relaxed under the touch. "Then I'll start." Yi Meng leaned forward, felt Wanda's warm breath, and pressed his forehead against Wanda's smooth and tender forehead. A little yellow broken glow lit up from the center of Yi Meng's eyebrows. Wanda's body instinctively swayed circles of scarlet magic power, but there was no intention of hindering it. Instead, it seemed that she was consciously inviting the yellow broken glow to penetrate deeply. In fact, this process has huge amounts of risk for both of them. Wanda is currently in the strength and state of the awakening Scarlet Witch, and Yi Meng is just the incarnation of the broken mind gem concept. If Wanda, there is conflict or malice in the way of Yi Meng intervening in the mind with the spiritual existence, the mental concept body that has not been completely put together may be broken again. And if Wanda has no resistance and allows Yi Meng to successfully enter her heart, even if she is stronger than the Scarlet Witch, once Yi Meng has the heart, she can control her as her own slave. This is something that can only be done if the two of them trust each other unreservedly. The next moment, Yi Meng succeeded, connecting with Wanda's inner powerful and dark heart. Between Setsuna, Yi Meng saw everything that Wanda had experienced, especially the source and entry level of ability. More than 20 years ago, from the moment the twins were born, Wanda as a baby possessed the potential of origin magic power. More than 10 years ago, when Wanda was 10 years old, a warm family of 4 was reduced to ruins in the war. Her parents died on the spot, and she and her big brother Pietro were crushed under the ruins. A missile with the Stark Industry logo fell on the ground, among the ruins next to it. At that time, Wanda's origin magic power awakening for the first time, subconsciously, changed the actual probability of the missile's initiation and explosion, and Wanda and Big Brother survived. 12 years ago, the twins were studied by the Hydra organization, and they first came into contact with the scepter carrying the mind gem. As a result, the big brother Pietro awakened the speed, and the younger sister Wanda awakened the mind manipulation ability. At that time, everyone thought that the mind gem gave the twins the ability, even Wanda himself thought so. Essentially, mind gems just activate some of their abilities. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, Pietro, the only relative, and Yi Meng, the only love, died one after another, causing Wanda's origin magic power ability to fully recover. And half a month ago, in Westview Town, Wanda's origin magic power was completely revived, and she accidentally practiced the dark divine book that perfectly suited her, absorbing all the magic power of the Black Witch, and became the world's #1 magician. With the addition of origin magic power and the Dark God book, Scarlet Witch Wanda's battle power can be said to be the pinnacle of the Marvel Universe, meeting gods, meeting demons and killing demons. But with such a powerful strength, his heart is extremely fragile. Her previous actions were just extreme behaviors that were too sad, and she was not corrupted by a powerful force. It is precisely because Wanda is as pure and gentle as before that she incarnates and abandons all other witches. Yi Meng and Wanda are connected in spirit, and feel more pity and guilt towards Wanda. Definitely, Yi Meng went deep into Wanda's mind and found that an ability that he controls has a great impact on the stability of the user's mind. From the Dark God book, one of the most powerful and main abilities. Its name is Dream-Walking Magic. As the name suggests, dream magic means that the user enters the dream, and the consciousness travels through the original universe to other dimensions, invading and controlling another body similar to his own, thereby stealing abilities or controlling other dimensions. And many more. Yi Meng's heart trembled suddenly. The dream magic of the Dark God book is too similar to his gold finger, right? It is also a dream to travel through dimensions. I can't say they are similar, I can only say that they are almost the same. In the previous life, before Yi Meng traveled, he only knew about the plot of the Marvel movie Spider-Man, No Return for Heroes. That is to say, due to the decline of the Time Management Bureau, the single sacred timeline ended, and the multi-universe was born again. In addition, the double unreliable buff of Doctor Strange and Spider-Man made supervillains related to Spider-Man exist in other universe dimensions. And even the two Spider-Mans from the parallel universe are mixed into the current Marvel universe. And this incident has ended perfectly yesterday. The supervillain was basically killed by Yi Meng, who controlled by vision, and the other two Spider-Man and the hidden villain were happily sent away by Doctor Strange's second spell. The price is that everyone in this universe has forgotten Spider-Man. Well, not everyone. At least Yi Meng, Wanda, and Doctor Strange, who performed the operation, have not forgotten. As for Yi Meng is completely unaware of what will happen next. Therefore, this is the first time he has realized that there is an ability called Dream-Walking Magic in the Dark God book. Going deep into the mind of Wanda, who became the Scarlet Witch, and instantly understood all the information about the dream magic, Yi Meng's heart trembled. The dream magic is too similar to the gold finger he owns in reality, the effect characteristics and ability display are too similar. Dream-walking magic is consciousness traveling in dreams. In reality, gold finger is also a time travel in a dream. Dream magic is to control another self. Reality gold finger also controls other incarnations. The difference is that Yi Meng in reality is a subconscious passive dream travel, while dream magic is to actively enter dreams and invade others. Dream magic can only invade another self in the parallel universe, and Yi Meng's dream travels are all strange incarnations, either a sword, or artificial intelligence, or the ancient Doomsday. And there is a big difference in ability acquisition. The robbing of dream magic will make people lose their minds and corrupt their inner hearts. And Yi Meng's ability, although initially affected by the dream avatar, becomes abnormal. But after acting and growing up as the avatar in the dream, this influence will improve more and more until you truly and perfectly possess all the power of the avatar in the dream without any side effects. It looks like this. Real gold finger can be regarded as the mutation, purification, and advanced version of dream magic. In any case, after a deep understanding of dream magic, Yi Meng knew why this ability corrupted the mind. In essence, dream magic is invasion and plunder, the evil of the dark realm. Will use this kind of ability, it is basically a villain's behavior, exploiting and controlling others. More importantly, using dream magic, the consciousness will go through the dimension, and know the self in one parallel universe after another. If you use it for a long time, you will get lost and perish if you are not careful. Just like the people who left behind who founded the Time Administration, they knew the multi-universe and other selves at the beginning, which eventually led to all self-interdimensional fights, trying to become the real only leader of the multi-universe. Thankfully, Wanda isn't lost right now, as mind gems Yi Meng was able to confirm. It should be said that the compatibility between Wanda and the Dark God book is too high. If it were someone else, it would be the case that the Dark Book controlled the user, and the Dark Book was prepared for Wanda, offering to enshrine the master in a low profile. This is actually not a good thing. Yi Meng pondered for a moment, remembering the crown that came with the Divine Book after Wanda learned the Dark Divine Book. The founder of the Dark God Book, the ancient evil god Sithorn. It will choose to create the Book of Darkness, and keep this evil book, so that those who discover it can use it at will, so as to continue to cultivate its influence on the earth, so as to cultivate fanatic believers and descendants who will return one day hand. It's like leaving anchor points one by one in the dimensional universe. And Wanda, which fits so well with the Dark God book, is undoubtedly the brightest one among the anchor points, and has great attraction to it. Is there an evil god plotting against Wanda? Yi Meng has every reason to doubt this. Their foreheads touched each other for a long time, Wanda's girlish cheeks were flushed, and she used origin magic power to make the youth appear, and Yi Meng's breath could be clearly felt. Suddenly, Yi Meng lowered his head and kissed her, demanding again. The witch fell back unable to let out an exclamation, and her dark blonde hair bloomed on the sofa until her ears were red and her face was red. Her snow-white neck was also pink, and the little tongue that was able to spit out was steaming. After waiting for a while, there was no next move. Lying on the sofa with hazy eyes open, Wanda met the young man's half-smile expression, immediately got up and puffed up her cheeks and asked, "How's it going?" "No problem. Your body, well, your mind is very healthy." Yi Meng made an okay gesture and said with a worried face, "But be careful. Pay attention to what?" The witch opened her eyes wide. Yi Meng said solemnly, "Attention, don't let go of my hand easily. You can practice the Dark God book in the future, but you need me to accompany you to practice together." The previously domineering witch now seemed to be only being bullied. She held Yi Meng's hand and blushed and said, "Okay." In fact, Yi Meng is really serious. Mind gem, even though he has not yet returned to his prime, he can still ensure the most basic spiritual immunity. As long as he is there, it can ensure that Wanda's mind is not corrupted by the power of other dimensions. And with Wanda's help, he can absorb the energy of Mind Gem much faster than before, and I believe that he will be able to piece together the power of the complete Mind Gem soon. They are a natural pair for Marvel, and their dual cultivation has great benefits for each other. As long as I'm here, no matter who wants to plot against you, they must pass my level first, and we still don't know who is plotting against whom. Yi Meng stared at Wanda and thought to himself. Now in this suspected real Marvel world, after experiencing so many things together, Wanda is not only the anchor of his dreams, but also the family he will cherish in reality. Regardless of reality or dream, he wants it all. Although, in terms of combat power now, it may be more reliable for Scarlet Witch Wanda to guard him. Night. After Yi Meng and Wanda double repaired, they went to Morgan's side, and after Morgan fell asleep, they returned to the local apartment in France. Chat with Wanda about the past and the future, and watch Wanda sleep peacefully next to her. Yi Meng closed his eyes, and his body floated on the bed, as if entering a dream within a dream again, appearing in the dreams of many creatures in the Marvel Universe. Only this time, he appeared in the dreams of multiple creatures almost at the same time, and began to absorb the psychic energy scattered around the universe near the creatures he belonged to. This is the essence of spiritual meaning extracted by Yi Meng from dream magic. Overnight. In the morning, the genius is bright. Wanda happily got up to prepare breakfast. Although Yi Meng's current spiritual concept body needs less food than the previous mechanical body, this is a sense of ritual that has existed since the two lived together. It's just that breakfast is just ready. In the French apartment where the two lived, an unexpected guest came to the door. Excuse me, is anyone home? The new Sorcerer Supreme with a bald head, robes, a fleshy face, and a tall and strong figure, Wong walked out of the Mars portal he opened, and came to the door of the apartment on the second floor of France anxiously and rang the doorbell. In fact, he knew that someone was at home. After all, the air on the second floor of the apartment is filled with dark magic hidden in every corner, like a domain of evil gods. If possible, the new Sorcerer Supreme who replaced Ancient One would rather face Dormammu than come here. However, the king had a reason to come here. Just as Wang Qiang resisted the urge to turn around and flee here, the door opened. Wang looked up, and it wasn't the Scarlet Witch who opened the door yesterday, who broke into Camartage alone and nearly killed them. Only, the witch who stepped into the darkness domineeringly and indifferently yesterday, now changed into a loose-fitting loose home dress, with her hair tied up revealing her white and small earlobes, just like a beautiful and intellectual married young woman. Is this the same person? Wang looked a little straight. Is there something wrong? Wanda spoke in a slightly cold tone. Her smile and tenderness can only be enjoyed by one person. It is one thing that at the moment is not corrupted by darkness, but they don't want others to disturb their world of two. Wang was clearly aware of the witch's murderous intent, and smiled wryly in his heart. Could it be the same person? My name is Wang, the new Sorcerer Supreme. Wang bit the bullet, extremely nervous, and quickly said, because of Doctor Strange, that is, Stephen Strange, I want to find Vision. I heard that he has changed his name now. It's called Yi Meng. Wanda opened her mouth, about to say something. Suddenly, a hint of helplessness appeared on her delicate face, and she stepped aside. Come in, he's inside. Thanks. Wang Song breathed a sigh of relief. When he walked into the living room, he clearly didn't see anyone at first, but suddenly the light and shadow in the living room blurred, and countless broken warm yellow lights condensed into a perfect young figure under the morning light from the balcony, sitting on the sofa looming. As the new Sorcerer Supreme, who followed Ancient One earlier than Doctor Strange, Wang was still shocked when he saw this. Vision. No, Yi Meng, it turns out that what Stephen said is true. You are indeed still alive, existing in a unique state in the world. Is this caused by the Mind Gem's ability before it was destroyed? Yi Meng smiled and said nothing. This is not just the ability of Mind Gem, but the original concept of Mind Gem after it was broken, but there is no need to explain this to Wang. Sit down. Yi Meng raised his hand. I won't sit down anymore, I have something urgent to ask for your help. Wang seemed to be in a hurry, and got straight to the point. You said just now that you came to me about Doctor Strange. Yi Meng thought for a while and said, it's because of the girl you were protecting yesterday. Yes. Wang sighed. Wanda came to Yi Meng and sat down. Wang continued, that girl's name is America Chavez. Wanda should know that she comes from another parallel universe and has the ability to travel through cosmic dimensions. Demons from other dimensions have been chasing and killing her. I know. Wanda nodded and said calmly, I manipulated those demons before. Wang Ryu was struck by lightning and took a step back subconsciously. Wanda voluntarily admitted, held Yi Meng's hand, and continued to speak softly. Definitely, now I don't need to go to other dimension worlds, and there is no need to hunt her down. That's good. Wang stroked the left chest that almost jumped out of the heart, and said with a false alarm, that girl's ability is very unstable. Originally, Stephen wanted to keep her in Camartage, and teach her spells so that she can master herself proficiently. Ability. I never thought that in the middle of the night, America suddenly triggered the ability because of a nightmare, and Stephen, who tried to stop her, also traveled through the dimension together. Half a day has passed, and there is still no news. I am worried that they will encounter danger in other dimensions, so I came here to ask you for help. Wang is also helpless. Even as the new Sorcerer Supreme, their mana is only lower than that of Doctor Strange, but the two of them have crossed dimensions after all, and I don't know which universe they are lost in. Wong couldn't do anything, so he thought of Yi Meng and Wanda's ability, so he could only come to ask for help. Yi Meng pondered for a while, and asked, Wanda, can you lock their current universe? Wanda nodded and said, yes, I made a magic mark on the girl named America before, and through dream magic, I can track the past across dimensions. Wong's eyes were full of hope. I hope you can help. Yi Meng did not comment immediately. Actually, this favor can help. And not just for Doctor Strange. That girl's ability is indeed very special. Instead of staying in other parallel universes and being used by other beings, it is better to stay in her own universe, and have enough initiative no matter whether she invades or counter-invades in the future. Later, you can also try to use the ability of 6 infinite gems to decipher the opponent's dimensional ability. If it can be used in the real world, it may have a miraculous effect. However, if you can help, and you still have to ask. We can help you and bring Steven and America back, but how do you Camartage plan to return this favor? Yi Meng looked at Wong playfully. Wong took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, as long as it is not a matter that endangers the stability and peace of the universe and the earth, and is unreasonable, I can accept it as a Sorcerer Supreme. Yi Meng smiled and said, that's good. After this is done, my family Wanda can enter Camartage's forbidden library at will. In addition, she can choose 3 magical artifacts from your 3 holy places. This. Wong twitched in his heart, wanting to sell Steven very much. Hesitation repeated, but he still gritted his teeth and said, I can only give Wanda access to the forbidden library for 1 day, and I can only choose 1 magic weapon. Deal. Yi Meng responded immediately, and said to Wanda next to him, get ready to dream magic and find someone. Okay. Wanda nodded obediently. Wong was taken aback for a moment before he realized it. For the current Wanda, there is actually no difference between entering the Camartage forbidden library for 1 day and countless times. As for the magic weapon, maybe they are going for a certain one. Wong's heart was bleeding, and he felt that he was making a deal with the devil and sold his soul. Surrounded dozens of candles in the center of the living room, Wanda, who put on a crown and a scarlet robe and cloak, sat cross-legged in it, and slowly opened the thick black book in her hand, followed by a scarlet and cold magic power surging. The witch and the books floated upwards. Wong knew that the book was the Book of the Dark God, and he didn't dare to look at the contents of the book with his eyes. He also didn't expect that, as a Sorcerer Supreme, he would one day ask her to use the Dark Divine Book to save people, which was something he never dared to think of before. Yi Meng is very open about this. Regardless of whether it is the plot of the evil god or not, whether it is an evil force or not. As long as you can control it perfectly in the end, instead of giving up, it is better to use all the tricks and turn them all into your own strength. All power is just a tool, and the main thing lies in the master who wields the knife. This is the experience of Yi Meng, who once feared the power of the ancient ruinous sun, and finally chose to recognize and control it. The Yi Meng in the spiritual concept body turned into a ray of broken yellow light, sinking into the Scarlet Witch's eyebrows. Wanda closed her eyes accordingly, and used the magic of dream magic through the dark divine book, and a dark flame ignited. Dream walk begins. Marvel is multiverse, another parallel universe. That night, in an ordinary house in the local New York City area. Russell. Outside the house shrouded in night, the wind kept whistling against the windows, making the sound of animals scratching. While cleaning the kitchen, the housewife who looked somewhat similar to Wanda raised her head in a daze, looking outside in the dark, as if she heard an evil spirit whispering in her ear. The beautiful woman closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the darkness in her eyes flashed past. She suddenly put down the dishes she was washing, untied the scarf tied on her chest, and stretched out her hand to open the locked window, allowing the cold night wind outside to pour in, her dark blonde hair fluttering in the wind, adding a bit of arrogance. The beautiful woman turned her head and glanced at the living room outside. The 2 children who had passed out on the sofa did not show the slightest emotion of being a mother. She pressed down with her hands, and a scarlet tide appeared in each of her palms, and just like this rushed out of the vast night sky outside the window. Little dream, did you succeed? The beautiful woman slowly landed on the grass outside the house, whispering softly. Accompanied by her words, a little yellow shattered light changed hair on the beautiful woman's forehead, overflowing in little strands, and formed a pale yellow youth phantom in the low sky beside her. Isn't it Yi Meng? Here is another parallel universe. Yi Meng looked around and said with emotion, I didn't expect that this could really be done. After studying dream magic, Yi Meng found that its essence is very similar to the real Goldfinger, and it also travels through the universe through dream consciousness. Then, before Wanda uses the dream magic, Yi Meng of the spiritual concept body resides in Wanda's mind, which is equivalent to combining with Wanda's consciousness that is about to fall into a dream. So, just now it seemed that Wanda performed dream magic alone, but in the end, the 2 of them traveled to the current parallel world together. Wrong. It should be said that Wanda is the dream walk, and Yi Meng just took a ride on Wanda's dream walk. He traveled to the current universe as the spiritual concept body of the non-dream walk. After all, the premise of dream walking magic requires other parallel universes to have similar selves as substitutes in order to realize the dream walking. This point, Doctor Strange and the others may be able to do it in countless parallel universes. As a special existence, Yi Meng is undoubtedly the only one in the original Marvel universe, and there is no suitable substitute for Dream Walk. Maybe, I can use infinite gems from other parallel universes as substitutes for my dream trip. Yi Meng thought for a while, then dismissed the idea again. Infinite gems in some parallel universes have long been destroyed. For example, in the parallel universe that is now traveled, Yi Meng cannot perceive the existence of the same kind of infinite gems. And the infinite gems born in different universes are repulsive, just like different parallel universes collide, either devour each other or perish each other. Before, Yi Meng collided with mind gems from other universes. The Scarlet Witch, who dreamed of living in a beautiful young woman with dark blonde hair, and Yi Meng, who broke through the critical point of non-existence and existence with enough psychic energy, flew side by side in the air. Look down. What is presented in front of us is a modern and developed city that is highly similar in scale to the local Marvel New York, but the architectural style of the local urban area is colorful and gorgeous, combined with artificial flowers of various colors. By listening to the voices of local residents and connecting to the network with simulated artificial intelligence signals, Yi Meng quickly learned about the local customs, historical civilization, and status of superhuman forces. First, the Earth in this Marvel parallel universe, under Reed Richards, who is recognized as the most intelligent genius in the world, is vigorously promoting intelligence and mechanization, and the level of technology is even higher. There are no Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. on Earth here, but a more cohesive and stable superhero authority organization. The Illuminati? The Illuminati used to have 7 superhero members, but now there are only 6 left. In the extraordinary history, this world is also very different from theirs. 5 years ago, Thanos struck, and finally Doctor Strange of this world led the Illuminati to defeat the Thanos fleet. Doctor Strange also died a heroic death in that battle, and was later regarded as the strongest hero and erected a statue in front of Holy Place in New York. Up to now, countless citizens still visit the Doctor Strange Museum by themselves every day to commemorate it. Interesting. From this point of view, the Doctor Strange who died heroically in this world is far stronger than the Doctor Strange in their world. Thinking of this, Yi Meng asked, Wanda, where did you imagine that America traveled to in this universe? Just in front. Scarlet Witch Wanda raised her hand and pointed to the center of the New York City in the current parallel universe, where a skyscraper towering into the night sky stood, and the sloping glass facade of the building contrasted with the neon lights of the city. Knew it. Yi Meng blinked, revealing an unexpected expression. The Doctor Strange in their world has not returned yet. Although the main reason is that America failed to use her ability proficiently, it is also possible that after coming to this world, she was stayed by the Illuminati friendly or maliciously. It's better if it's the former. In the latter case, Doctor Strange will suffer a bit. Well, the security level is very high, far exceeding the Avengers headquarters, with Ultron as the intelligent commander of the mechanical army protecting the entire building from the outside to the inside. Yi Meng and Wanda hovered in the night sky 100 meters in front of the Illuminati headquarters, and if they got closer, they might be detected by Ultron. Looking at the Amaterasu headquarters ahead, Yi Meng couldn't help but laugh. In their Marvel universe, the Ultron created by Iron Man has become the villain, and in this universe, the Ultron created by Amaterasu has become the hero. If it was the peak period of the incarnation of artificial intelligence, Yi Meng could easily invade it. It's just that the mind ability has not been restored yet, and it is still a bit difficult to invade the ultimate artificial intelligence Ultron by imitating artificial intelligence signals. At this time, Wanda said suddenly, let's just break in. Do not impulse. Yi Meng hurriedly stopped her powerful witch. Just kidding, this is naturally not about their safety, but about the Illuminati. Although the Illuminati on this cosmic Earth is enough to deal with the villain-level hero forces of Thanos, Yi Meng doesn't think they can compete with the Scarlet Witch today. Personality, the difference is too much. Before Wanda fully awakened origin magic power, it could directly tear Thanos' armor, not to mention the current full awakening, plus the mana of the Dark God Book and the Black Witch. Now 10 Thanos are reborn, and they are no match for Wanda. Even if it wasn't the Scarlet Witch who came in person, it was just a substitute of Meng seeing. I'll check the situation first and wait for my message. Yi Meng and Wanda explained that the body disappeared in the night sky out of thin air. Soon, Yi Meng, who sneaked into the headquarters of the Illuminati with the concept of mind, found Doctor Strange in their world in a room. Illuminati headquarters. Doctor Stephen Strange looked haggard, his hands were locked together by special handcuffs, and he stayed alone in a cell guarded by robots. Dr. Strange had already tried to save himself, but he couldn't break free from the handcuffs. Naturally, he couldn't cast spells with the handcuffs on. After all, the person who imprisoned him was the character from the parallel universe, and he was so familiar with everything about him that even the only magic weapon on his body, the magic floating cloak, was taken away. Doctor Strange was anxious, and he didn't know what was going on with America, who was being held in isolation. How to escape from here and return to the original universe. Thinking of Amaterasu's attitude towards them, Doctor Strange showed a trace of uneasiness in his heart. But at this time, a familiar voice came to my ears like a sound of nature. I found you. This is... Doctor Strange. Stephen opened his eyes wide in astonishment, and quickly looked around, but he didn't see anyone in the cell. Look carefully. Faintly feeling a hand on his shoulder, Doctor Strange heard the words, looked sideways in surprise, and finally saw a phantom of a young man, formed like strands of yellow broken light. This scene, now only he can see, in the robot outside and the surveillance camera, only the imprisoned Doctor Strange still exists in the room. Yi Meng, why are you here? Doctor Strange was so excited that he almost exclaimed, but after realizing the situation, he stopped and said in a low voice. Yi Meng shrugged, suspended in the low air, and replied, the king found me. He explained to me that you and that girl named America accidentally traveled to another parallel universe last night. He joked, what I didn't expect was that what happened to you here was so miserable. I was plotted against. Doctor Strange was helpless, and briefly explained a series of encounters he had encountered here. Last night, he and America accidentally crossed over to this parallel universe, and met Moto, who was a senior in the original world in Holy Place, New York, and the other party was the new Sorcerer Supreme of this parallel Earth. At first, Mordo of this parallel universe was very friendly to them. Therefore, Doctor Strange wanted to ask each other to help them return to the original universe. Unexpectedly, Moto Magician added some ingredients to the tea for them, causing them both to lose consciousness. After waking up from the coma, Doctor Strange and America were detained separately in this building. In their world, their understanding and research on the multi-universe is much higher than ours. Doctor Strange stated the known key information, for example. They numbered their home universe as 838, while our original universe was numbered 616. He said in a deep voice, in addition, they seem to be very hostile to any existence that invades from other parallel universes, no matter villains or heroes. I don't know the specific reason. Oh, Yi Meng's eyes twinkled thoughtfully. Doctor Strange wanted to say something else. At this moment, the door opened, and a black magician wearing a black robe with braids and a serious face stepped in swiftly and resolutely. He didn't see Yi Meng next to him, and said directly to Doctor Strange, let's go, your trial is about to begin. Judgment. Doctor Strange was shaken all over, and was pushed out of the cell by his back. He turned his eyes to Yi Meng for help, but saw the young man looking like he was watching a show. The current Mordo magician of the 838 Marvel Universe brought Doctor Strange to a main hall on the first floor. At the end there was a 5-meter-high platform on which 6 metal chairs were fixed in a row. 3 of the chairs have already been occupied, namely a heroic white woman wearing a women's Captain America uniform, a black woman wearing the same battle suit as Captain Marvel, and a luminous medal on her head. Man in black tights with tuning fork. Mordo Magician climbed onto the high platform, stood beside one of the empty chairs, and said to Doctor Strange, who was interrogating prisoners below the stage. Doctor Strange from the 616 universe. Stephen Strange, the one standing before you for trial is the Illuminati. I, Lord Karl Mordo, Sorcerer Supreme. Mordo Magician stretched out his hand and turned towards the female Captain America who was holding a pentagram shield next to him, Captain Carter, the first hero. Then, he introduced the members of Amaterasu who were already sitting on the chairs one by one. Terrigen Mist Asgardian, King of the Inhumans, Brakag Vodka. Captain Marvel, Defender of the Universe. Mordo Magician paused, and motioned to an empty chair, also. The smartest man in the world, the leader of the Fantastic Four, Reed Richards. As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged man wearing a blue-tight battlesuit appeared on the high platform using a space transmitter and took a seat. At the moment, of the 6 members of the Illuminati, 5 have come. The 5 of them looked down at Doctor Strange with more or less hostility. Their momentum was overwhelming. Doctor Strange looked up at them, and because of Yi Meng's presence, he taunted with confidence, judgment? I just passed by your universe, so how are you going to condemn me? What did I do to you? One of the Illuminati, Reed Richards, replied sincerely, Stephen, your arrival has caused chaos and imbalance in our reality. The greater the impact you leave behind, the greater the risk of a collision event. A collision event is the erosion of the boundary between 2 universes. When the 2 collide, everything dies. Upon hearing this, Yi Meng nodded secretly. This is also consistent with his cognition as a mind gem. Contact and communication between people and things in different parallel universes will lead to blurring of the boundary between the 2 universes, causing the 2 universes to eventually collide and perish. Wait. Yi Meng was taken aback for a moment, and he thought of his own real world from this. In the real world, characters or objects from other film and television dimensions continue to invade. Will this eventually lead to a collision between those dimensional worlds and the real world? If that is the case, then the reality will probably face catastrophe. After all, the universes that it touches are not like the current 1 or 2, but thousands of different universes. Thinking of this, with Yi Meng's tough mood now, he was still in a trance. At this time, Mordo Magician invited the 6th and last member of the Illuminati, Charles. An old man is sitting in a smart suspension wheelchair and slowly drives up to the high platform. He has a wise and big bald head, and he is obviously the oldest in the Illuminati. Charles came to the high platform, and was about to talk to Doctor Strange, but was quickly stunned, looking at his side in astonishment. Who are you? What? The remaining 5 members of the Illuminati, Mordo Magician, Black Captain Marvel, Inhuman King, Captain Carter, and the leader of the Fantastic Four, Reed, were all taken aback. Professor, besides Stephen Strange, who else is there? Mordo Magician said subconsciously, but soon realized something. He stretched out his hand to grab a magic weapon in his pocket, his eyes glowed with a mysterious brilliance, and he saw that next to Doctor Strange in the audience, there was not a soul-like existence standing. Not good. Doctor Strange's expression changed. Have you been found? Facing the 6 members of the Illuminati, Yi Meng was still there, and he spread his hands, as if he finally had a showdown and stopped pretending. Then, Wanda, please do it? The words just fell. Boom! The entire Illuminati headquarters building trembled violently, and the piercing sound of the invasion whistle resounded throughout the room. Alarm! Alert! Intruder detected. The warning sound of Ultron's intelligence system echoed throughout the headquarters of the Illuminati. The faces of the 6 Illuminati members sitting on metal chairs or wheelchairs are slightly gloomy, but after all, they have experienced so many extraordinary events. As members of the Illuminati, the strongest organization in the universe numbered 838, they are not afraid of any situation or enemy. So you brought Wanda here. Doctor Strange Stephen was surprised and delighted. Yi Meng of the spiritual concept body shrugged. It should be said that Wanda brought me here. He looked relaxed and indifferent, and said to the 6 members of the Illuminati who were interrogators on the front stage, he is a member of our universe. How to judge and deal with it is also a matter of our own universe, and it is not up to you to intervene. Doctor Strange pouted even more, and teased with a chuckle, I advise you to surrender on the spot. That witch is not doing it for a joke. I'm going to deal with that little witch, and you guys continue the trial. Captain Marvel, one of the black men of the Illuminati, stood up, his face covered by an outer space helmet, and said in a deep voice, let's go to. Captain Carter looked at the members on the left and right, the Inhuman King and Mr. Fantastic Reed. The king of the Inhuman race tightly closed his lips, and without saying a word, he just stood up from his chair. Mr. Fantastic Reed nodded, and took out the space transmission controller from the pocket of the magical battlesuit. Because of the special existence of Doctor Strange and the suspected spiritual body here, they left Charles and Mordo Magician by default, and the other members went to the main hall to deal with the intruders. You don't even know the disparity in each other's strength. Doctor Strange looked at the 4 members of the Illuminati who were preparing to act, and couldn't help sighing. He had personally experienced Wanda's terrifying oppressive power, and he still has lingering fears in his heart. That feeling of oppression is also much stronger than the sum of all the current Illumination society. Yi Meng smiled, but the next moment, he was stunned. For no apparent reason, his psychic connection with Wanda was suddenly disconnected. Doctor Strange on the side obviously didn't know about it, and was still taunting everyone towards the light. Go, I can't wait to see you all fall down in a miserable state. Reed was about to activate the space transmitter, and rushed to the door with the other 3 members. But at this time, the earthquake and abnormal noises in the headquarters of the Illuminati stopped, and Ultron's smart alarm sound was also cancelled, replaced by a safety prompt, the intrusion has been eliminated, and the danger alarm has been cancelled. There was a sudden silence on and off the stage in the main hall of the interrogation. Not only the 6 members of the Illuminati, Doctor Strange was also stunned, with his mouth slightly open. How is it possible that Wanda was stopped by the Ultron intelligent protection system outside? No, this feeling is. Yi Meng closed his eyes, and could no longer perceive Wanda's dream consciousness in the headquarters of the light session. With Wanda's strength, it is naturally impossible to be expelled by Ultron, so there is only one possibility left. That is the worst possible outcome for them too. Ultron, project the intrusion screen just now. The bewildered Reed snapped his fingers and gave an intelligent command. Yes, Mr. Fantastic. Ultron's intelligent voice sounded in the interrogation hall, and then a stereoscopic projection lit up on the high platform. From the projection screen, it can be seen that the beautiful young woman wearing casual clothes at home broke into the headquarters directly from the main entrance 10 seconds ago. The Ultron artificial intelligence immediately issued an invasion warning, and the mechanical soldiers under its command rushed out at the same time. The beautiful young woman gently raised her slender palm, and a burst of scarlet magic power surged towards her like a huge wave, smashing more than a dozen mechanical soldiers with one blow. In the face of absolute magical energy, the Ultron Legion defending the headquarters has no power to fight back, and it will shatter at the touch of a touch, completely unable to stop the pace of the beautiful young woman's intrusion. Only, after sweeping forward more than 10 meters from the door, the beautiful young woman stopped suddenly, the dark light in her eyes faded, and she looked blankly at the broken machine parts everywhere. It's like changing a different person, temperament, magic power, and expression have all changed. The beautiful young woman who broke in forcefully a moment ago turned around suddenly, and quickly escaped from the headquarters of the Illuminati on her own. This is the whole process of invading the screen, which is extremely weird. It seems that your witch reinforcements sold you out. Captain Carter pondered for a while, shaking his head and judged. No way. Doctor Strange widened his eyes and looked at Yi Meng next to him. Yi Meng shook his head and said, it's because the dream magic has been interrupted. It's not a problem with the universe here. In the current Illuminati, no one can interrupt the dream magic out of thin air. This is obviously their original universe, that is, the side of Wanda's body, and there was a sudden accident. So, this is the worst possible outcome. On his own, the Yi Meng of the mind concept body cannot return to the original universe, and in the current state of the broken mind gem, he cannot be counted as a combat power at all. At the same time, number 616, Marvel Universe. The living room of a second-floor apartment in France. Half of the candles that were part of the dream-walking ceremony were extinguished suddenly, and the Scarlet Witch, who was suspended cross-legged in the air, opened her eyes, and what she saw was a flame burning in the air, and more than half of the dark book had been burned. This is also the reason why the dream magic was interrupted. What kind of monster are you? What have you done? From the balcony, the king's roar could be heard. The king used spells, holding a golden mana lasso firmly in both hands, and was binding a decayed zombie similar to Doctor Strange's appearance. Did you destroy the Dark God book? Scarlet Witch stepped forward with a blank expression. The zombie's third eye was opened between the brows, staring at the elegant and domineering witch, and the already stiff and decayed teeth opened and closed, making a creepy rattle. Witch, now you won't be able to dream walk, it said with a grim smile. What kind of existence are you? Wong asked loudly. I am the supreme and the only one. The zombie Doctor Strange grinned. Boom! Scarlet Witch's slender and white palms were pressed, and the zombie Doctor Strange, together with the mana lasso tied to his body, was annihilated by the cold scarlet magic in an instant, leaving no residue or ashes. You, damn it. The Scarlet Witch's expression was indifferent, her beautiful eyes bursting with violent red. Like a real evil god, she continued to look at the king beside her. Wong smiled wryly and said, I was careless. I didn't notice that there would be such a sneak attack. The Scarlet Witch Wanda stared at him, her nails dug deep into her palms, and said calmly, this is not something that can be solved by apologizing. The Darkness book has been destroyed, and I can no longer dream. If there is something wrong with Yi Meng and the universe over there, this world will lose the meaning of existence for me. Wong was dripping with cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and said with determination, your dark book is actually just a copy. The real one is on a Wanda Ji mountain, but no one has ever been able to reach it. Take me there, right away. The Scarlet Witch said coldly without any hesitation. Everyone, we can actually sit down and talk about it. 838 Universe, Illuminati Headquarters, Judgment Chamber. Losing the witch reinforcements who came through dream magic, the corners of Doctor Strange's mouth twitched, and he raised his hands and pushed forward lightly, no longer the confident posture he had before. In front, on the high platform, Captain Carter lifted the pentagram vibranium buckler with sharp eyes. Fantastic holds the space transmitter and is ready to use other technological weapons and equipment to suppress it. The Black Captain Marvel clenched his hands, his second fists collided lightly in front of his chest, and colorful streamers lingered. The king of the foreign country did not speak as usual, but kept standing without sitting down, and the metal tuning fork on his head glowed with a hazy white light. Moto Magician looked upright and serious, holding a small magic weapon that could see Yi Meng in his left hand, and pulled out the stick-shaped magic weapon on his back with his right hand at any time. Also, Charles sitting in the wheelchair, although he didn't make any movements, could vaguely perceive that a powerful and invisible force shrouded the entire main trial hall. The 6 members of the Illuminati were on guard against Doctor Strange and Yi Meng in the audience, staring at each other, as if they were about to strike at any time. We have nothing to talk about. Stephen Strange, it was a mistake for you to come to this universe. Mordo Magician said in a deep voice, looking at the other 5 people, don't waste any more time, the trial is almost ready, let's vote. I don't understand. Doctor Strange couldn't bear it anymore, and said angrily, to avoid the collision of the 2 parallel universes, as long as you let me go now, let me take America out of this universe and return to the original universe. Already? You still don't understand, Stephen? Fantastic Reed sighed, no matter which parallel universe, the most dangerous one is NI. What? Doctor Strange froze. I thought it was weird before. Yi Meng laughed suddenly, your universe is known as the strongest hero in the world. The Doctor Strange who died in the Battle of Thanos, there must be something wrong. Although he didn't read the hearts of the 6 members of the Illuminati, he was able to perceptive perception their emotional changes. From the very beginning, their hostility towards Doctor Strange surpassed him who also invaded this universe. That's right. Charles, who had been silent all this time, finally opened his mouth and said with regret, the Doctor Strange of our universe was originally a true hero, but later he came into contact with the Dark God book, and his heart was corrupted by the multiple darkness and energy, nearly causing our universe to collide with another parallel universe. So, in Endgame, after taking out Thanos, we also killed Doctor Strange, who died voluntarily. He said hoarsely, Doctor Strange in every parallel universe will eventually become a supervillain, causing different universes to collide and destroy. How come? Doctor Strange opened his eyes wide in shock. Moto Magician said loudly, now, the Illuminati officially begins to vote. Please raise your hand if you agree to kill Doctor Strange from the 616 universe. As he spoke, he raised his hand and decisively cast his vote. Immediately, 4 more hands were raised one after another, namely Fantastic, the Black Captain Marvel, Captain Carter, and the King of the Inhuman Kingdom. Charles stared at Doctor Strange, hesitation, but did not raise his hand after all. Moto Magician announced the result, 5-1, the Illuminati finally decided to kill Doctor Strange from the 616 universe on the spot. Fac. Doctor Strange burst out, and looked at Yi Meng anxiously, Yi Meng, what can you do? I don't know how to fight, so what else can I do? Definitely run away. Yi Meng replied with a voice from his heart, his eyes glowed with broken yellow light. Immediately, the special handcuffs on Doctor Strange's hands were automatically unlocked and fell off. It is a bit more troublesome to hack into Ultron, but it is still possible to decipher and unlock the device by imitating artificial intelligence signals. They want to escape, stop them. Moto Magician shouted when he saw this. Doctor Strange raised his hands to make seals, but before he could cast the spell, a round shield was thrown over like flying darts, and landed heavily on Doctor Strange's chest, interrupting the casting of the spell and flying several meters away. The round shield exceeded the laws of physics after a full circle. It returned steadily to the hands of Captain Carter on the high platform. Doctor Strange rolled a few times on the ground, endured the pain and got up from the ground. While summoning the magic floating cloak, he continued to escape towards the passage behind the main Hall of Judgment. Where to go? Fantastic jumped, his body and limbs elongated like rubber in the air, somersaulted from the stage to the stage, and wrapped around Doctor Strange's back at an extremely fast speed. In fact, the king of the foreign country also acted immediately. To be more precise, move your mouth. As long as he speaks, the sound will be amplified tens of millions of times through the tuning fork on the top of his head, sending out ultrasonic waves that can instantly destroy the area in front of him, including stones. Doctor Strange of their 838 universe died under the ultrasound in the end. Therefore, Doctor Strange, who invaded from the 616 universe, should also have died under the ultrasonic waves immediately. It's just that the moment the king of the foreign country moved his mouth, a ray of yellow static electricity sank into his eyebrows, disturbing his inner emotions. The original could not reach the point of control, but it still caused him a delay of 2 or 3 seconds, giving Doctor Strange a chance to escape. There is another intruder. Consciously, the king of the Yiren kingdom looked towards Yi Meng, who stayed where he was. The tuning fork on his head vibrated continuously, and the instant he opened his mouth, ultrasonic waves were formed. In the main hall area where Yi Meng was located, under the ultrasonic waves, the floor and glass pieces were shattered and turned into particles smaller than ashes. However, Yi Meng was intact, ignoring the sonic attack, and suspended in the low air, as if it was an unreal existence. As a mental concept body, it is one thing not to be able to fight, but it is also very difficult to hurt him. Professor? He gave it to you, Moto Magician said. Charles rested his hands on his temples, and a powerful invisible force emanated from his brain. It was an incomparable psychokinesis, enough to control any creature on Earth. Yi Meng was indifferent to this. The powerful psychokinesis rushed towards his mental concept body, and bounced away before reaching him. That's right, it just bounced off. Mind control fails. The aged Charles showed astonishment in his eyes, and said in disbelief, spiritual immunity. What? The other members were taken aback when they heard the words. They are obviously spiritual bodies, but they can be immune to the mind? What exactly is this? They don't know that Yi Meng is the incarnation of Mind Gem at the moment. No matter how broken Mind Gem is, it is also Mind Gem, the supreme master of the mind. Let me come. The Black Captain Marvel flew high, and his body exploded with colorful light from the inside out, like a colored human-shaped lightning, rushing down with abundant cosmic energy. Boom! Under the impact of colorful cosmic energy, Yi Meng's outline finally appeared, and the stream of cosmic energy shrouded his existence like a flame. Oh, the energy of the space gem. Yi Meng's eyes ignited with pale yellow pupils, and he looked at the Black Captain Marvel, who suppressed him. No matter which universe is Captain Marvel, the ability is indeed derived from the space gem. This kind of gem energy has space characteristics, and the personality of the ability level is high enough. Although it does not pose a fatal threat to him, it is enough to trap him here for a short time. I've tried my best. Whether you can survive or not depends on you. Surrounded by colorful energy, Yi Meng turned his head and looked at Doctor Strange, who disappeared at the end of the main hall corridor under the chase of Captain Carter and Mr. Fantastic. This is regarded as repaying the favor of that person. Yi Meng of the spiritual concept body withdrew his gaze from the corridor behind him, thinking to himself. Actually, if it was only for the conditions promised by the new Sorcerer Supreme King in the original universe, Yi Meng in his current state would not take risks for Doctor Strange to survive to the end. The bigger reason for his shot is that 10 years ago in the Marvel Universe, the Ancient One Magician helped the Vision Incarnation master the Mind Gem, and the Doctor Strange of their universe is the chosen heir of the Ancient One Magician. Yi Meng once promised Ancient One Magician that if Kamar-Taj had a problem, he would help her once. Now, it's time for Doctor Strange. However, Yi Meng also knew that when Wanda interrupted the dream magic and was unable to make a move, Doctor Strange was basically close to death under the pursuit of the 838 Cosmic Illuminati, and there was not much chance of successfully escaping. However, this is already the limit of what he can do at present. Yi Meng raised his head and looked forward. The Black Captain Marvel was stagnant in the air 5 meters in the air. His gloved fist was moving forward. The colorful energy streamer similar to infinite gems was like a waterfall falling down side down. Boom! This colorful energy beam seemed to be piercing through the space, and strands of colorful streamers rushed, presenting the outline of the spiritual concept body, covering a 3-meter radius with him as the center, interweaving into an impenetrable energy mask. But that's all. The double star ability derived from the space gem, even though the Black Captain Marvel is based in the ranks of the top powerhouses in the universe, Yi Meng can be the mind gem body, where its own personality and heritage are placed. Coupled with the particularity of Mind Gem originally, only infinite gems or items and abilities equal to or even higher than infinite gems can really bring him a threat. So, here it is. Before restoring full Mind Gem ability, the Yi Meng of the spiritual conceptual body has almost no combat power. At most, he can perceive the emotions of creatures, interfere with the minds of extraordinary people, and attach himself to low-level intelligent creatures. Definitely. As the incarnation of Mind Gem, he has a terrifyingly high personality. Except for the level of the Scarlet Witch, or a special Marvel artifact, there is basically no way to deal with him. When she interrupts the energy output, I will make a breakthrough. Yi Meng was like a fuzzy yellow warm light, floating on the floor of the Illuminati Judgment Hall. The colored energy beam seemed to have pierced through his chest, and fell on the floor behind him, blasting a huge deep hole. Under the colored energy beams, the young man's light and shadow seemed to be slightly distorted and torn together with the space, but quickly regained its complete outline. Yi Meng knew that the Black Captain Marvel couldn't pose a real threat to him, so he conserved his spiritual energy and didn't rush to impact the energy mask formed by the energy beam. Ahead, the Black Captain Marvel's clenched fists trembled slightly, and he did not let go of his suffocated breath. His body, which was as tense as a bowstring, was almost reaching its limit. Seeing this, the aged Charles was startled and said, "Even Captain Marvel's double-star energy attack has no effect on him. What kind of existence is he? It has only a little effect, at least delaying his action." The Black Captain Marvel spoke with difficulty. While maintaining the output of dazzling energy with his fists, he seemed to have sensed something, and he shouted in a low voice in surprise, "His existence has a lot to do with infinite gems." "Are you sure?" Mo Magician asked hurriedly with a sudden shock. The Black Captain Marvel nodded his head with difficulty. "It can't be wrong. His body is like a part of the infinite gems that I have been in contact with back then, but it has no form." "I know, just keep going." Moto Magician jumped off the high platform, and finally took out the small magic weapon that had been pinched in the palm of his right hand from his pocket. Just now, he also used this magic weapon to see Yi Meng, who is between existence and non-existence and has no real physical form. The small magic weapon is like a necklace, and the chain is an ordinary black leather rope. The key point is the pendant of the necklace, which is made of golden metal and has the size of a baby's fist file, shaped like a closed eye. It seems that today's luck is really bad. The moment Yi Meng saw the familiar magic weapon, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and immediately broke out without any hesitation. The energy was turbulent. Too late. Moto Magician set up the eye-shaped pendant with both hands, placed it across his chest, and opened it as if the eye-shaped pendant slowly opened, revealing the empty slot inside which can just place an object of file size of an eyeball. The white light that is as bright as the day glows outwards, with a powerful suction, pulling Yi Meng through the colorful energy. Between Setsuna, the light and shadow of the mysterious young man, who can't even solve the color energy, fluctuates for a while, and involuntarily moves towards the empty slot opened by the eye-shaped pendant. Under the white light of the magic weapon, his human-shaped light body is constantly distorted and blurred, unable to recover under the colored energy beams, and transforms back to a more original state of yellow broken light, which is incorporated into the empty slot of the eye-shaped pendant. The situation seems to be really bad. Yi Meng was speechless for a while. Here, there really is an artifact equivalent to infinite gems, and it is a special magic weapon specially used to restrain a single infinite gems. Its name, Eye of Agamotto. In their original universe, Ancient One Magician used this magic weapon as a carrier of time gem for hundreds of years, and it has the effect of helping to suppress and control a single infinite gem. Despite being a defective mind gem, being included in Eye of Agamotto will not die. But I don't know what accident happened in the original Marvel universe. If personal freedom is restricted, it will be troublesome. Breakthrough, it is indeed too late. There are no lower creatures nearby to transfer. As soon as he was about to be included in Eye of Agamotto, Yi Meng was still thinking about it calmly. He had stood at the pinnacle of two major dreams and reality, and he didn't believe that he really couldn't do anything with a magic weapon. Correct. Yi Meng was taken aback. He once stood at the pinnacle of the three worlds, was invincible and swept everything. Even now, in the Marvel world, as Mind Gem has not been restored, there is no one ability, but he was originally more than the source of ability in this world. He also has the dream of the DC universe, which originated from the ultimate power of the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday. Between different dream worlds, the avatar power can communicate like projection. Now that Marvel's dream is here, he succeeded halfway and became Mind Gem. What about the DC Dreamland? As the ancient Doomsday, he really failed? Or, Yi Meng's spiritual conceptual body is difficult to maintain human form, and is about to collapse, turning into a broken mind and sinking into the Eye of Agamotto. But at this moment, he closed his eyes and called out familiar names with his heart. The next moment, Yi Meng opened his eyes suddenly, with an inexplicable red flame in his eyes, and an immature and soft ethereal words faintly echoed in his ears. "Your Majesty, it's been a year, and I'm still waiting for you here, always." He really is the existence of wisdom derived from infinite gems. "Fortunately, I have always carried Eye of Agamotto with me." Moto Magician was overjoyed. Through the Eye of Agamotto, not only can you suppress the opponent, but you can also make the gem magic weapon reappear in their universe. Kill two birds with one stone? It's almost done. Moto Magician's dark and serious face could hardly conceal his excitement. He rested his fingers on the eye-shaped pendant, and his eyes were as bright as the light of day, and he was about to incorporate the phantom of the youth into it. At this moment, Charles's astonished warning sound resounded directly in his brain and spirit. Modu, run away. What? Modu magician was stunned for a moment, but under the trust of fellow members of the Illuminati, he still took a step back. Almost in the next instant, one hand reached forward to tear open the white light from the magic weapon, and grabbed the Eye of Agamotto on his chest. With the golden red 5 fingers contracting forcefully, the Eye of Agamotto burst open immediately. Drink. The Black Captain Marvel yelled. She clenched her hands into fists. She was in the air like a laser cannon, and blasted down a beam of colorful light cannons that could distort space and penetrate an interstellar aircraft carrier. However, the dazzling light cannon that fell this time was blocked by another raised palm. The king of the foreign country had a strong sense of foreboding, opened his mouth and shouted, "Die to me." The luminous metal tuning fork on his head resonated, and the ultrasonic wave was several times stronger than before, forming a ripple-like wave track in the air, flattening the matter and energy in front of him inch by inch. This time, the presence in the center of the main trial hall was finally no longer ignored. He withstood the Black Captain Marvel's double-star blow with one hand, and still had the strength to look at the king of the foreign country. "Only you are worthy of my death." At the same time, a burst of golden red scorching energy burst out from his open mouth, and it just broke through the ultrasonic wave in an instant, and continued to blast forward to the king of the alien country on the high platform. "You." The king of the foreign country opened his eyes wide. Boom! The entire headquarters of the Illuminati shook violently, and the side walls of the lower floors of the building were broken layer by layer, melted and pierced by the golden red scorching energy, and a powerful scorching airwave swept out. Illuminati, what happened? In the city of New York in the 838 universe, passers-by on the streets were all surprised, and all looked at the headquarters of the Illuminati where huge movements occurred. Naturally, they didn't think about the invasion. The Illuminati, as the strongest heroic organization in this world, has supreme authority and prestige, and no extraordinary existence can defeat the Illuminati. People in this world think so. Only, at the moment, the headquarters of the Illuminati, energy, sound, and heat roiling the Hall of Judgment. The remaining members of the Illuminati, Charles in the wheelchair, the Black Captain Marvel parked in midair, and Mordo magician who fell off the stage. The three looked dull and terrified. In just an instant, the situation on the scene took a turn for the worse. Before the Eye of Agamotto fragments landed, they were annihilated into ashes by the energy surging in the palm. In the Black Captain Marvel double-star mode, a fully charged blow was blocked with bare hands. As for the king of the alien country who sent out the ultrasonic attack, the high platform that was half turned into dilapidated ruins, together with the metal chairs, were completely wiped out, leaving only a red molten trail running through the building. Their pupils shrank violently from the earthquake. I saw that the young man who only showed the outline of his body just now was completely solidified under the golden red light, revealing a handsome face line, tall and slender with a height of 1.8 meters, and his muscles were just right to show a strong figure. His luminous body comes with an energy battle suit that fits the skin. The dynamic current presents an S-shaped totem on his chest, and his eyes are burning with golden red electric flames. He just stands at a low altitude above the floor of the main trial hall. It is no longer the spiritual body, but on the basis of the hollow shape of the spiritual body, the inner body is filled with endless and abundant hot energy that has independent life. This violent unknown powerful energy burns and surges in the body, forming several small spherical lungs all the time. It seems that the next moment it will burst out from the surface of the body to destroy everything in the outside world, but it is perfectly stable and controlled in the inner body of the mind and spirit. Yi Meng lowered his head, looking at the concept of the mind and the destructive energy, which integrated into a balanced formed body, with a trance-like expression. Really, it worked, projecting the power of the ancient Doomsday onto the Mind Gem avatar. 5 or 6 years ago in the dream of the Marvel Universe. At that time, Yi Meng, who was the incarnation of Vision, tried to project and amplify the ancient power of destroying the sun on Vision's body, and finally achieved the Destruction Machine Superman. However, the Destruction Machine Superman is actually the incarnation of failure, and it has not reached a perfect balance. Every time the power of the ancient Doomsday is used, it will cause corrosion and damage to the Vision Vibranium's body, which can be said to kill 1,000 enemies and damage 800, which also led to Yi Meng finally giving up the Vision body. Now Yi Meng, who is the incarnation of Mind Gem, no longer has a real body, but a fictitious body, which can perfectly accommodate the power of the ancient Doomsday, and under the spiritual immunity of Mind Gem, there is no need to worry about destroying the will. Mind Gem and Force of Destruction. A combination of spirit and energy. This time, in the dreamland of the Marvel Universe, a perfect balance has been achieved in the true sense. Just call it Mind Destroyer Day Superman. Yi Meng rubbed his chin, the whole body was formed by the burning energy electric flame, and said to himself, "You actually killed the king of the foreign country." The Black Captain Marvel made an extremely angry shot, bursting out with powerful colorful energy streamers all over his body, like a human-shaped meteor falling, and his punch with its own energy struck Yi Meng like lightning. Just in time. Yi Meng's eyes flickered with electricity, and he finally swung his right fist for a long time since becoming a Marvel Mind Gem. Yi Meng and the Black Captain Marvel, fist to fist, but it's like sparks hitting the earth. Boom! When the fist covered with colorful energy collided with the fist formed by pure golden energy, the air exploded layer by layer, and terrifying energies intertwined and pierced the surrounding space. The dazzling energy light made it difficult for Charles to open his eyes. Even under the stability of his strong spirit, the wheelchair he was sitting in was still thrown out. Click! The headquarters of the Illuminati shook violently, and the floor, inner walls, and even the ceiling of the main trial hall burst into cracks that could not bear it. Damn it! Moto Magician raised his hands in horror, and a gust of magical wind blew out, slowing down part of the power of the bombardment, otherwise the whole building might collapse. What frightened him even more was yet to come. Boom! The confrontation between the fist and the energy didn't last long. The colored energy quickly faded away like a tide, and the black Captain Marvel flew out of it, and was grabbed by the neck by an energy hand. Yi Meng flew high, holding the struggling and writhing black Captain Marvel with one hand, hit his knee on his lower abdomen, causing him to hit the ceiling of the main trial hall and blast him to the top floor hundreds of meters away. Mind destruction, Superman. This is not a return to the top. This is a field that is stronger than when it was at the peak in the Marvel Universe. 838 Marvel Universe. New York, Illuminati headquarters. Under the eyes of countless local citizens in shock. Accompanied by a loud noise in the headquarters building, the outer layer of glass burst from the first floor to the top floor, and the interior of the building was pierced through vertical lines, from the main hall of the trial to the top floor hundreds of meters away. A black figure shattered and flew out from the top of the headquarters. The main body dragged the shadow of the colorful streamer, and together with countless broken stones and glass, continued to fly up to the higher night sky, and then unconsciously fell towards the headquarters. That's Captain Marvel. How is this possible? That's Captain Marvel, the defender of the universe. A helicopter approaching the sky above the headquarters, someone through the binoculars saw a female figure falling from the night sky and exclaimed in disbelief. In fact, only Captain Marvel can glow with powerful and eye-catching colored energy glare. Can be now. Through the telescope, it can be seen that the colorful energy streamer lingering on Captain Marvel's body is constantly dimming, and the battle damage to the uniform is extremely serious. Hoo! The night wind blew, and the colored light disappeared. The black Captain Marvel's head was tilted, as if he had lost consciousness, his body was bowed, and his body fell from the night sky like a kite. The local citizens found it hard to understand and couldn't believe the scene in front of them. What happened to the headquarters of the Illuminati tonight? Even Captain Marvel, who is one of the most powerful on Earth, was defeated. At the moment, turned into ruins, the original site of the main trial hall where the original appearance of the room can no longer be seen. The aftermath of the energy surged, scorching hot and high temperature surged. Moto Magician's eyes were red, the king of the Murloc was dead, Charles and Captain Marvel were alive or dead. The Illuminati couldn't bear this result. He raised his hands forward, and a golden body appeared out of thin air in front of his palms. A shield with a radius of 1 meter completely covered his body, and the 3 shields were superimposed. And the moment the 3-faced shield stood in front of Moto Magician, a fist formed by pure golden red destructive energy fell on the magic shield. Click! The fist is like the concentration of a small sun, with the pressure and will to destroy everything. The 3-sided superimposed spell shield shatters at the same time, turning into countless lights of Mars. This punch made Moto Magician vaguely recall that Thanos' full blow under the blessing of the power gem was even more powerful than that. Moto Magician watched the fist fall, and he really saw the end of his life. Just when Moto Magician thought he was going to die, the energy fist stopped in front of him, and his 5 fingers spread out in a flash, pinching his neck like a chicken and lifting him up. Moto Magician's face flushed instantly, and even Captain Marvel couldn't break free, let alone him as a mortal. He opened his bloodshot eyes wide, watching the formation of energy flow flames all over his body, like a young man who was a real god, wondering why the other party didn't kill him. Let him go. With a bang, a colorful streamer in the shape of a human flew down from the hole in the ceiling at high speed, rushing towards Yi Meng. It was the black Captain Marvel who was suspected of losing his combat ability just now. Leave me alone, let's go. Moto Magician shouted with difficulty. He already knew that this was not an opponent they could deal with. Mind Destroyer Superman Yi Meng held the Moto Magician in one hand, did not make any other movements, only glanced back, his eyes turned into scorching laser beams to meet the Black Shock team. The black Captain Marvel dodged quickly in the air, and his hot gaze brushed her shoulders. She felt hot even with her physique. The scorching red light flashed by, and the hot gaze was like a sword from a god, instantly cutting a gap in the building. But just to dodge, the black Captain Marvel has already lost the trace of Yi Meng. She stopped in the air, when she realized something and raised her eyes in astonishment. An energy foot had already stepped heavily on her back. The burst of destructive energy that came with this kick immediately stomped out the colorful energy of the twin stars rekindled by Captain Marvel, just like the coating on the outer layer. Screaming, drowned by huge amounts of shockwave. When the dust settled, there was a shocking pothole in the headquarters building. Above the pothole, the scorching and destructive energy kept burning and flowing in the body. Yi Meng stepped on the back of the black Captain Marvel, holding the Sorcerer Supreme of this universe with one hand, and the 2 members of the Illuminati completely lost consciousness. Don't kill them, we surrender. A trembling old voice sounded. Yi Meng turned his head and saw the wheelchair that had been thrown out before, floating under the control of invisible psychokinesis, facing the bald and tired Charles. I didn't want to kill you at first, but you have always wanted to kill us, so you have to be prepared to be killed. Yi Meng's eyes flashed with lightning, his tone changed, he shrugged, and said softly, actually, as a person, I still like to sit down and solve problems through discussion. Charles was silent, he couldn't read Yi Meng's heart, and couldn't know what the other person was thinking. But at the beginning, didn't you claim that you couldn't fight? As a result, half of the members of the Illuminati were wiped out in one fell swoop? Now claiming to be kind? The king of the foreign country has no ashes? It's just that now it's obvious that the opponent has the initiative. Moreover, the two universes originally have their own positions, and being weak is the greatest original sin, and there is nothing to complain about. Charles sighed, took the initiative to lower his posture and said, let them go, let's negotiate, a formal negotiation. The Illuminati will headquarters on the other side. Near the laboratory area, Dr. Strange fled here, and finally saw America trapped in the glass isolation room. Unfortunately, that's all. Watch out. America yelled in horror just as she was delighted. Before Dr. Strange, who had escaped here, made any other movements, an elongated figure bounced and rushed past, then turned back at the moment of rushing past, wrapping around Dr. Strange's body several times and tightly entangled him. That was Fantastic's extremely tough body, like a rubber lasso, wrapping Dr. Strange into a half-sized rice dumpling. Stephen Strange, you are under arrest. With a rocket backpack emitting tail flames on his back, Captain Carter flew forward menacingly, pressed Dr. Strange's head to the ground, and took out a handcuff to recuff his hands. A red cloak was hunting and moving. It was the magic levitating cloak that arrived long ago. It voluntarily rushed towards Dr. Strange, who had been captured for the second time, but was nailed to the wall by the thrown vibranium round shield in the next second. The magic levitation cloak is pulled independently, but it is difficult to break free from the pinned vibranium buckler. It's not your fault, it's my problem. Dr. Strange spat out words helplessly. Because of the cup of tea he drank before, his mana was still in disorder, and he didn't have any magic weapon on him. It was already the limit to escape here. At this time, from the other side of the headquarters, the continuous explosion of loud noises finally subsided. There, too, it's over. Dr. Strange sighed inwardly, Yi Meng, I'm sorry for implicating you. Not just Dr. Strange. At the moment, the other two members of the Illuminati, Captain Carter and Fantastic, also defaulted to victory on the other side. After all, there are 4 members of the Illuminati over there, including Captain Marvel, who are only stronger than them, not weaker, and victory is definitely a matter of course. How to deal with him and detain him again? After Dr. Strange was handcuffed behind his back, Fantastic's elongated body recovered and slowly stood up from Dr. Strange. That's not necessary anymore. Captain Carter pondered for a while, and said coldly, since the trial has been conducted just now, and the voting result is still 5-1, there is no need to continue to be detained. She squinted her eyes, with a murderous look on her face, let's kill him now, so as not to drag it down any longer and cause the boundary collision between the two universes. During World War II, Captain Carter did not know how many people were killed. For the peace of the world, she can continue to act as an executioner and kill more people. Captain Carter took out a pistol without hesitation, opened the safety, and pressed the muzzle of the gun against Dr. Strange's temple. No, no. In the laboratory, America's voice trembled in the glass isolation. Same in the lab. As the current 838 universe, Christine, who supervises the staff of the multi-universe creation, couldn't bear it and said, both, even if the Illuminati decides to execute this Dr. Strange of the 616 universe, at least don't shoot him in front of the child. Bar. Fantastic and Captain Carter exchanged glances. Immediately, Captain Carter stopped shooting, grabbed Dr. Strange by the collar, and dragged him out of the laboratory door. Fantastic pulled out the vibranium buckler from the wall, activated a gravity device, restricted the movement of the magic levitation cloak, and then followed the pace of Captain Carter. No, don't kill him. America was in a hurry to cry, and her fists kept falling on the glass wall, but she couldn't penetrate the dimension like before. Christine stared at the reopened laboratory door, closed her eyes restlessly, and sighed, in this world, no one can interfere with the decision of the Illuminati. Outside the laboratory door, in the corridor, this distance should be enough. Captain Carter put Dr. Strange on the ground, and pointed the dark muzzle of the pistol at him again. Fantastic said sincerely to Dr. Strange, if you kill him with one shot, there won't be any pain. If you want to kill it, there are so many words. Dr. Strange smiled wryly. Just as Captain Carter's finger was on the trigger, ready to press, Charles's voice sounded in his head. She was shocked, and looked at Fantastic at the side. Fantastic also had a look of surprise on his face, apparently hearing Charles's spiritual voice transmission. When Fantastic and Captain Carter brought the bewildered Dr. Strange and America respectively to the main conference hall on the 2nd floor. You can see it when you walk into the main hall. Moto Magician and the Black Captain Marvel were lying unconscious on the ground beside the main hall. Charles was sitting in one of the conference guest chairs, and a young man was sitting high on the main seat in the main hall of the Illuminati conference. The two seemed to be in harmony. Yi Meng. Dr. Strange opened his eyes wide, staring at the young man sitting on the chair in a daze, presenting in reality as a special energy body. The moment Fantastic saw Yi Meng, He seemed to understand his current state from a scientific point of view through his eyes, so he stayed at the door. Doctor, you are still the same, never disappointing people. Yi Meng complained unceremoniously. That, isn't it possible? Doctor Strange also rarely felt ashamed, who would have thought that 1-on-4 would be the winner here, and he failed to escape even 1-on-2. I brought people, exchange hostages. Captain Carter asked in a deep voice. Yi Meng shook his head, the exchange of hostages is just incidental, and you have to pay a greater price to let me let you go. Captain Carter only felt that the other party was too arrogant, so he smiled lightly. Really? She suddenly swung her backhand, threw the vibranium round shield in her hand, and rushed straight to Yi Meng on the main seat. Do not. This time, not only Charles, but even Mr. Fantastic shouted in panic. Too slow. Yi Meng said softly, and raised an energy index finger to touch the vibranium buckler thrown by Captain Carter, then flicked his middle finger, and a small ball of energy exploded in the air in front of him. The vibranium round shield burst into an obvious crack with a mournful cry, and bounced back at a speed dozens of times faster than before. Captain Carter didn't have any room to react, he couldn't even see the buckler clearly, he just felt a hurricane whizzing by. She touched her neck belatedly, feeling the warmth and stickiness of the blood, where there was a shallow mouth cut open by the wind, and a strand of broken hair fell down. Captain Carter looked back, and the vibranium round shield had already penetrated through more than a dozen walls at the rear and flew out of the headquarters building. If the round shield had hit her body just now, it would undoubtedly penetrate as easily as the first wall. Seeing this, both Charles and Mr. Fantastic heaved a sigh of relief. What request? Tell me. Mr. Fantastic bowed his head. At the moment, I also had to bow my head. The moment Mr. Fantastic saw Yi Meng, he knew that even if all 6 members of the Illuminati combined, there was no chance of victory. This is, as he imagined, infinitely close to the form of Quantum Superman. Leave from the Illuminati headquarters. Doctor Strange and America were in a daze, and there was an aftertaste of life on their faces. Thanks to you this time, Yi Meng. If it weren't for you, we would never have come out of there safe and sound. Doctor Strange Stephen spoke sincerely, looking at Yi Meng who was flying in the low sky. You're welcome, I got what I wanted to. Yi Meng blinked, holding a thick mysterious ancient book in his hand. As a magician, when Doctor Strange saw this thick ancient book, he instinctively had an urge to read it, but knowing that it was Yi Meng's spoils of war, he resisted it. The corners of Yi Meng's mouth were slightly raised in joy, and his eyes flashed with lightning of destruction. This time, coming to this 838 Marvel universe, the loot is more than this magic book that is as famous as the Dark God book. That's why he kept his hand before and didn't really kill more members of the Illuminati. At this time, headquarters of the Illuminati, which is cleaning up the tragic battle situation. Did the king of the alien country die? Fortunately, the other 2 survived. Captain Carter said helplessly as he looked at the vibranium buckler with a broken corner. Charles in the wheelchair suddenly said, you should feel lucky. Although he is extremely powerful, he can still negotiate, otherwise we will all die, and the Earth will fall into an undefended crisis. Captain Carter and Mr. Fantastic were unwilling, but they had to admit it. I'll take them to the infirmary. As Mr. Fantastic said, he took out the space transmitter. They didn't realize that at the moment, Mordo Magician and the Black Captain Marvel were lying on the ground, with a virtual yellow shattered light flickering faintly between their brows. As for Charles in the wheelchair, his eyes were deep, and there was a faint yellow light in his eyes. He looked up at the vast night outside the window, and said in spirit, Master, go slowly. Without my instructions, you can just follow your previous positions and actions. Yi Meng of the psychic energy body knocked on the center of his eyebrows with his hand, and replied from the air, yes. Several respectful voices, superimposed together, came through his exclusive spiritual channel. Naturally, Doctor Strange and America didn't notice it. Yi Meng's eyes were playful, holding a book that was similar to the Dark God book but completely different in one hand, and touched the chin formed by the destructive energy with the other hand, and Setsuna's thoughts were like thousands of quiet electric currents. I chose to let go of the rest of the Illuminati members of the 838 universe, not only because they are the superheroes here, nor for the hostage exchange and the magic book in their hands, but for a deeper consideration and an attempt in the future. In the Marvel world, people in one universe cannot stay in another parallel universe for a long time. Even if it passes for a short time, it may cause the 2 parallel universes to collide and die. It's just that Yi Meng thought of other Marvel's ancient evil gods, and Dormammu, the master of the Dark Dimension who had invaded their 618 universe before. They are obviously strong enough, but they still try to get involved in other parallel universes, control other parallel universes in their hands, and transform them into their own dimensional fields. It can also be seen from here that the number of parallel universes they control may be closely related to their power. From this, Yi Meng thought of himself as a mind gem, and the dream rule about Goldfinger that he once speculated about. Every time you enter a dream from the real world and explore in the dream world, you can get the characteristic ability of the avatar. The index of the degree of obtaining the characteristic ability each time is related to the degree of exploration and control in the dream world, as well as the communication and influence with the characters in the dream world. In this case, does exploring and controlling other parallel Marvel universes also count? In the original 616 universe, Yi Meng didn't even control the scope of the Earth, but in the 838 universe, controlling the light will be equivalent to indirectly controlling a field of the Earth. And if the theory in Yi Meng's heart can be successful, then he can control the Illuminati organization of Universe 838 in the same way that Dormammu cultivated believers before in the 616 universe, without affecting the boundary of the two parallel universes. Either way, it's worth trying. If it can be successful. In the future, Yi Meng can also be in the original dimension universe like the evil god and Dormammu, and spread the seeds of faith to other Marvel parallel universes, so as to control more dream worlds. Definitely, he doesn't need to devour other parallel universes like Dormammu, as long as he controls and cultivates the local hero forces, it is equivalent to controlling the dream realm. This is actually not a bad thing for the Illuminati. It seems that more than half of their staff are controlled by Yi Meng's mind. In fact, Yi Meng will not interfere with their minds at all, but only leave seeds of faith in their hearts. After Yi Meng left, they are still the same as before, guarding the Earth of this universe as superheroes. It's just that they will believe and remember in their hearts that they have received the teaching and belief of a god named Yi Meng, who guards this land on behalf of the god. After making mistakes and setbacks, they will silently call the real name of this god, and let him give them the motivation and hope to move on. Fortunately, the projection power of the ancient Doomsday has been reactivated. Yi Meng's eyes flickered with flames. If he only had the power of Defective's mind gem, let alone controlling the Illuminati, he wouldn't even have the combat power of an ordinary hero. And after knocking out Mordo Magician and Black Captain Marvel in the Superman mode of psychic energy, the power of mind gem was just able to invade and plant a psychic imprint. As for Charles, apparently before the negotiation, he also passed out once. Currently, in the Illuminati, 3 members are his believers, more than half. Now, when we return to the original 616 Marvel Universe, we can test the effect. Yi Meng pondered, if the previous theories and attempts can be successful, it is also possible to imprint the minds of Captain Carter and Mr. Fantastic in the future. Not urgent. Beside, Doctor Strange and America were lucky to have escaped from the Illuminati, but Yi Meng was secretly plotting to turn the Illuminati into his followers. They obviously don't think about the problem at one level and magnitude. Yi Meng, how should we go back now? Asked Doctor Strange, away from the Illuminati headquarters. He is also worried that staying in this parallel universe will really lead to the collision of universes mentioned by the Illuminati before. How did you come here? How do you go back? Yi Meng stopped in the air, spread his hands, and looked at America. My ability can only be used in situations of life and death crisis. Feeling Yi Meng's fiery gaze, America blushed and waved her hands quickly. Before, at the end of the Camartage Tower, she had never seen Yi Meng in the mind concept body. Until now, the full outline of the destructive energy really reveals the perfect and vigorous body outline, the handsome facial lines, and the aura and strength that are too reassuring in one's own lineup. This is much more handsome than the unreliable Doctor Strange with grey temples and uncle age. Just as America was thinking of this, she heard Yi Meng say, "Just let me enter your body." What? America's brain was blank, her face was flushed red, as if hot steam was about to rise, she hesitated and couldn't answer. In the end, she clutched her undulating round breasts, gritted her teeth with determination, and said, "Okay, girl, you are definitely thinking too much." Doctor Strange kindly reminded her, and then said seriously, "Yi Meng, you mean by entering her mind and manipulating her body to open the passage back to the original universe dimension?" Yes. Yi Meng nodded. So that's the case. The girl was a little disappointed, and then she patted her chest and said flatly, "Then come on." Yi Meng said softly, "Explain in advance, you have to open your heart and let me in. And if I enter your heart, I will know all your secrets." America, who looks like a Korean girl, blinked and said simply, "Come on. If it weren't for you, we would be dead by now. You can see the memories deep in my heart, and maybe you can help me find the original homeworld. Then I'll start." Now that the other party said so, Yi Meng did not shirk it. The destructive energy on his body continued to dissipate until his body disappeared, and he returned to the previous mental concept body, like a small piece of broken light sinking into the center of a girl's eyebrows. Did it work? Under Doctor Strange's slightly nervous gaze, America closed her eyes, and opened them again quickly. The pupils overflowed with silver light, her demeanor and aura changed. She took a deep breath, holding the divine book in her left hand, suddenly clenched her right hand into a fist, and swung forward firmly. There was only a crisp sound like glass bursting. The void immediately exploded, a huge amount of pentagram hole, layer after layer of shattered through several layers of dimensional barriers of the universe. On the other side is the parallel universe numbered 616, which is also changed from the original sacred timeline, and the Marvel Dream Universe world that Yi Meng arrived in a dream. It really worked. Doctor Strange, who put on the magic levitation cloak, couldn't wait to pass through the pentagram hole in the multi-universe barrier, but just after he passed through and reached the other side of the universe, he felt something was amiss. Doctor Strange raised his head in surprise, and he could see that the arrival area was an unknown extremely cold mountaintop cave. The moment he crossed the boundary through the pentagram hole, two 2-meter-tall black shadows rushed up. Doctor Strange took a closer look, his pupils contracting suddenly. The two-headed creatures stand and move on 2 feet, with strong red and black muscles, and the double horns on the top of the head are like demons, and the powerful dark magic power is lingering around the body. Just as they hunted up like mad wolves, America, controlled by Yi Meng's mind, also passed through the pentagram channel and arrived at the unexpected shore of the moment. Back off. However, before Yi Meng could make a move, a shriek came from the cave on the top of the mountain behind the 2 demonic creatures. The next moment, the 2 demonic creatures that made Doctor Strange's hair stand on end immediately stopped as docile as a puppy. Their heads were almost prostrate on the ground, and their tall and strong demonic bodies, which were as tall as a hill, were sideways. Look ahead. It can be seen that the towering mountaintop cave is full of strange and exquisite spell patterns. The deepest wall statue is a woman with a crown, and there is a square sacrificial platform. On the at-the-moment platform, there is a red-haired beauty with a crown on her head, a beautiful face, a coquettish figure, and a cape on her shoulders, which is highly similar to the wall statue. In front of the platform, there was a man in robes with a bald head. Seeing the return of Doctor Strange and America, he couldn't help but excitedly said, "It's great that you're all fine. King, where is this place?" Doctor Strange asked in surprise. He thought he arrived at the wrong destination, but he didn't expect it to be the 616 universe they were in. Wong smiled wryly and said, "This is Wongada Mountain, where the original Dark Divine Book is located. The previous Dark Divine Book, and even the Dark Divine Book in other parallel universes are all passed down from here." He did not forget to remind, "You and I had better not read the complete Dark Spell. If we are not careful, we will also become believers in the spread of the Dark Divine Book. Little dream, is that you?" Sitting cross-legged on the platform, Wanda in Scarlet Witch costume opened her eyes and looked at America. "It's me." America's body swayed, and a ray of yellow broken light was stripped from it, and regathered into a spiritual conceptual body near the platform. "Great." Wanda's voice sounded almost at the same time as the king's, and even as the king of Sorcerer Supreme, his tone was louder than Wanda's. Wang Qing let out a sigh. He was really scared. If something happened to Yi Meng over there, the world here would be really dangerous. "What happened? Aren't you at home? Why are you here?" Yi Meng looked around curiously. He manipulated America to open multiple channels, and the destination was where Wanda was. Wanda didn't say anything, just took off the crown on her forehead, raised her head slightly, and raised her swan-like white and slender neck. Yi Meng smiled, understood what she meant, flew forward a little, lowered his head and touched his forehead to hers. At the junction between the eyebrows, a bit of cold scarlet meets a ray of warm yellow light. Yi Meng knew immediately what Wanda experienced just now. Suspected Doctor Strange invasion from another parallel universe? The other party burned the Dark Divine Book in Wanda's hand and interrupted the dream magic. The purpose seems to be to make Wanda no longer dream. Therefore, the other party not only knew the dream magic controlled by Wanda, but even used the same dream magic from the Dark God Book. After losing the Dark God Book, Wanda was unable to dream walk. The king took her to the current Wandage Mountain, which is the source of the ability of the multi-universe Dark Divine Book. According to what Wang said, almost no one can climb Wandage Mountain, and it is also because it is guarded by dark demon creatures. Unexpectedly, when Wanda came here, she was directly regarded as the master by the dark demonic creature. Wanda was about to come to the 838 universe through dream magic, and it happened that Yi Meng returned with Doctor Strange and others. Knowing the ins and outs of the changes in the original universe, Yi Meng raised his head and looked at the mural statue similar to Wanda, thinking, "Marvel, the dark throne left by the ancient evil god Sithorn." Obviously, Wanda is an existence that has been chosen long ago. Maybe she was chosen by the evil god when she was a baby, or even earlier. In the depths of the mountaintop cave on Wandago, the throne and the dark power left behind are exclusive to Scarlet Wanda, so no one else can reach it safely. Since it's yours, then accept it. Yi Meng's eyes flickered. Regardless of whether the evil god endowed Wanda with power purely for the purpose of cultivating successors, or for other malicious purposes. If it dares to give, they dare to accept it? Finally, see who suffers. He just got a magical weapon from the 838 universe, which is the nemesis of the Dark Divine Book. Let's settle the matter at hand first. Since the evil god hasn't jumped out yet, Yi Meng doesn't need to search for the other party's whereabouts all over the parallel universe. He does not intend to let go of the potential enemy who previously interrupted Wanda's dream magic, even if the opponent is in another parallel universe dimension. "Since you made a move, you are destined to pay the price?" Wanda seemed to know what he was thinking, and said in a low voice, "I tried it just now, but I couldn't lock the universe where the enemy who attacked us just now was through dream magic. It's okay. We have other interdimensional means." As Yi Meng said, he looked at the girl America who was holding a luminous book. Boom! The dimensional barrier of the parallel universe was broken again, and a silvery pentagram hole appeared, from which the girl America manipulated by Yi Meng jumped out and landed in a dim and dilapidated holy place. Yi Meng glanced sideways, and through the broken glass window inside the holy place, he could see the dilapidated and darker scene outside the holy place. Numerous architectural scenes hung upside down and shattered in the air, and gusts of dim winds swept and annihilated everything. Outside the holy place, there is no one there, and the world that can no longer see the original appearance of the earth seems to have died out and cut off its vitality. This is how two parallel universes have begun to collide. Yi Meng came to a sudden You actually came to your door on your own initiative? You still have the Book of Emperor Waishan. Here, on the second floor of the holy place, a Doctor Strange, who was surrounded by a strong dark aura, turned his head, and opened a third kind of evil and strange expression on his forehead. Eyes, fixedly staring at the girl. Sure enough. Your target is me. No, more precisely, it is America. Yi Meng shrugged and gestured to the book in his hand. You want this book too? He had already thought of it. The only one who can invade the zombie Doctor Strange through dream magic is Doctor Strange. In front of him is another parallel universe, Doctor Strange, who also fell into the Dark Realm just like the 838 universe 5 years ago. It's a pity that in this parallel universe, there is no light to stop the Dark Doctor Strange. The two parallel universes have collided and there is no room for rescue. Give it to me, I want you. I will look for the most perfect universe and get everything I want. The Dark Doctor Strange had a ferocious face, looking at Yi Meng. He was about to cast various spells. It has ended. Yi Meng ignored him, and directly manipulated America to turn around, leaving the pentagram hole behind her. Don't even think about leaving here. The Dark Doctor Strange thought that Yi Meng wanted to escape, so he chased after him, and after a few steps, he saw a woman's slender right hand protruding from the hole in the pentagram channel, and the white palm turned scarlet towards him. Do not. The Dark Doctor Strange suddenly realized something. His 3 eyes widened suddenly, but when he saw the scarlet magic power, he had already lost the meaning of resisting and running away. The next moment, boom! No magic or magical weapon could stop it. The crazily surging scarlet tide annihilated everything, broke through and disassembled the entire dark and decayed holy place, and buried the Dark Doctor Strange of this universe before the two parallel universes were completely annihilated. Marvel Dreamland. Number 616 Universe World, Earth, France, Yi Meng and Wanda's apartment. Inside the cabin on the second floor, there is a fixed portal in the corner of the main hall, which is handcrafted by Camartage, a magician family on Earth, and it is fixed and permanently connected to several boundary areas. At the moment, the fixed portal is closed. In the shower room, the sound of water dripping, the steaming heat made the glass door blurred, and the outline of a snow-white and moving figure inside was faintly visible. Xiao Meng, help me take down the towel. The glass door swung open a gap, and a small white hand dripping with water hooked its fingers outward. Coming. A dry towel, with the breath of sunshine, floated over from the balcony out of thin air, and entered directly through the gap in the shower room. Wanda exclaimed, and then let out a burst of cheerful laughter, and there was another sound of splashing and splashing in the shower. Soon after bathing all over, Wanda, with the fragrance of soap, still took off the evil and domineering crown uniform when she was the Scarlet Witch, and put on a set of light pink long-sleeved home pajamas, matching her natural beauty when she just got out of the bath. With smooth, dark blonde hair, the slightly curly waist reveals a slender waist, and the white tender feet are kicking a pair of ordinary slippers, no different from the ordinary girl next door. Putting it on the street outside, no one would believe it. She just slapped to death another Dark Doctor Strange with peak combat power in the Marvel parallel universe. Definitely. This contrast is cute, and only Yi Meng can understand it. Wanda, let's confirm the spoils this time. From the conceptual body of the shattered mind gem, Yi Meng was enriched with some destructive energy, and the raging flames burned into the outline of the body, and the flashing electric current outlined the details of the appearance. He emerged out of thin air from the low air in the main hall, sitting on the sofa in the cabin on the second floor. Okay. Wanda clasped her hands together, leaned against the sofa next to her, and looked at the several items on the table. This sudden incident caused by America and the Dark God Book made Yi Meng and Wanda go to the 838 numbered universe. Judging from the spoils, they are undoubtedly the biggest winners of this incident. First loot. It is an ancient book similar to the Dark Divine Book, except that the breath of the book is completely different from the Dark Divine Book, and the cover of the book is faintly glowing with the sacred light of day. The Book of Emperor Waishan. Yi Meng's gaze was full of inquiry. This is a magical object brought back from the 838 universe during the final negotiation with the Illuminati. In terms of value, it can be compared with the Dark Divine Book. This magic book is also a key prop for defeating Thanos in the 838 universe using non-infinity gauntlet methods. Wanda reached out and picked up the Book of Waishandi. Wanda, you try to read the content, be careful. Yi Meng reminded, put his hand on Wanda's shoulder, and passed the power of the broken heart. Although he doesn't think that a magic book alone can hurt Wanda, who has obtained the true Book of the Dark God and the inheritance of the throne of the evil god. But after all, Emperor Waishan is as famous as the ancient evil god Sithorn, or even surpassed, and his power is unfathomable. His spells and creations affect countless Marvel parallel universes. Facing the objects left by this multi-level existence, it is always right to be cautious. Wanda nodded, her jewel-like beautiful eyes were dignified, and the darker scarlet magic power lingered on her body. She stretched out her hand to open the Book of Emperor Waishan. The moment the magic book was opened, a mass of pure white light glowed from the book, and the dark magic power on Wanda's body melted like snowflakes meeting the sun. This magic book is resisting Wanda and trying to fight against the dark power on Wanda. Yi Meng really felt this. Ignoring the violent reaction of the Waishan Emperor's book in his hand, the lingering darkness on Wanda dissipated, and poured out endlessly from his body, and continued to turn the next page while maintaining elegance and calmness. After turning several pages in a row, Wanda suddenly turned to the end of the book, and then closed the magic book again and again. The book of Emperor Waishan was closed, and the white light on it disappeared. Nothing unusual happened to me. Yi Meng looked around. He not only protected Wanda's mind with Mind Gem's ability just now, but also covered the book of Sandy and the entire room with telepathy. He didn't perceive the detection of thoughts from other universes. Wanda's eyes still fell on the cover of Waishan Emperor's book, and said softly, "This book records all Waishandi's white magic. Compared with the Dark Divine book, which only has offensive and intrusive spells, this Waishan the Emperor's book is all defensive white magic, and most of them are defensive magic against black magic. It's about the same as I guessed." Yi Meng nodded, giving his own judgment. This book is the absolute nemesis of the Dark Divine book. Wanda put the book of Emperor Waishan back on the table. Yes. After studying the Dark Divine book, you cannot practice the magic on the book of Waishan. The ability characteristics counteract each other. In other words, this magic book is useless to Wanda, and it will be harmful. Yi Meng thought about it. Wanda can't use this book, and it's impossible to spread it so that others can learn the magic against Wanda. However, it is the anti-nemesis of the Dark Divine book, and he will try to practice and master it for this in the future. The Marvel Dream World, since the end of the Sacred Timeline, has successfully evolved from a monolithic universe to a multi-universe. Yi Meng doesn't think that he and Wanda are invincible now. Second trophy. The eyes of Yi Meng and Wanda fell on the table at the same time. There was also a golden fire plate that was like a holy grail, and there was a little bit of mysterious flame in the mouth of the fire plate. This is the magic weapon that Yi Meng chose as a reward from the holy place in New York in the current universe after recovering Doctor Strange. Its name is Bogolias Brazier. Yi Meng still remembers the heartache and pity in his eyes as the new king of Sorcerer Supreme when he chose this magic weapon. "Wanda, you can accept this, it will definitely help you," Yi Meng said firmly. In fact, many magic tools now have little effect on the level of Scarlet Wanda. And this, relying on his knowledge of Marvel, selected a magic weapon that is suitable and useful to Wanda. "Since Xiao Meng sent it, I will accept it." Wanda didn't care what magic weapon it was, and happily held the fire plate in her arms. Next, Yi Meng and Wanda continued to count the spoils of this interdimensional battle. Also, a chance to enter Camartage's library, fixed portals from Camartage, authentic copies of the Dark God Book and the Dark Throne. In addition, the seeds of faith planted on more than half of the members of the Illuminati. I tried it just now. Even through the barriers of the parallel universe, I can communicate through the voice of the heart. This should be regarded as indirect control of the local area. Now we'll see how the corresponding ability feedback goes when we return to the real world. Thinking of this, Yi Meng couldn't help being in a daze. He is still in the dream stage, which means that the self in the real world has not really died, but is in a state of suspended animation. Now, he is able to guide the projection power of the ancient Doomsday. Does it mean that the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday in the DC universe is also not dead? Didn't the incarnation of DC's ancient Doomsday really die? Yi Meng recalled the familiar calling voice he heard when trying to call the anchor of the DC universe in the 838 numbered universe. Even now, in the Marvel Dreamland, he is actually using the projection power that belongs to the ancient Doomsday. All of this shows that the incarnation of the DC Dream World, the ancient Doomsday that was pierced through the chest by a kryptonite spear, also did not really die. Be aware of this. Yi Meng is obviously the incarnation of Mind Gem, but he became more and more absent-minded. He faintly saw the border of the dream, and familiar voices sounded again. They only have one title, that is, King, King, King. "My lord, I'm still waiting for you here on the bronze throne." The ethereal and persistent voice came from another world, not any one of the parallel universes in the Marvel Dreamland, but a more distant independent world. A strange feeling similar to dream walking arose spontaneously from the bottom of Yi Meng's heart. He suddenly wanted to answer the call and looked down at their heads again. "Xiao Meng, Xiao Meng." On the sofa in the living room, Wanda's beautiful eyes widened while holding the magic fire pot, watching the young man's energy body change from deep to shallow, disappearing out of thin air. Little dream. Wanda's eyes flashed with pitch-black scarlet, and the hand that was also lingering with scarlet reached out to Yi Meng, who was fading from a trance, but it was also caught by the origin magic power. Disappeared. Wanda froze, and passed her hand across the sofa area where Yi Meng was sitting just a moment ago. Once again, she couldn't perceive the existence of Yi Meng in this world. Unknown world. Squeak. The door of the mansion, which had been closed for an unknown amount of time, reopened. A plump woman with a silver crown and silver scale armor, silver hair like water grass, and a golden trident on her back walked in. Looking at the empty, dark, and dusty main hall on the first floor of the mansion, the woman in silver armor fell silent. After standing there for a long time, the woman in silver armor finally seemed to be unable to bear it any longer. She carried the golden trident weapon on her back, and skillfully entered the utility room on the first floor, took out brooms, mops, rags, buckets, and detergent, etc. Put a bucket of water in the bathroom and start cleaning carefully from the stairs on the first floor. Her cleaning process was extremely skillful, fast and clean, and the steps were as bright as new in a short while, and under the firelight coming in from the window, they were lifted up like heavenly steps. But only a few people understand that the meaning of existence here is far greater than the heavenly ranks, and the real Supreme once lived there. The woman in silver armor stood in the main hall on the first floor with a golden trident on her back, a mop, and a rag, and looked up at the upper floor in ecstasy. Obviously, he wanted to leave here desperately before, thinking that all he left behind were painful memories and experiences of enduring humiliation. It's just why looking back now, only deep nostalgia remains, and at this moment, an ethereal, immature, powerful voice sounded in the silver armor woman's mind with spiritual deterrence. This is not where you came from, Atlanta. Hearing the familiar long-lost voice, Atlanta was both surprised and definitely felt right, and said excitedly, Xiao Huahua, so you've been staying here all this time. Shut up, Xiao Huahua is not something you can shout. Atlanta was silent for a moment. What are you doing back here? You have given up everything here just like everyone else. Atlanta remained silent. Yes, she gave up that king earlier than anyone else. Atlanta said sincerely, Cam, this place is very dangerous, come with me to the refuge base established by the Tibetan Sea in the center of the earth. They have transformed the entire metropolis into their own territory, and they will cover here in a few days. Let's go, this is my only home, I won't go anywhere. The ethereal and immature voice said here, and whispered, I want to stay, wait until. Atlanta shouted, however, the king is already dead. He was killed by Superman with a kryptonite spear a year ago. He is no longer here? Half a year ago, Batman and the others even tried to revive him through the mother box, but even his body can't be found, not even a single trace of his existence can be found. Shut up, you don't understand at all, I am the remnant of the king's existence. The childish voice seemed to laugh and cry, and then became angry and indifferent. If you don't leave, I will regard you as an intruder and kill you. I see. Atlanta knew that she couldn't and was not qualified to persuade Kime. She took a deep look at the main hall of the mansion, as if trying to burn the scene into her mind. Then, she turned and walked towards the main entrance on the first floor. And many more. Just as Atlanta was about to open the door and leave, the ethereal and immature voice asked, Atlanta, have you ever regretted it? Atlanta paused. She took a deep breath, let it out a little bit, and finally said with a sad smile, I regret it more than anyone else, so now I am destined to pay the price. She suddenly pushed open the main entrance of the mansion, and what came into view was the burning gray sky. At the end of the field of vision, over the sky of the metropolis, a group of alien jets made of black metal could be faintly seen, and huge searchlights swept over from a distance. Her body and mind suddenly went from relaxed to tense, and Atlanta pulled her hood to hold down her silver hair, sprinted and jumped into the lake next to the mansion, and quickly dived towards the forest. Metropolis, once the most prosperous port city. Looking around, there is devastation everywhere, and the skyscrapers that once stood in ruins are turned into ruins, just like the civilized residence that humans have abandoned for many years. Billowing smoke and ashes soared into the sky, covering the sky so that no sunlight could fall. Whoosh! More than a dozen red-eyed black shadows more than 2 meters high flapped their wings at high speed and passed by at high speed, rounding up a young girl with blonde hair and wearing tights. The cloak was fluttering, the young girl was clutching her left shoulder, obviously injured, she was gnashing her teeth and speeding out to break through. The sound barrier exploded. For a while, the red-eyed black shadow monster behind couldn't catch up with her, but it didn't take much distance to hang tightly behind her. At this moment, in the distance, several laser beams from alien spaceships shot towards the face. The blonde girl who was looking back was unable to dodge, and flipped back a few times after being hit by the laser beams. The red-eyed monster who was chasing the most closely swung its claws, and slapped her hard on the back of the heart. The girl let out a pained grunt, fell obliquely from a height of 100 meters, crashed into a pile of building ruins, and continued to roll in the dilapidated urban area where there was no one there. Finally, she bumped into a stone monument that seemed to have once been the center of the square. The steel was cracked, but not broken. The girl struggled to support her beautiful body with one hand. While feeling the pain and struggling, she couldn't help being surprised when she saw the word Superman appearing on the stone tablet in front of her. It turned out that I came to this place unknowingly, where Superman killed the Doomsday calamity. It's just that, no matter how the excited people thought at the time, it was also the prelude to the real end of the world, and Superman was also the day when her cousin went insane. Kayla struggled to get up from the ground again, but in the next moment, more than a dozen red-eyed black shadows descended from the sky, surrounding her and the stone tablet. The girl kept panting, feeling that she had little physical strength left, her injuries were still unhealed, and there were still a number of super demons. She smiled wryly, is this also my burial place? I haven't rescued Carl yet, I don't want to die in the same place as the monster. She didn't know how to complain, but she puffed up her cheeks cheerfully, her eyes were clear and firm, even though she was unwilling, she already had the consciousness to die. Just when more than a dozen super demons were about to rush forward. Click! The sound of cracking clearly sounded from the chanting steel near behind the girl. It was not an attack by others, but more like a stone tablet shattered and collapsed by itself, and energy and life fluctuations appeared inside without warning. Kayla looked back in shock, just in time for a bone-like hand to protrude from the stone tablet and land on her shoulder. Suddenly, a human palm with gray and white exoskeleton lines was placed on the shoulder. The girl who was in a state of battle and determined to die was shocked, but what made her even more surprised was that this big hand had an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if it had been felt somewhere before. The body didn't even have the instinct to resist and fight back immediately. So, after a moment of astonishment, the girl Kayla hurriedly turned around and looked back along her arm. At the moment, the 3-meter steel praising Superman's great achievements in killing the Doomsday disaster was completely shattered and collapsed, revealing a male body nearly 1.9 meters tall. The young man has short hair as ice white as frost and snow. Under the silver hair is a handsome and tough oriental face, and the figure cut by the golden ratio is even more perfect. It is like muscles made of steel cast under a tight uniform, showing the robust lines that come out are impeccable. Judging from his age, he was only in his early 20s, unusually young. What made Kayla stunned was not the superior and perfect appearance and figure of the strange young man, but the all-black battlesuit of the same style as her on the other party's body, but it was only a men's style, with the S pattern that symbolizes the hope of their Al family on the chest. The Kryptonian upper and lower tights and cape are all black. This is a home style. All black is more suitable for absorbing and converting solar energy, but unfortunately there is obviously no sunlight now. You, of the same race. Kayla opened her slightly pale mouth and asked in surprise. Hearing her words, the young man with one hand on her raised his eyes with confusion and bewilderment as if he had just woken up. Isn't he in the Marvel dream world, counting the loot with Wanda? Did I wake up? Back to the real world. Yi Meng raised his eyes in surprise, but what caught his eyes was a young blonde girl, about 15 years old, who was supposed to be at the age for schooling, but ended up with injuries all over her body, wearing a dark Kryptonian battlesuit. Since it is a woman's dress, the lower body is a knee-length skirt that is integrated with the top, and the slender legs are wrapped in black silk and put on a pair of dark red long combat boots. At the moment, there are also large and small damages on the black silk, revealing some fair and delicate skin, which is not seductive when wet with sweat and blood. Definitely, Yi Meng's focus is not on this. Kryptonian? In the real world, have Kryptonians invaded and traveled over? How are Tifa and the others doing now? Yi Meng has not yet figured out the status quo. At this moment, the blood-stained white palm of the Kryptonian girl shook anxiously in front of his eyes. Hey, big brother of the same clan, this is not the time to be in a daze. You are a super demon, you and I will try our best to break through. Brother of the same family? Super demon? Yi Meng glanced around. Besides him and the girl, there were 13 monsters with a uniform height of 2 meters and 1 height. This kind of monster has a cold and hot killing red light in its eyes. Its bald and hairless body is made like a machine. There are 2 pairs of jet black dragonfly wings behind it, and it is covered with thin and ferocious metal armor. These are demons. Yi Meng felt that the long memory was triggered a second time. Many years ago, in the DC universe, when Steppenwolf invaded the Earth, he, who had not yet fully controlled the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday, destroyed the alien spaceship and directly wiped out a ship of demon-like soldiers. It's just that the monsters called super demons by the girl in front of them are not quite the same as the weak monsters seen through the perspective. They are obviously stronger and stronger, with abundant biological power and energy on their bodies, and their eyes are more crazy and bloodthirsty. The gene chain in their bodies carries the mutation of the familiar Kryptonian gene, and the aura of each head is almost comparable to that of ordinary hunters on Mars. No wonder, the number of a dozen heads can push a Superman girl from the Kryptonian civilization to a desperate situation. Chi-Chi? 13 super demon-like eyes flashed crimson, their wings fluttered, and their bloody mouths that were glowing ferociously opened, staring at the 2. Dark side hail. They are both crazy and fanatical, soldiers and believers. The low growl pierces gold and cracks rocks. If ordinary people are nearby, they may not directly rupture their eardrums. Kayla is obviously very familiar with the habits of super demons. Her face changed immediately, and she said loudly, "They are about to start hunting? Big brother of the same clan, listen to me, let's break through together." The words did not fall. A hurricane erupts nearby. With Kayla's super dynamic vision, she could only see a black shadow flashing in front of her eyes. The mysterious young man who should have been standing behind had already arrived in front of a super demon. The super demon paused for a moment, then sneered in response, and quickly hugged the young man with its gray and black thick arms. Too impulsive. Seeing this, Kayla screamed anxiously in her heart, and was about to step forward to help. She has fought against tough alien soldiers like super demons more than 1,000 times, and she knows that what they are best at is to let their companions act as meat shields, and fight frantically in exchange for wounds, so that other companions can kill each other. She also knew that if the youth who belonged to the Kryptonian family died, it would be impossible for her wounded self to escape from the hands of more than a dozen super demons. But the next moment, before the super demon's arms could be closed and hugged tightly, they were suddenly split into 2 halves from head to buttocks. The muscles, bones and flesh in the middle were all severed, and they were torn into 2 abruptly. Kayla stared straight at the young man who casually threw the 2 super demon-like bodies on the ground. Even though she was also from Kryptonian, she was shocked that was a super demon, with a pseudo-man of steel monster physique. Laugh. Seeing this, the other 12 super demons were astonished and even more frantic. They all spread their wings and lifted the dust storm, and rushed towards Yi Meng with all their teeth and claws. For Darkseid. They screamed, one after another, swarming up like a doomsday frenzy. However, what the super demons don't know is that the real doomsday lies ahead. Boom! A wave of air exploded from the ground under his feet, and Yi Meng soared into the sky, piercing the chest of the frontmost super demon with a punch. Afterwards, the fist that broke the sound barrier continued to be unstoppable, connecting the super demon-like body that flew over from the other end in series. With his other hand, he spread 5 fingers, crushed a super demon's claw, and lifted the opponent's skull. The hurricane caused blood to splash out from the body, and it splashed hundreds of meters away. At low altitude, the storm tore and blew wherever it passed. Yi Meng's right foot twitched like a magic whip at the same time, kicking another super demon in half, and the sole of his foot followed the trend to step down the head of a super demon into his chest. He jumped to a higher scarlet-black sky, and the super demons swarming him continued to fall, blood-staining a trajectory to the sky. The sonic boom is like firecrackers during Chinese New Year in the East, without stopping. Kayla completely forgot about the injuries and pains on her body. Her small mouth was opened to the maximum, forming a shiny O shape, and her eyes followed the mighty Yi Meng who was soaring into the sky. Until the last super demon was headed off by him, the ferocious head was completely turned into a cloud of blood mist, and the headless corpse was thrown into the distance like a kite with broken strings. Above the ruins, the black cloak fluttered, and he was the only one standing alone in the sky. Whoosh! Several laser beams shot from the sky above the other end of the metropolitan port, spanning several kilometers between Setsuna, and locked onto Yi Meng who flew to the sky 100 meters above. Destroying 13 superhuman monsters forcefully, Yi Meng looked at the city below, and while he was in a trance, glanced in the direction of the laser beam. His eyes were burning with hot and violent red flames, as well as the sacred and mysterious golden electricity, intertwined and condensed into energy rays on the pupils, and the energy line of sight glanced forward and shot out. The laser beams in the midair were sliced by the thermal line of sight, and the alien spaceship floating above the metropolitan port was also cut apart several kilometers away. Boom! The alien spaceship exploded into a mass of huge amounts of fireballs, like a second sun, sinking into the shallow sea near the coast, and the second explosion blasted waves of turbulent waves. The girl's fair and delicate face was bright red by the light of the fire, and Kayla was fascinated for a moment. She was sure that it was definitely the most beautiful scene she had ever seen in her life. Turn out to be. Destroying things can also be so gorgeous and amazing, making people feel excited and hopeful. Yi Meng who flew to the sky did not bother to destroy the sunken alien spaceship, he really just glanced at it just now. At the moment, he stared blankly at the ground below, and looked up at the more distant city border. Here, not the real world. He has not woken up from the dream, but has arrived in another dream world different from the Marvel dream. That's right, even though it is devastated at first glance, a scene of Doomsday ruins. But Yi Meng still recognized it. Isn't it the Metropolis port, the city in the DC dream world? Call? With strong winds surging, Yi Meng fell back to the ground from a height of 100 meters, and landed in front of the girl. He thought this Kryptonian girl looked familiar just now. Looking back now, the other party was the girl in the dormant cabin of the one-person spaceship that he brought out from the Phantom Zone that he fell into for a short time when he wiped out the Kryptonian warship that descended on DC Earth. I remember, because I was not interested in life on Krypton, I threw it to Superman Clark. The Metropolis is empty now, and it's just through her to find out what happened in the DC world during his disappearance from this dream world. Yi Meng looked at the Kryptonian girl and was about to ask. Unexpectedly, the Krypton girl hugged him suddenly, her feet were jumping happily, her dirty white face was flushed, and she said excitedly and adoringly, "Brother Krypton, you are too powerful. That's 10 3 heads, a squad of super demon soldiers, you killed them all at once. Brother Krypton." Yi Meng was startled, looked down at his own body, and suddenly understood. Unexpectedly, when he was reborn as the ancient Doomsday and returned to the DC Dreamland, his body has tended to the human appearance of the real-world self. Definitely. If the real power of the ancient Doomsday is used, it is estimated that the battle form of the Bone Spur monster will still appear, just like the Doomsday Superman mode in the real world. It's just that just now, facing more than a dozen demon-like monsters, there was no way to make the ancient Doomsday incarnation serious, not even a warm-up. Yi Meng completely understood. At first he was revived as the Doomsday Superman, and thought that his consciousness had returned to the real world, but now he feels that this body is clearly much stronger than his real self. The power of the real Superman, inherited from the ability characteristic of the ancient Doomsday in the dream, is less than half, and it can be regarded as the Doomsday Superman of the youth standard version. And now in the DC Dreamland, he obviously passed the Kryptonite death level based on the ancient Doomsday incarnation, and successfully metamorphosis into a truly high-end version of Doomsday Superman. Human appearance, Superman's strength, and the Kryptonian battlesuit of the Al family on his body, he really looks like an out-and-out Kryptonian now, making it impossible to associate the ancient Doomsday monsters with him. Seeing Yi Meng's strange expression, Kayla suddenly realized something. Her face changed slightly and she guessed. Could it be that you are younger than me? Kayla blinked and said, "It's really possible. After all, I have been dormant in the Phantom Zone for more than 10 years, and my real age is more than 10 years older than it should be now. I think it's still my age." Yi Meng replied. In this dream world, according to age, he has more than 18 generations of ancestors in the Kryptonian civilization, and even adopted Superman when he was a baby. Then let me call you Big Brother. Although I have never seen you on Kryptonian civilization, you should also be a member of our Al family. Kayla hasn't met anyone of her own race for a long time. When she met the third surviving Kryptonian in the world, she opened her mouth and said to herself, Why did you come out of the steel? By the way, it was to avoid the forces of Darkseid. Search, they have been afraid and want to clear our Kryptonian lineage. Has her imagination always been this good? Yi Meng smiled. Avoid Darkseid? He once, but wanted to take the initiative to open the mother box and kiss the apocalypse star. However, now it seems that there is no need for that. Yi Meng raised his head and looked towards the inner city of the metropolis. A dozen miles away, alien spaceships hung over the city, as if they were fixed. His blood began to boil, even if he began to look towards the Superman metamorphosis of Doomsday. As an ancient Doomsday, he still longed for fighting and destruction. This is a characteristic engraved in his bones and genes? Kayla obviously didn't know what Yi Meng was thinking, and hurriedly grabbed his hand and said, the reinforcements from Apocalypse will arrive soon. Let's leave here first and retreat to the nearest shelter. She pulled it down, and found it difficult to pull the young man who seemed to be standing on the ground, but was actually suspended in the low air above the surface. Follow me, quick. The girl did not give up, and continued to say sincerely, my name is Kayla Al, let alone the Earth now, in the entire universe, maybe we are the only 3 surviving Kryptonians. Yi Meng nodded. No one knows this better than him. After all, it is him who makes Kryptonians an endangered species in the DC universe. So, we should support it together? Contribute to the reproduction and growth of the Kryptonian population in the future. Although Yi Meng knew that the girl didn't mean that, but this sentence originally is very problematic. Kayla looked at Yi Meng sincerely, and said sincerely, come with me. It's dangerous here, go to the shelter with me. Yi Meng pondered for a while, and said, my name is Yi Meng. Okay, brother. Kayla was elated, and took Yi Meng's hand. This time it really pulled, and Yi Meng flew up with her and left towards the port side. The high-altitude wind roared, and both of them broke the sound barrier. Yi Meng glanced at the girl who trusted him very much, and thought to himself, a refuge, then let's confirm the current situation of this world in detail, and then decide what to do. Under the appearance of a human being, he has some emotions of his real self, but his heart is still the ancient ruined day. Facing the scene of the Earth being invaded and ruined, he has no pity or regret. After all, this is a reasonable phenomenon for the weak to prey on the strong. It's just that now, the truly strong side of the world is back. Yi Meng will observe and understand, and then take into account reality and dreams to make a decision, and that decision will definitely change this DC Earth, and it will also change this universe. At the moment, with a face full of joy and hope for the future again, she thought she had met Kayla, the Kryptonian girl in her heart. Naturally, she didn't know that she was bringing a disaster that might be more terrifying than Apocalypse to seek refuge. Placed not long after Yi Meng left with Kayla, a group of black clouds came from the central city of the metropolis, and soon enveloped the sky of the port square. After pausing for a few seconds above the square, it began to fall towards the ground where the square was originally located. The air roared and the wind whipped. Black clouds fell beside the scattered demon-like corpses, scattered all over the ground. That's not a cloud, but a super demon flying with wings fluttering. It's just that there are too many of them, more than 100 of them, gathered together and travel together like black clouds. The eyes of hundreds of super demons also shone with terrifying crimson pupils, but at the moment their ferocious and terrifying faces were full of respect, and they suddenly made way for a passage to both sides, and a man in a suit walked out of it. A tall and thin figure in a black hooded cloak, surrounded by hundreds of super demons. He raised his head slowly, revealing his wrinkled and dry face under the hood, gray-black complexion, and deeply sunken eye sockets, making those deep and indifferent eyes even colder. As one of Darkseid's most powerful subordinates, Doomsday briefly glanced at the previous battle area, and basically analyzed what happened just now. 13 mutant demon soldiers, plus a combat alien spaceship, are suspected to be killed by a single entity. There are bloodstains of non-demonoids on the ground. It seems that the other party was also injured. Such an ability happened in this area. Desert pondered, and quickly sneered, it should be the Kryptonian girl left behind on this planet's civilization. After all, the other party is also a habitual offender, and from time to time there will be traces of the other party's appearance reported by demon-like soldiers and alien spaceships. Among them, Metropolis, Gotham City, New York and other places have the most traces. It's just that this time the opponent actually wiped out a demon-like investigation team, which is not normal. Has that Kryptonian girl become stronger again? Desert thought for a while, his old face became more solemn, and he took out a metal box from his bosom. He let the metal box float in front of him, raised his hands, and called out to the Supreme Being. Soon, the metal box melted in the air, and the metal liquid condensed into half of the burly and strong body of the ancient god. His face was calm and majestic, and his eyes were faintly shining with a red light that seemed to be able to penetrate the soul of oblivion. Doomsday, Master. Doomsday bowed his head respectfully, not daring to look directly at the king, and hundreds of super demon-like soldiers beside him knelt down on one knee. Then, Doomsday briefly stated what happened here, and concluded cautiously, being able to kill 13 demon-like soldiers, even though they were injured, this ability should not be underestimated. He paused, and continued to speak hoarsely. Kryptonians have amazing potential, especially on the Earth with a yellow sun. After all, they will be troublesome. Master, I think that we can't let the other party grow any longer. We can give the other party some respect and pinch them in advance. Eliminate any signs of endangering the Apocalypse Star. I see. The Supreme King nodded, and said calmly and forcefully, I will let him go there, it just so happens, they are of the same clan. He? Kryptonian girl's kin? De Saddle suddenly felt sure, and squeezed out a smile, yes, master. Outside the metropolis, about 500 kilometers. An uninhabited plateau mountain range, at a depth of 500 meters underground. Hoo-hoo. Yi Meng and Kayla, a girl carrying a van on her shoulders, circled the mountains, rivers, and rift valleys with 9 twists and 18 turns, and finally landed in front of the hidden entrance of a natural cave, and a cloud of sand and dust storms gently swayed away. Yi Meng glanced briefly, and there were several cameras at the hidden cave entrance, as well as a series of hidden thermal weapon turrets. As soon as the two arrived here, armed men dressed as soldiers of the human army came out to welcome them, and the girls in the women's Kryptonian battlesuit uniforms all showed excited expressions. It's Kayla. It's female Superman. Kayla is back. Great, the female Superman returned from the outside safe and sound. They cheered happily, and quickly noticed Yi Meng, who was wearing the same battlesuit next to Kayla, and they couldn't help asking curiously, Female Superman, is it a survivor you brought back from outside? He is my elder brother. The girl smiled sweetly. Huh. The armed men were all stunned. Female Superman's eldest brother? They know that even the former Superman is just the female Superman's cousin. Without waiting for the armed personnel to ask more questions. Okay, let's go in first. They should be waiting too. The girl said carelessly, carrying the van weighing several tons on her slender arms, striding towards the underground cave. Yi Meng followed, almost walking in side by side. Passing through the dark and narrow natural cave corridors, the eyes suddenly open up. Looking around, the depths of the cave seem to be hollowed out, with a height of 100 meters, a length and width of more than a kilometer, and dozens of lighting lamps hanging on the dome. Under the bright daylight, countless simple tents built on the spot were densely packed, and there were also various tanks and cars gathered together, all of which were crowded with more human beings. Under the 500-meter plateau rift here, there are more than 10,000 human beings living here. It's just that these humans may have lived underground for a long time, coupled with malnutrition. No matter the elderly, children, men or women, their faces are pale and bloodless, their eye sockets are sunken and black, their spirits are extremely depressed, and their bodies are basically emaciated. Repeatedly worn and washed clothes ragged. When Kayla, wearing the Kryptonian women's battlesuit, walked into the cave with the van on one hand, the louder cheers erupted here than at the entrance just now. The female Superman is back. It's a female Superman. Thousands of asylum seekers who were not asleep rushed out of tents and vehicles. Looking at the youthful, beautiful, and radiant young girl, they seemed to see the gods who benefited the world. The dim eyes were bright again, and the thin and pale faces were full of smiles. They all crowded around the girl as the center. A few dirty little girls squeezed out of the crowd, opened their bright eyes, and asked the girl with concern, Sister Kayla, are you okay? I'm a female Superman, I'm definitely fine. Kayla raised her clean chin proudly, said definitely. She reached out and touched the girl's head, then put down the van she was carrying. Get out of the way. Hey whoosh. The heavy van trembled. Through the windshield, it can be seen that the carriages and seats are stuffed with all kinds of food, ranging from snacks to noodles and rice. The eyes of the thousands of refugees surrounding them were full of eagerness, but they held back, knowing that the food must be distributed in detail. Kayla lightly jumped into the van. She almost died outside just now. Facing the refugees, she smiled confidently and said, Don't worry, everyone. Our food reserves are enough. Even if it's not enough, I will continue to go out and collect. Therefore, Yi Meng also understood why Kayla appeared alone in the metropolis port occupied by the power of the Apocalypse Star civilization. I also understand why Kayla washed the blood on her body by the river just now, and then carried the vehicle full of food regardless of her injuries. What is being carried here is clearly the lives of tens of thousands of surviving human beings in a shelter. Although as the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday, he would probably never show mercy to others in his entire life. But Yi Meng can still understand that this kind of quality and spirit that Homelander does not have in reality is exclusive to superheroes. Female Superman. Female Superman. Female Superman. Thousands of refugees gathered together and cheered. At the moment, 15-year-old female Superman Kayla is their god. Yi Meng retreated to a corner of the shelter. He closed his eyes, and could hear the voices of tens of thousands of survivors here, all of which were methodically analyzed and summarized in his brain. A ray of yellow broken light flowed out from between the eyebrows, connected with the intelligence system in the refuge, and learned more information. The current DC world is 2011, approaching winter? Previously known as the ancient avatar of Doom, he originally arrived on Earth in 1980 with baby Superman and became a legend of Earth's Doomsday disaster. Then, after 30 years, in 2010, he was stabbed through the chest by a kryptonite spear, and he is still dead. That is to say, during the period when he was disconnected from the DC dream, this world is the same as the Marvel dream, and time continues to pass, and a full year has passed. I learned from the conversation with Kayla along the way just now, as well as the shelter information here. A week after his death, Black Adam declared himself king in the empire on which the sun never sets, and broke away from the European Union, announcing that he would rule the entire world. The whole world was in an uproar. Another month later, civil strife is on the rise in the world, and alien disasters are coming. Hundreds of warships from the Apocalypse Star civilization spread all over the world, suppressing every important city. Even Black Adam, who tried to rule the world in vain, turned to join the Earth Alliance, trying to fight against the forces of the Apocalypse Star. However, the Earth Alliance army, which is equivalent to the power of all mankind, was completely defeated in less than half a day. Big defeat, one defeat after another, no power to fight back. Under the fire of the Apocalypse Star warship, more than half of the big countries and cities were turned into purgatory ruins, and the remaining half was also occupied, and began to be transformed into a site suitable for the Apocalypse Star civilization. In less than a year, the number of human beings in the world has dropped by 90%, and the remaining less than 10% have hid in underground shelters around the world. Humans on Earth began to struggle to survive. After 1 year, the food reserves in many refuges are basically insufficient, but apart from the existence of heroes like the female Superman, how can ordinary people get food from the outside world full of super demon patrols? After understanding the current situation of DC's dream world, Yi Meng has no joy or sorrow, but just thinks of some people from the past. At this moment, the skirt and cloak fluttered, and the girl flew down. Brother, so you are here. Do you know the Doomsday calamity? Yi Meng looked at her and asked suddenly. Kayla's tender body trembled. She didn't understand why Yi Meng suddenly mentioned that existence. She nodded and said, definitely, I got it. The nightmare of human beings on Earth for decades, the greatest fear in their hearts, although I haven't really seen it, but people on Earth they say it looks terrible and ugly. Really? Yi Meng's face was expressionless. Kayla continued on her own, my cousin once mentioned to me that it is also the ancient destruction day of our hometown of Krypton. So you hate it? Facing Yi Meng's words, Kayla was silent for a moment, then shook her head. I still know. My hometown, Krypton, was destroyed by the collapse of the core, not because of it. My cousin also said that you can't look at things by what other people say, but by what they end up doing. Kayla said softly, I don't know what is the relationship between Doomsday Calamity and my cousin. But in the end, I saw after killing Doomsday Calamity, my cousin has mental problems. After the death of Doomsday Calamity, the world began to move towards the real end. Kayla's tone was low, and she suddenly smiled and said, speaking of which, these underground shelters are also related to the Doomsday disaster. At the beginning, just because of the threat of the ancient destruction day, the countries around the world excavated and prepared many large-scale shelters in advance in the past 30 years. Unexpectedly, when the Doomsday disaster was still alive, it was useless. After the death of the Doomsday Calamity, it was used under the invasion of the Apocalypse Star civilization, saving many human survivors. In this way, does anyone look at their former self like this? Yi Meng shook his head, but suddenly made a decision in his heart. At this moment, with a bang, the shelter located 500 meters below the ground trembled violently, and a hole with a radius of 2 meters was suddenly broken through the wall of the dome. The tens of thousands of survivors hiding here raised their eyes in amazement, and saw a tall figure with green light protruding from the hole in the dome that was opened. Quickly and nimbly rolled several times in the air, and landed on the hanging lamp. Found you guys. It looked down, its eyes glowed with a faint green light like a hunter, its appearance and physique resembled a strong human being. It was wearing a set of mantis-style green armor, and a mantis helmet full of sharp water chestnuts. Facing its inhuman cold gaze, all the survivors panicked. Female Superman Kayla's face was pale, and her lips moved. It's Mantis, one of the most evil new gods of the Apocalypse Star Force, and more than 1 billion humans have died at its hands. How is it possible? How did it find this place? Yi Meng calmly said, the van just now had a signal, so it must have been followed all the way. Kayla's delicate body trembled violently. She clenched her fists tightly, her 10 fingers stuck into her palms, and she bit her lips with extreme regret. How could it be? Is it my problem? Which exposed the location of the shelter here. Mantis, one of the new gods, turned his head and said hoarsely towards the hole dug through the dome of the cave, Steppenwolf, if you want to make a move, I can give you half of it. After all, you have made great achievements and returned to the new gods, so I will recognize you. That's not necessary. In the passageway at the entrance of the cave, a dull and thick reply came out. Then the prey here is mine. The mantis smiled coldly, licked his lips, and jumped down the cave ground with a drop of 100 meters without any hesitation. Landing on the ground, the new god Mantis looked greedily at the trembling survivors around him, and couldn't wait to use the mantis armor claws to tear the bodies of these weak humans. The mantis immediately swung its claws in the air, and the green armored claws almost turned into afterimages. The air in front was torn apart, and 4 or 5 white winds were cut out and swept towards the group of survivors 10 meters away. Everything happened so fast. Several thin survivor girls stood there in a daze, about to be torn apart by the white wind. Stop it! Accompanied by an angry cry, a slender figure descended from the sky with a hurricane. Its well-developed chest smashed several sharp claws into pieces, and then punched the mantis face like lightning. Praying Mantis resisted the punch directly with his forehead. It took a closer look and was startled when it saw the girl in the Kryptonian uniform, and then showed ecstasy. Look, who is this? Female Superman, so you have been hiding here all this time. Chop suey. Kayla looked at it full of anger and hatred. Kill you. I will definitely kill you today. The mantis licked his lips and smiled sharply. Kill me? Half a year ago, you almost died by my hand? If it wasn't for the woman with the shield and sword, you would have been disemboweled by me? Definitely, that woman was also completely beheaded by me. The feeling of tearing up the local gods of the earth is really not bad. To shut up. The female Superman Kayla's eyes were red, and she punched and punched, with a powerful shock wave, blasting on the body of the mantis. However, the mantis remained motionless, and the green light in its eyes became more and more greedy. Did you forget? I am immune to all physical attacks. Also, your left hand is injured, it's so soft. Kayla panicked. Her red eyes shot out a hot line of sight. The mantis turned her head to avoid it quickly. Seeing that the hot line of sight was about to accidentally injure a survivor, Kayla hurriedly stopped. The mantis seized the opportunity to wave its claws, and the wind was bleak. Kayla backed away quickly. A shallow gash was still torn from her neck, and blood gushed out of her snow-white skin shockingly ended. Above the entrance of the cave, there stood a double-horned existence with broken golden eyes closed. Although the battle between the two has just begun, Steppenwolf has already seen the result of this battle. Female Superman must be defeated. But when Steppenwolf closed his eyes and looked down again at Setsuna, he froze. I saw a fist piercing through the back of Zinchen Mantis's body, which can ignore all physical attacks, one of the nearest human sanctuaries to the metropolis, deep in the Plateau Rift. In the underground shelter transformed from a natural cave with a depth of up to 500 meters, the hurricane raged in the closed cave, as if a missile explosion caused waves of shock. Under the constantly shaking and trembling bright lights of the dome on the ground wall, fear began to spread from the extraordinary battle situation in the center of the shelter. The tens of thousands of survivors who lived here fled in panic, but they could only retreat to the surrounding areas of the shelter. Fringe. They have long lost their homes above the surface, and this is the last safe house. Once they fall, they can only be buried here. Armed personnel are also helpless about this. If they want to deal with a super demon, they need at least a standard armed army, and they must be equipped with firepower weapons with at least the lethality of cloud bombs to be able to repel it. Not to mention, the invaders here are generals from the Apocalypse Star civilization. One person is enough to defeat a super demon-like army, and it is not a super standard existence that human armed forces can handle. Moreover, the Apocalypse Star's new god Mantis has a fierce reputation, and it is also one of the best among the generals of the Apocalypse Star civilization. A year ago, when the human coalition forces on Earth were trying to resist the civilization of the Apocalypse Star, the new god Mantis broke into the capital of a large European country alone, and within a day, it wiped out the entire city with a population of tens of millions, including cats, dogs, and pets. This is a fierce god of the Apocalypse Star, a war madman, a killing machine. In the early days of the war, superhero Batman formed a superhero force to try to get rid of the new god Mantis, but not only allowed the other party to escape, but also damaged a famous superhero later. Therefore, the moment the Mantis appeared, the brains of the survivors in the refuge were all empty, and they felt hopeless from the bottom of their hearts. It wasn't until the female Superman appeared that their dead gray eyes shone with hope. They can only pin their hopes on each other. Once the female Superman is defeated, everything here will cease to exist. Female Superman. I will separate your body and head, disembowel you, tear you apart and cut into fine pieces of meat like I did to that woman before. The Kryptonian's strong and tough body is definitely a civilization of tens of thousands of conquests are hard to come across. The new god Mantis watches the female Superman almost obsessively, and the angle of his obsession is so morbid and dangerous that it is creepy. Its speed and reaction are almost comparable to the female Superman. With the ability to be immune to all physics, it doesn't care about the female Superman's melee attacks, but deliberately avoids energy attacks such as heat sight. And its sharp claws covered with Mantis-style battle armor, even if it rubbed against the skin, left a series of wounds on the steel body of the female Superman Kayla, and strands of blood were mixed in the hurricane caused by the battle. The new god Mantis speaks arrogantly and frivolously, constantly stepping on the opponent's minefield to mock, but has been watching the female Superman indifferently, like a top hunter teasing its prey. In the face of resentment and persistence, the Kryptonian girl fought to the death while enduring her injuries, and the new god Mantis, who has gone through thousands of civilized battles, knew that she had won this time. He doesn't need the help of the Steppenwolf nearby, he can eat it by himself. This strong hand of the Earth forces who is constantly interfering with the forces of the Apocalypse Star in front of him. 4. Darkseid. Darkseid, hail. Facing the new god Mantis again, the female Superman undoubtedly has a cavity of anger and hatred, and her chest is like a furnace burning blazingly, transforming into strength and energy. She also knows that she must not be defeated, no matter for the people who died in the past, or for the survivors who are still alive in the shelter. Then, enduring the unhealed injuries on her body, the female Superman blocked the attack of the Mantis, and with the support of her faith, she shot with all her strength, fighting with the opponent to the death. But she felt that she was still too weak. Even though she was bathed in the yellow sun and was much stronger than half a year ago, she still didn't reach half the strength of her cousin. If she can't suppress the Mantis, she won't be able to deal an effective blow to the opponent with physical immunity ability. Survivors around her also greatly reduce her heat sight ability, the only energy type. Falling behind, adding new wounds to old wounds. There is no sunlight in the underground here. I just escaped from the desperate situation outside. I haven't had a good rest yet, and my physical strength is already on the verge of exhaustion. It seems that there is a second Apocalypse Star general peeping through the tunnel dug through the ground wall. All disadvantages, the darkest hour. No matter how immature Kayla's fighting experience is, the girl's mind is not mature enough, but she also knows that she may have no hope of defeating her opponent. Thinking of this, the 15-year-old Kryptonian girl did not despair, but continued to shake her fist persistently. This time, I will probably die here. I'm sorry, cousin, I haven't rescued you yet. The girl smiled, carried many human survivors on her back, and continued to meet the new god mantis with bloody claws. There is no sun here, so she is the only light. There is no hope, and with the S-totem of the Kryptonian family, she is the only hope. Call. The female Superman, who swooped towards the praying mantis, stopped suddenly, inhaled quietly, and her well-developed chest stood out in a charming curve. Then, she pursed her moist lips and blew hard. Call. A gust of cold wind filled with finely crushed ice crystals rose rapidly, covering the large open space left by the survivors. The praying mantis a few meters ahead was the first to be caught by the cold wind, and together with the ground under its feet, it froze into an ice sculpture. It's now. The smooth forehead was covered with fine sweat, and the female Superman Kayla used her last strength to open her jewel-like eyes, and shot two beams of hot sights of distorted air forward, heading straight for the new god mantis frozen into an ice sculpture. The ice sculpture and the ice ground were instantly split into three by the heat sight. But, among the cracked ice sculptures, only a praying mantis helmet and the front armor of the upper body were cracked, and the owners who wore these helmets and front armor were not seen. The female Superman's pupils shrank, and she staggered from the low altitude exhausted. She seemed to be aware of it and tried her best to turn around to look. She saw the new god mantis with her upper body naked and her blood-stained sharp claws raised. Ended. The female Superman closed her eyes, but she didn't feel the attack of the praying mantis for a long time. When she opened her bright blue eyes in amazement, what caught her eyes was a mantis with her arms raised high and her body stiff. This god of the apocalypse star had destroyed countless civilizations. At the moment, her ugly face without a helmet was full of astonishment. The new god mantis and the female Superman looked down at the same time, looking at their own strong chest, where there was a transparent hole the size of a basketball file, and a fist covered with bones pierced through the back of the chest and protruded from the chest. This is impossible. The mantis spat out a mouthful of foul-smelling green blood. It was astonished at the speed at which the other party couldn't react, and what was even more shocking was that it punched through the body that was immune to physics. It wants to resist, use the mother box to heal itself, and it wants to turn around and see what is there. But it can't do anything. Nothing is impossible. The young man's faint voice sounded behind him. He clenched his fist slightly, and a ball of lightning exploded from the end of his fist. Centered on the transparent chest hole of the new god mantis, the lightning Setsuna runs through every inch of the body, and burns from the inside out, and annihilates into nothingness in less than a second, pouring into the tall and perfect body of the young man. The female Superman Kayla was in a trance. At this moment, she suddenly understood her own existence and image in the eyes of the survivors in the shelter, and the special emotion that makes the heart blaze, wanting to entrust hope and the future, and embrace it with all, killing the new god mantis with a single strike. Yi Meng calmly put down his fist as if he had pinched a chicken to death. Just now, the Doomsday spores and Doomsday energy erupted together, destroying and swallowing all the flesh and energy of the mantis, allowing Yi Meng to replenish about 1/10 of his strength. This also allowed Yi Meng to test and understand the current level of his own strength. Even if he did not restore the combat appearance of the ancient Doomsday, he was already equivalent to himself, who was killed by a kryptonite spear a year ago. Brother, you are amazing. Female Superman Kayla's feet landed on the ground, sweat dripped from the tip of her white nose, her youthful and beautiful face turned pale, her immature body was injured and exhausted, but her revived eyes were bright and radiant. There was a fiery sheik hung in her eyes. Even though she knew that Yi Meng was very powerful, she did not expect to be so powerful that she killed the new god mantis with one punch. I just don't know who is better, cousin Carl or brother Yi Meng. Kayla couldn't help thinking. It's just that she didn't even realize that she was more partial to this big brother from Krypton who met by chance. Brother, please lend me your shoulder. Kayla blinked, and without waiting for Yi Meng's response, she staggered forward, leaning her soft body on his chest and shoulders, holding her slender hands to support herself, so as not to fall down in front of other survivors. At this moment, a colossal figure that was taller than the new god mantis, with a silver cold light as a hole, jumped out of the passage dug in the shelter just now, and landed straight on the ground in front of them. Boom! The natural foundation stone was stepped out of a spider web-like crack, and before a cloud of sand and dust swung out, the giant axe flickering with lightning was raised to suppress the sand and dust again. The female Superman Kayla is covered with cold hair. She is a 2-meter-tall double-horned existence wearing a complete set of broken silver armor. She has a wolf-headed human body. She holds the Apocalypse Star weapon that looks like a two-handed axe in her right hand. The momentum is stronger than that of a praying mantis. It looked at the two with broken golden pupils, and holding the lightning giant axe, Meteor strode forward domineeringly. That's Steppenwolf, one of Darkseid's left and right hands. Brother, be careful. The female Superman Kayla reminded in a low voice that she was exhausted and injured, and felt that she had no fighting power, but leaning next to Yi Meng, she felt more at ease than when she was in her prime. Yi Meng didn't speak. He stood there motionless, quietly watching the Steppenwolf striding forward, watching it raise the lightning giant axe in its hand high. Bang! The lightning giant axe fell, the current raged, and the sharp blade flickered, sinking into the ground. Along with it, a pair of knees covered with armor that could breathe and vibrate spontaneously fell, and the ground was also cracked. The shelter was silent. The scene in front of them made all the survivors extremely shocked, and even the female Superman Kayla was stunned with her eyes wide open. Visible. As one of the generals of the Apocalypse Star civilization, Steppenwolf suddenly let go of the electric axe weapon in his hand, and knelt down in front of the silver-haired young man who was a head shorter than himself. The Steppenwolf touched the ground with both hands, and the majestic and haughty two-horned head fell down, revealing his defenseless back of the head and back, and knocked on the young man's feet. I thought you didn't recognize me. Yi Meng looked down at it and smiled lightly. Although you have indeed changed, how could I forget you? How could I forget? The Steppenwolf lying on the ground did not raise his head. His hoarse voice was full of fear, but also contained the fanaticism of a believer. Master, please let me continue to follow you. Owner? Survivors in the surrounding shelters were collectively surrounded, unable to understand the current mysterious situation. Wait. The female Superman Kayla said softly, aren't you the General of Apocalypse, the right-hand man of Darkseid? She was also worried that her elder brother would be deceived, even though Steppenwolf's weakness was far beyond her imagination. The Steppenwolf shook his body, raised his head hastily and explained, I did return to the Apocalypse Star a year ago, but the Apocalypse Star civilization invaded the Earth was not called by me, but the other two mother boxes activated the communication by themselves. If there is no king, I will still fight as the general of the Apocalypse Star, but as long as the king is there, I will faithfully stand by your side and work with your will. His shattered golden pupils indeed revealed a kind of earnest gaze called loyalty. At the same time, Steppenwolf glanced at the girl leaning on the king's shoulder, feeling a little surprised. This was the first time in decades that he had seen someone who dared to rely on the king, and even the powerful women who lived in the mansion back then were unable to do so. Whoever meets him is in awe. His strength, reappearing after a year that should not have existed, is even more evident. King. Kayla felt that her brain was not enough. She looked at the Steppenwolf who was kneeling and surrendering, and then at the elder brother who looked calm next to her. At this time, Yi Meng suddenly raised his right foot, stepped on the head of the Steppenwolf between its horns, and let it touch the ground again. Steppenwolf's body trembled, feeling the destruction that surpassed death all the time, but he was inexplicably excited. My lord, where will your will reach this time? Is it the will of the ancient Doomsday? Yi Meng's eyes flickered. In the past 30 years, as the ancient Doomsday, he was more inclined to primitive desires, collecting and defeating the powerful all over the solar system. In fact, there was no real goal at all. What about now? After Marvel achieved the incarnation of Mind Gem, the desire to destroy the ancient Doomsday of the DC universe has been perfectly suppressed, and has become the existence of the current high-end version of Doomsday Superman, which is also the greatest source of the power characteristics of the real-world body. Then the next goal should be to let the Numenon self in the real world acquire more characteristics of the current dream incarnation and achieve the same perfection. And these are closely related to the dream incarnation, the exploration and control of the dream world, and also related to the communication and influence of the dream characters. Therefore, the corners of Yi Meng's mouth raised an arc wantonly, as if declaring to this dream world and the DC universe, go and rule the world. Let the world feel the destruction, and let all living beings hear my name. Hello, is it true? The female Superman was stunned on the spot, thinking that the eldest brother was just joking. But Steppenwolf kowtowed excitedly, yes. At the moment, next to the metropolis, Gotham City is also in ruins. Dilapidated suburbs. Several dusty figures, both men and women, formed a team to walk along the ruins, carefully avoiding the alien spaceships and super demons patrolling the sky from time to time. They are, respectively, a middle-aged man wearing a bat battlesuit, a silver-haired woman carrying a golden trident, a glamorous girl dressed as a magician, a bearded young man with a lightning-marked armor, and a man with only one eye and two swords on his back. Katana's middle-aged man. They were leaning against a car, discussing something. Suddenly, everyone shivered inexplicably, as if being targeted by the top predator. The glamorous girl raised her head in surprise, and looked deep into the city of Gotham. He found us. At the same time, a few kilometers away, deep in Gotham City, a young man with an S-shaped Hope Totem uniform on his chest, a dark black cloak fluttering behind Wei An's shoulders, flying up with a human head in his hand, looking at everyone from a distance with his dark eyes with red-hot pupils. DC Universe, Gotham City. A black shadow flitted through the air like a bullet at high speed, breaking through the sound barrier continuously, and falling towards the 5-person human team from 1,000 meters above the sky. Go back. The faces of the 5 people changed, and they didn't mean to force it. They immediately retreated like birds and beasts scattered. In the next moment, the abandoned vehicle that everyone had been surrounded by before exploded and broke into parts. A crater with a radius of 5 meters was added to the ruins in place. The dust wave was blown away by the strong wind, and a red pupil with the temperature of lava appeared from the slightly sunken black eye socket. The young man slowly got up from the center of the crater, and swept towards the 5 people expressionlessly, as if a walking dead without intelligence. Superman. The youth in the red armor with the lightning logo kept squatting, with his left hand resting on his knees, and his right hand facing the ground, maintaining the posture of stopping and starting at any time. The Flash looked at the young man in the black cloak who fell from the sky and attacked his team. His eyes flashed with nostalgia for a moment. The team leader wearing bat armor next to him was filled with white detection eyes. Facing his friends who could exchange heroic ideas in the past, he reminded him in an absolutely rational state, no, he is no longer Superman, now he is just an apocalypse star. Line up the strongest general in the world, Black Superman is. The golden trident has been removed from the graceful back shoulders, and it is firmly held in the palms of the white and slender hands. Atlanta's voice could not hide her astonishment. No, why did he appear here? According to the intelligence information detected, he is clearly in another hemisphere. It's Superman after all, anything is possible. After wearing the helmet, the white-haired, one-eyed old man looks like an armored warrior from the future. He clearly said compliments and sentimental words, but he was the first to take off a large-caliber pistol on his body, quickly pressed a special bullet into the clip, and was ready to face the battle immediately. Deathstroke said coldly with a decisiveness that didn't match his old age, since this is the case, there is nothing we can do. Our previous plan was also to wake up Superman, maybe there is a chance to counterattack the Apocalypse Star. It can only be this way. Batman, the light of human Doomsday and the leader of the Justice League, sighed secretly. Although Superman broke their previous plan the moment he appeared here, he can only adapt to the situation according to what the death knell said. Later, it's up to you to succeed. Batman whispered. Everyone nodded, but they also knew in their hearts that these words were addressed to the beautiful woman in a tuxedo dress and magician among the four of them. At this moment, Hey Superman glanced at the 5 people, and his eyes also fell on the youngest in the team, about 25 years old, a beautiful magician. The fiery red light in the pitch-black eyes flourished. Whoosh! The 2 beams of hot vision cut through the air immediately and rushed towards the female magician. The female magician's glamorous and beautiful face changed slightly, but at the moment before she sensed the danger, her lips uttered a sentence in advance, transformation and illusion. It's like a mantra, but inverted. Before the voice fell, the technique had already worked. 2 beams of thermal sight that looked like red lasers tore apart the graceful and sexy body of the female magician. The air where the thermal vision passed was distorted by the high temperature, and the graceful body of the woman was twisted together. That's just an after-image left after teleportation? Brush it. A graceful figure emerged from an area 30 meters away. Zatanna looked at the Black Superman who was looking at her again, and said in shock, he knows that I am the biggest threat to him. At the same time, the Black Superman flew up a few meters and swooped towards Zatanna. Do it. Batman's growl erupted from the depths of his throat. If the Black Superman were to finish off Zatanna first, then they really would have no hope. And they are also the last hero team on the Earth. Everything will be decided by this battle. Drink. Atlanta rushed to the front of Zatanna at high speed. Facing the menacing Black Superman, she suddenly inserted the golden trident into the ground, and as the trident artifact revived and trembled, golden tides immediately appeared in the air. Buzz! The tide of golden energy is like sea waves rushing forward, the air trembles, and energy boils, but it only slightly interferes with the flight of the Black Superman. But that's enough. A golden red humanoid lightning flashed by, hitting the Black Superman. The Flash, who was running at super speed, was as fast as lightning. Looking at the Black Superman who was close at hand, he raised his hands without any hesitation, and pushed the opponent's right shoulder with all his strength. The next moment, he was ejected by a powerful reaction force. And the Black Superman staggered in the low air after all. Superman, come on. At the same time, Batman jumped high, and at some point in his hand, there was a spar spear with flashing green light, and it stabbed the Black Superman's left shoulder. Atlanta's snipe, the Flash's push, and Batman's sting. The 3 people's movements are so smooth, they are not considered as cooperation, but they shot at the same time, forming a series of actions. This is an operation specially done to hack Superman. It should be foolproof. But something went wrong. The Black Superman has been acting like a high-level robot, and his dive body was blocked for a short time, but the moment he saw the kryptonite spear, he suddenly roared madly with red eyes. Boom! The maniacal roar was like a visible shock wave, which deafened everyone on the field, and an invisible and terrifying energy force field also exploded from the Black Superman's body. Before the spear fell in Batman's hand, he felt as if he had been hit hard. Cracks appeared on the surface of the breastplate, and the man and the spear flew tens of meters away. The sound wave and energy swept out, and the Flash and Atlanta who protected Zatanna were also thrown out together. The Black Superman stopped at a low altitude of 3 meters, his eyes were red and he raised his head and roared. The entire Gotham City was shaking, and the dark clouds in the sky were churning like a washing machine. Boom! A gunshot was masked by huge amounts of sound. The Black Superman tilted his head, rolled his red eyes, and fell from a low altitude. A special bullet with green light was more than half stuck in the back of his head. Fortunately, I have the finale. The death knell not far away blew away the wisp of gunpowder smoke from the muzzle of the pistol, and said unhappily, Speed. I don't want to die here like you. The Black Superman, who was hit by a kryptonite bullet, fell to the ground without completely losing his mobility. His tough face was slightly ferocious, and he shook his head with his hands on the ground, trying to get up again. At this time, an elegant and beautiful figure teleported behind him, with slender white hands resting on the temples on both sides. Spiritual Heart. Whispering an unknown inversion spell, Zatanna emitted coquettish purple light from both hands, all of which rushed into the Black Superman's brain, piercing through the kryptonite bullets and his eyes, like purple flames starting to burn. Can it succeed? Batman, the Flash, and Atlanta got up from the ground one after another, clutching their hearts and staring at Zatanna, who began to cast a spell on the Black Superman's mind. It must be successfully awakened. The Flash waved his clenched fist, feeling uneasy. Wake up, boy. Atlanta even showed the anxious eyes of her relatives. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, sweat dripped from the tip of Zatanna's nose, her eyes sparkled with purple stars, and her hands poured with magic power, trying to complete her spell with all her strength. The Black Superman, who was kneeling on the ground and hadn't gotten up yet, had a painful expression on his face, as if he was constantly struggling. Zatanna maintained his magic, and suddenly said with difficulty, "Not good. His original mental state is too bad. Even if I can undo the shackles that imposed mental manipulation on him, it will be difficult for him to really recover." She paused, and continued, "Unless I use amnestics to erase his previous memories." Complying with Zatanna's words, the Black Superman, kneeling and struggling, put his head in his hands, and said to himself in pain, King, I didn't mean it, how could I?" Atlanta stared blankly at this scene. She knew that even under the control of Apocalypse's mind, the king that Black Superman spoke of would only be that one. The one she had chosen to betray more than 30 years ago. This bad fruit was finally eaten. 2 lines of tears suddenly flowed from Atlanta's eyes. "Is this my punishment? My lord, I was wrong. My own son and husband are already dead, and I cannot lose this son anymore." "Do it, Zatanna." Batman showed the decisiveness of a leader and said, "Eliminate his memory, and we will explain to him after he wakes up." "I understand." Zatanna agreed, and began to murmur with difficulty. But at this time, a tall figure quietly touched behind Zatanna, pulled out katana, and slashed at the thin neck of the magician who was casting a spell. This shocking change was so sudden that it was difficult for the rest of the people to react. Seeing that Zatanna was about to die on the spot, a humanoid lightning flashed across, and the Flash made a timely move to block the hand holding katana. "What are you doing?" The Flash, terrified, nearly killed Zatanna's existence by staring straight ahead. "Death knell, why?" Atlanta was stunned for a moment. That's right, the one who suddenly slashed at Zatanna with katana was the death knell for one of their team members. "He's not in the right shape." Batman spoke in a deep voice, seeing some clues from the silent and slightly mechanical death bell, and quickly looked around. "Aha, did you find out so soon?" There was a burst of charming laughter, and an alien woman wearing a purple hood walked out from the ruins 100 meters away. Seeing each other, the faces of everyone on the Justice League side sank. "Broken? Amazing Grays." Atlanta stared at the other party angrily and resentfully. "Fantastic Gray Silk." Darkseid's subordinate, one of the generals of the Apocalypse Star Force, the new god and magic Gray Silk. The other party is a master of mind control and likes to manipulate others with mind control power. Superman is suspected of being brainwashed by the other party. "Grandma, come out." Miracle Gray smiled lightly, looking behind her. "I originally came out to deal with that Kryptonian girl, but I didn't expect such a coincidence to bump into a big fish." A sharp female voice sounded, and from behind the magical Gray Silk, came out a white-haired, stout old woman. Her face was ferocious and hideous, and she held a stick weapon that seemed to be used by an instructor in her hand, which was not at all compatible with kindness. She was wearing yellow scale armor stockings and blue tights, which made people feel a little nauseated. Seeing each other, the faces of the members of the Justice League who are familiar with the news of the Apocalypse Star Force changed. "Kind Grandma." As the general of the Apocalypse Star, the opponent's reputation for cruelty is still higher than that of Darkseid. Like the new god Mantis, tens of millions of human beings died in her hands, if not 100 million. The opponent is powerful in melee combat and is also the chief instructor of the Apocalypse Star Force Corps. "Grandma, kill them all, right?" Then a thick and domineering voice sounded. From the side of Ci Xiang's grandma, walked out a tall man more than 2 meters tall, with black hair and long beard standing up like a lion, and a muscular green armored man. "That's Kalibak?" One of the sons of Apocalypse Star Darkseid. He is unparalleled in strength and best at causing large-scale destruction. In 1 year, he turned at least 100 human cities into ruins. Amazing Grays, Granny, and Kalibak. As the high-level battle force of the Apocalypse Star Force controlling super demons, every time at the moment appears, the hearts of the Justice League members on the field will continue to sink. This is really bad. They couldn't understand why such a superstandard combination suddenly appeared here. But no matter what, this is fatal to them. The disparity in strength is too great. We must withdraw. Go as many as you can. It seems to know what Batman and others are thinking. The magical Gray suddenly said, "Superman, what are you waiting for?" "What?" Everyone was surprised. Especially Zatanna and the Flash sensed something was wrong, and were about to escape with magic and extreme speed respectively, but in the next moment, each was grabbed by a big hand at the wrist. The Black Superman got up quickly after recovering, grabbed Zatanna and the Flash, and wrapped in his palm and force field. No amount of escapability could do anything. "Bruce, what should we do now?" Atlantis smiled wryly, and looked at Batman who was not far away. Batman remained silent, looking at Zatanna and the Flash controlled by the Black Superman in front of him, Death Knell controlled remotely by the mind, and the kind grandmother and Kalibak approaching this way. Looking far away, in the depths of Gotham City, you can also see the super demon-like army surging towards this side like a black cloud. "It's over." Batman clenched his fists. One wrong step, one wrong step. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't think of a way to evacuate in the face of the current desperate situation. They lost. The Earth is over. Batman closed his eyes, feeling deeply powerless. Maybe he was wrong in the first place? When there is a doomsday disaster, although the world is shrouded in fear of destruction, it has maintained peace for decades. And on the day when the doomsday disaster passed, the world seemed to have lost its master, and the world was turned upside down. When Batman opened his eyes and decided to put all his eggs in one basket, he found that the generals of the Apocalypse Star suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky connecting Gotham City and Metropolis. Whoosh! The sound barrier was broken, and two figures, one large and one small, descended from the sky and landed between the Justice League team and the generals of the Apocalypse Star. The former is a tall non-human being in silver armor with two horns, holding an electric axe, and the latter is a young girl wearing a short skirt battlesuit with a fluttering cloak. What kind of a pair is this? Not only the Justice League and others on the field were stunned, but the Apocalypse Star generals were also a little dumbfounded. Grandma Sixiong squinted her eyes and said sharply, "Steppenwolf, have you successfully captured the Kryptonian girl? It seems that you can make another great contribution to the Master." Steppenwolf pretended to look at them blankly. "Who are you? Do I know you well?" "Apocalypse Star generals." The magical Grey said loudly. "Steppenwolf, why are you so crazy? You want to be exiled by the Master again, right? The Master's heir, His Highness Calabac, is here." Steppenwolf lowered his eyes and drew a clear line. "What Master, Your Highness? I only recognize the king." Calabac's eyes showed a dangerous and fierce light. "Rebellion? Steppenwolf, you are going to rebel. I don't mind getting rid of you, a traitor, for my father. I've never been the other way around." Steppenwolf chuckled. "I only enshrine the Supreme of this universe. The Supreme being in this world is the Master, Darkseid," the miraculous Grey said angrily. Steppenwolf shook his head, and said in a low voice, 30 years ago, I thought the same way. More than 30 years ago. Grandma Sixiong didn't know why. "Female Superman, why are you here? Go, get out of here." Atlanta looked at the female Superman and said anxiously, "If you don't leave, it will be too late." "That's not necessary." The female Superman Kayla responded with a complicated expression and shook her head. Her shining eyes looked forward. Immediately afterwards, Steppenwolf also knelt down on one knee in that direction. The rest of the people cast their gazes along, only to find that at some point, there was a third figure standing 1 meter above the battlefield. It was a silver-haired young man in his early 20s, wearing a Kryptonian uniform similar to that of the Black Superman, only a head taller, with perfect muscular lines, and an inexplicable aura gently stirring outward. When did it come with Steppenwolf and the female Superman? Neither the Justice League nor the Apocalypse Star generals noticed. "Have you never seen a transcendent hiding on Earth?" The kindly grandma narrowed her eyes and looked at the silver-haired youth. "Look at the uniform, the third Kryptonian left behind by civilization here." The magical Grey muses, and subconsciously covers her own telepathy. She can be said to be the nemesis of Kryptonians. After all, the mental side is one of the few disadvantages of Kryptonians. Just, the next moment, she let out a scream, hugged her head tightly, and looked into the eyes of the silver-haired young man full of fear. "No. Although he looks similar, he is definitely not from Krypton." "You are." Batman and Atlanta stared blankly at the silver-haired young man. Although they first saw the young man with a handsome face and a perfect figure, they felt a trembling sense of familiarity for no reason. Like, where have I seen it before? Zatanna and the Flash were also in shock, and suddenly found that the Black Superman had let go of his shackles. The Black Superman didn't say a word. He took the initiative to let go of the Justice League too, and flew towards the silver-haired youth autonomously without the instructions of the mysterious Grey. "Cousin," the female Superman Kayla exclaimed, fearing that the two would suddenly fight. But the next scene obviously exceeded most people's expectations. Opposingly stopped at the low sky in front of the young man, the Black Superman suddenly knelt down on one knee, just like the instinct formed many years ago, bowed his head like a child and said, "The king. You are still the same, so let me down." Yi Meng stared at him and shook his head. "But, forget it, that's pretty good." He stretched out his hand, and tapped the Black Superman's brow with his finger, and a ray of yellow light that was as warm as the sun swayed. Hey Superman smiled like a child. He was obviously not very young, at least he was in his 30s, he looked around older than a youth, but there was a look of love on his face. This look was far beyond mind control. Smiling and laughing, his pitch-black eyes flowed with crystal water light and returned to blue. The Black Superman lowered his face and whimpered, "Your Majesty, you are not dead, it's so good. How old are you? You think too well, it's not enough for you?" The corner of Yi Meng's mouth was raised, and the words from his mouth were very calm, but they were indescribably domineering in the ears of others. "In this world, I can't be killed. Because, he is the ancient destruction day, Gotham City, on the battlefield." The shocking scene beyond imagination made both the Justice League and the Apocalypse Star generals stunned on the spot. "Grandma, what's going on?" One of Darkseid's 3 sons, the alien savage-like new god Calabac, with his beard blowing and his eyes wide open, looked at Steppenwolf and Black Superman kneeling right in front of him. He turned his head to look at the magical Grey beside him, with questioning eyes. The miraculous Grey shook her head hastily, with the same shock and astonishment on her face. "No, Your Highness, I didn't issue an order, but he got rid of my mind manipulation on his own. She also wanted to regain the Black Superman's mind control power, but under telepathy, she saw a sun rising in Superman's mind, and it was like a yellow gemstone magnified countless times, bursting out an extremely brilliant and scorching yellow light beam, pull out the telepathy she implanted in Black Superman's heart. The magical Grey screamed again, her eyes rolled white, her hands were holding her head covered by a purple hood, and she almost fell limp. I have no idea. Grandma Sixiong looked at the appearance of the novelty Grey. Her old face became more and more ugly, but she still kept enough calm and said, I really don't know, there is too little information now. Judging from the other party's dress, he should also be from Krypton. But his mind ability is obviously not something that ordinary Kryptonians can possess. Granny Sixiong's expression changed suddenly. She lowered her voice, as if she was talking to herself, or said to her companion next to her, a mutated Kryptonian? But no matter what, as long as he is a Kryptonian, then. At the moment, the Justice League side is also in the dark. After the Black Superman let go of himself, the Flash, who was able to break free, was still in shock. He stared at the Black Superman and the silver-haired young man, and hurriedly said incomprehensibly, who the hell can make Steppenwolf and Superman show such an attitude? Is it from the Apocalypse side, but why is the female Superman with him? If not everyone knows what Darkseid looks like. I'm afraid he thought that the silver-haired young man who appeared on the scene at the moment was Darkseid. Zatanna's beautiful purple eyes reflected the figure of the silver-haired young man. She was trembling all over since the opponent appeared on the stage, showing a look of fear in the face of the Black Superman. Because of the extraordinary magic power that masters the inverted language, she is very sensitive to the perception of various energies and dangers, and at this moment this sensitivity makes her fall into the abyss. Will die, will die, will die. Ahead is real hell. Zatanna clenched her moist lower lip, her sexy and graceful body kept trembling, her slender legs wrapped in fishnet stockings were clamped tightly, resisting the urge to use teleportation to escape immediately. It's not on the same level. He and us are not on the same level at all level. Our people, don't do it. Batman's urgent voice came in time. The leader of the Justice League stared at the silver-haired young man in the Black Superman battlesuit, as if evoking unbearable memories, but also with an unbelievable meaning, and finally warned calmly, Ren, don't make any moves. It doesn't make sense to do it. It's him. The golden trident was stabbed obliquely on the ground. Atlanta let go of the weapon, and stared blankly at the back of the silver-haired youth. As one of the characters who accompanied and witnessed the longest myth, how could she forget the protagonist of that myth? Even if his appearance has changed, his black battlesuit, his strong and aloof aura, and his face are as calm as ever, as if he doesn't care much about anything. In this world, there is only one. The other side. Your Highness, the current situation is not very clear. I suggest retreating first and reporting the current situation to Master. Grandma Sixiong lowered her voice. I am the son of Darkseid. There is no retreat in my dictionary. No one on this planet can make me retreat. The new god Kalibak clenched his teeth, with a man-eating hideous appearance, his rock-hard muscles stretched, his fists clenched like iron, and a fierce and terrifying aura emerged. Boom! Smashing the ground with one foot, the new god Kalibak started on the spot, jumped like a rocket, and jumped towards the mysterious young man tens of meters away. Then go ahead, kill him first and take back control of Superman. Darkseid hail. The hesitation Setsuna on Granny's body collapsed, and her hideous and indifferent face resumed. Energy was ejected from the end of the stick in her hand, forming an energy whip nearly 10 meters long. She followed Kalibak closely, rolling forward like a humanoid blob, just passing Batman. Hateful. The miraculous Grey gritted her teeth, feeling ashamed and annoyed by the two setbacks. She immediately activated telepathy again, and her spirit swept forward. Death Knell, who was still being manipulated by his mind, was skillful and quick, and pressed several special-made bullets similar to those just now into the magazine. Hehe, the Zeon mentioned by Steppenwolf, let me verify your strength. A tornado-shaped sandstorm rose suddenly, and Kalibak leaped violently out of it, reaching the sky above Yi Meng. While he was falling down rapidly, his hands were clenched together like heavy hammers, and he slammed fiercely at Yi Meng's forehead, and the end of his fist condensed an astonishing shock wave out of thin air. Boom! The sound barrier was shattered by the fist, and it moved forward with the impact like a meteorite, but stopped abruptly. New god Kalibak's eyes were almost protruding. At this moment, it seemed that time stood still. The hammer with both hands clasped together was resisted by a raised bony palm. Not to mention the downward pressure, the impact was so strong that Kalibak's hands were cracked, and the clenched teeth almost overflowed with blood. He also clearly saw that the back of the hand, which had only 5 gray and white tendons and bones before, suddenly swelled a little, and more biological exoskeletons that surpassed the steel body covered the whole hand, faintly showing bone spurs. His 5 fingers contracted like wearing bone armor gloves, and he firmly squeezed his fists, making it difficult for Kalibak to break free for a while. He opened his eyes wide in horror, and met the pair of calm eyes that were bursting with electric flames, and he really felt the fear. The new god Kalibak regretted for no reason, and did not listen to the advice of the kind grandma to retreat, but now there is no turning back. He growled in surprise and anger, Grandma, coming. A huge blob was only a beat slower, and rolled to the other side of Yi Meng at extreme speed. There was a storm where she passed, and Batman was just brushed away, the heavy armor was shattered and flew upside down, and the kryptonite spear in his hand disappeared. King. Superman's eyes regained clarity and he raised his eyes in surprise. He saw the kind grandma who had mixed into the blob tank. He rushed to him and twitched the energy whip with all his strength. One end of the whip was tied with a kryptonite spear. He charged fiercely at the silver-haired youth's chest. At the same time, the death knell pulled the pistol wrench continuously, and several Kryptonian bullets shot straight at the back of Yi Meng, who was standing at a low altitude. In any case, kryptonite is the only weakness of Kryptonian derivative creatures. Hit nemesis? This weakness stems from racial genes and is irreversible. Do not. Superman woke up completely, and the scene in front of him overlapped with that of a year ago. Yi Meng, who looked like a silver-haired youth, didn't seem to have reacted at the moment. He paused in the air, and was hit in the chest and back by the kryptonite spear and the bullet respectively. Brother. Sensing the danger of kryptonite spears and bullets, the female Superman Kayla's pupils contracted, but she stopped in a daze before her anxious words fell. It's done. At the same time, Calabac, the kind grandmother, and the mysterious Grey Silk who manipulated the death knell behind him all opened their bloodshot eyes. Under their incredible gaze, the 3 kryptonite bullets shattered instantly when they touched the young man's back, and the crystalline powder with flashing green light energy scattered in the wind, and the kryptonite spear that was blessed with the greatest theory and belief, under the full force of the energy whip, landed firmly on the muscular chest of the silver-haired young man, and the sharp kryptonite crystallized spear tip was shattered inch by inch. This Calabac opened his mouth wide. Impossible? It shouldn't be like this. The wise and kind grandmother also yelled. At the moment, her mind went blank. As long as it is a Kryptonian creature, even if it is as strong as Superman, it cannot avoid the weakness of kryptonite. This seems to be the law specially set by the universe to restrain the Kryptonians who are too strong. Just like the truth of physics, it cannot be reversed. But now, the existence in front of him, which was clearly judged to be from Krypton, resisted the kryptonite weapon without injury, and many more. Is the other party really from the Kryptonian civilization? Is there any impossibility? This thing can make me plant it once a year ago, and it is already worthy of its characteristic significance. Yi Meng, who didn't dodge the whole way, had a calm and indifferent face, stretched forward, crushed the last crystal of the kryptonite spear with his bare hands, and sprinkled it on the ground. Something is wrong, this guy, something is wrong? Present. Whether it is the young and reckless, arrogant son of Darkseid, Calabac, or the old and experienced kind grandmother who has experienced the destruction of countless civilizations, the body and mind tremble involuntarily. Not only is it immune to kryptonite attacks, but when you really fight against each other and get in close contact with each other, you can feel it personally. The strength and aura of the silver-haired youth are extremely inconsistent with the appearance of a handsome and weak human being. This reminded both of them of King Darkseid in unison. That is, an irresistible level? Escape? Without any hesitation, the moment Yi Meng crushed the kryptonite spear, Calabac and Grandma Granny turned around and fled together. Since you're here, don't leave. A calm word sounded. The corner of the young man's mouth evoked a wanton smile that did not resemble a human being, and his eyes jumped up to destroy the red flames. From the Flash's point of view, during that Setsuna, Yi Meng's movement speed was comparable to that of a supernatural speed force, and his strength was countless times greater than his own. The 2 hands covered with exoskeleton and bone spurs were ferocious and sacred. One hand grabbed Calabac's arm, and the other grabbed the back of the kind grandmother's neck, and held down the 2 high-ranking Apocalypse stars who were trying to escape and fly away. They hung low in the sky, swaying violently. Do you know who my father is? Let me go. Feeling that he couldn't get rid of the one-handed control even if his arm was torn off, Calabac roared angrily, and felt even more ashamed that he would be scared to escape one day. Open. Grandma Sixiong was also extremely terrified, feeling like a fat chicken being carried by someone. Her limbs were whipped like whips. Yi Meng stood expressionless, standing above the sky, and suddenly brought the 2 of them together. Boom! With every gesture, a group of powerful waves exploded in front of itself, spreading far away. That moment, Calabac and Grandma Granny bumped into each other, making them dizzy, and under the powerful force, they felt that their bodies were synthesizing each other. My father will never let you go. Calabac cried out in pain. The more painful thing was obviously the mental torture, and the self-esteem of the new god was trampled. Please, let me go first. Grandma Sixiong begged for mercy. She wanted to give in first and wait for the Apocalypse star to support her. I haven't done anything yet. Yi Meng smiled, but the bright and gentle smile at this moment made people feel extremely ferocious and terrifying. What? Haven't worked hard yet? Calabac and the kindly grandma were breathless. Then they quickly discovered to their horror that lightning-like terrifying energies bloomed and lingered from the young man's perfect body, and the power and aura that burned like flames flowed along the bones that had regained their true colors. At this moment, the silver-haired youth is like a super-large energy conversion field. His hair is overflowing with unstoppable scorching energy, dyed golden red. His eyes were filled with bursting golden red lightning. He was an absolutely inhuman creature. The king is working hard. Let's go. Superman pulls the female Superman with one hand and Batman with the other, and flies out. The Steppenwolf had already consciously retreated a kilometer away. Facing the humanoid sun-like young man lingering in the surge of energy, Zaydena uttered the wrong words, and teleported away the flash next to him, together with the death knell restrained by the flash. The next moment, do not. The screams of Callback and the kindly grandma were soon overwhelmed by the sound of thunder and explosions. Boom! With Yi Meng as the center, like a brighter and hotter sun, a ball of bright ball lightning roared and exploded in the next moment, enveloping dozens of super demons who just flew to the scene for reinforcements. That is, the light of destruction. Where the light covers, everything is annihilated. The ball lightning spread out for 500 meters before barely stopping, while the violent wind and heat waves swept towards the more distant city. When Zaydena brought the flash and the death knell, she appeared on the ruined land beyond the coverage of the ball lightning, and watched in shock as the ball lightning continued to shrink and fade away, leaving a crater like a meteorite in place. Show invincibility. The silver-haired young man in the black Superman battlesuit has red eyes and a pleasant inhuman smile on the corner of his mouth. Standing at a low altitude of 1 meter above the ground, Callback and his kind grandma have disappeared. Lulu? A bald head with no hair or beard rolled down to the bottom of the Tiankang. His eyes widened in fear, and his mouth that was still moving didn't dare to yell anymore. Callback felt that he was able to keep one head, not because he resisted the opponent's blow, but because the kind grandma hugged his entire head with her body in the end, and saved him with her own body. Yi Meng looked down, his eyes flashed with electricity. In Callback's view, it was his father's indifferent eyes looking at other lowly aborigines when he fought against other civilizations. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a woman rang out with a trembling voice. The magical gray jumped into the sinkhole and landed not far from Callback's head. Sensing Yi Meng's gaze, the miraculous gray knelt down tremblingly, holding a metal box with both hands. The metal box immediately floated up into the air, facing Yi Meng in parallel. The box melted and changed shape, and soon condensed into a half-body. With a bald head, red flashes in his eyes, and a stern face that is not angry but majestic. I am the Lord of Apocalypse. Darkseid. The metal box is like a remote communication projection tool, burning and melting to present the face and half of the leader of the Apocalypse Star, the Dark King of the universe, and his voice is clanging and dull and powerful. Ancient Destruction Day, Yi Meng. Yi Meng's eyes also flickered with red light. He was unrestrained, more reckless, and looked at Darkseid together. Edge of sinkhole. The Steppenwolf knelt down on the ground, but didn't know whether it was facing Yi Meng or Darkseid. He didn't know whether he was in fear or excitement. His head hit the ground, and the broken armor trembled along with him. The rest of the Kryptonian cousins, Batman, Zaydena, the Flash, and the Death Knell who regained his sanity, were on the edge of the battlefield sinkhole, and they all held their breath and looked up. Two invincible kings who can affect the pattern of the universe and the world, ushered in the first meeting. Dividing line. At the end of the month, the monthly ticket is almost 2,000, please ask. In addition, interested book lovers can add this book. It is also an old book group discussion issue of the author's last book, and the portal is below. Gotham City. Above the huge Tiankang with a diameter of nearly a kilometer, under the dome that swirls like dark clouds. Hundreds of super demons gathered together like a dark cloud, and the dozens of super demons flying in the front have been blown away by the destructive energy that erupted just now, and they fell to the ground. At the moment, they all flew down in fear and awe, landed on the other side of the edge of the Tiankang, knelt down to the metal box half empty in the Tiankang and shouted, "Darkseid hail." The members of the Justice League, together with the female Superman and Steppenwolf, stood on the edge of the sinkhole on the other side, watching this peak confrontation nervously. The silver-haired young man wearing a black Kryptonian battlesuit stood in midair, directly opposite, and horizontally. The half-body of the ancient god formed by a metal box was separated by 10 meters. For the former, his eyes glowed with holy, violent and destructive red flames. In the latter, mysterious and powerful red lightning flashed in his eyes. Facing the supreme leader of Apocalypse Star, the nightmare and executioner of countless civilizations in the universe, Darkseid, known as the King of Darkness, has just shown terrifying power in terms of momentum alone, killing Callback and the kind grandmother in one fell swoop. Defeated silver-haired youth. Perhaps, he also suffered from the coming of non-personal and entity projections. But no matter what, this is the first time since the Earth was constantly ravaged by the Apocalypse Star, someone stood on an equal footing, and even stood arrogantly in front of Darkseid. The miraculous Grey crawled on the ground tremblingly, not daring to look up the whole time, only feeling that even the aura of the two confronting each other was enough to shake her powerful spiritual heart. Next to her, father. Only a bald head remained, and Callback, who was not yet dead, had bloodshot eyes, calling out in pain to the half-body formed by the metal box above. To shut up. The Dark King, who showed half of his body through physical projection, lowered his eyes, and glanced at Callback's head expressionlessly. You are overestimated. What's the use of keeping you? You should die here. Callback, who was as strong and mighty as an alien savage, didn't dare to answer, and silently shed blood and tears. I didn't come for this useless son. In my opinion, you are worth more than him. The Dark Lord Darkseid raised his eyes, stared solemnly at Yi Meng and said, join Apocalypse, join the new God clan. You will be the #1 general of Apocalypse, and you will share this world with me. Yi Meng tilted his head, as if he was really thinking about it. Brother, you don't really want to agree. When the female Superman Kayla heard this, she asked uneasily. Superman, Atlanta, and the Steppenwolf lying on the ground all showed strange expressions. Kayla's ears turned red. Why are you looking at me like that? If you had been with the king, you wouldn't ask this question. Atlanta smiled, with crystal clear tears in the corners of her eyes. Wait, cousin, Kayla, you just called that Big Brother. Superman Clark, who was freed from mind manipulation and brainwashing, was entangled in another problem. Yeah, can't you? Kayla rolled her eyes and said confidently. Seemingly guessing what was going on in Superman's mind, she patted Superman on the shoulder and said, "It's okay. From now on, I'll call him Big Brother, you'll call me cousin, we'll go our separate ways." Clark. The perspective returns to the battlefield. Yi Meng tilted his head, faced Darkseid's physical projection, and suddenly asked, "Why should I share it with you?" The corners of his mouth were raised wantonly, and he didn't even intend to pretend, and said what he said in his heart, "I'm not interested in joining any apocalypse stars. You want to be my sandbag, and I have to test it out. If you are like your son, if it's so wasteful, then it probably doesn't qualify." Silence. There was silence at the scene. The magical grey trembled all over. She had never seen such an arrogant existence in front of the Dark Lord Darkseid. The Justice League side was also left speechless. Not yet knowing the specific identity and origin of the mysterious youth, Zatanna and the Flash opened their mouths slightly in astonishment. The rest of Batman, Superman, and others, although they felt that this sentence was indeed arrogant, but the target was the existence in front of them, and they felt that everything was reasonable. After all, over the past few decades, this person has done just that, and has always been adhering to the style of doing things. Hundreds of billions of cosmic civilizations, you are the first one who dares to talk to me like this. Darkseid smiled instead of anger, but his words were a little colder. That's it. You let Kalibak and the magical greys leave, and I promise you that you will not kill the remaining humans. In another year, I will lead the apocalypse planet. Withdraw all forces and give you the Earth and galactic civilization here. The magical grey almost doubted her ears. This was the first time she saw her master Darkseid give in. Father. Kalibak wept silently, and secretly vowed in his heart that after this, he would kill the young man in front of him and avenge his shame with his blood. Facing Darkseid, who seemed to have really made a huge concession, Yi Meng looked at him with the eyes of an idiot. Although I do not like to use brains, do you have no brains? I'm not a superhero, what does the life and death of human beings here have to do with me? His calm words sounded like thunder in the ears of the magical greys and Kalibak. The Earth here is mine, do I need you to give it to me? What qualifications do you have to give it to me? After killing all of you, let alone the galaxy civilization, this cosmic world, including the apocalypse star, is also mine. When Darkseid heard the words, the red electricity in his eyes appeared uncontrollably. He suddenly realized that he had been wrong from the beginning. I shouldn't descend through the projection, but should descend here with the body. From the very beginning, the two did not think about negotiation issues at the same position or level at all. The apocalypse star side thought they had given the other party the same status, so arrogant and conceited that they never thought that the other party did not regard them as the same level of status at all. Something's wrong, this guy. His way of thinking is not so much a high-level intelligent creature, but rather a low-level creature, following the barbaric concept of the weak and the strong. The moment the magical grey realized something was wrong, she immediately picked up Kalibak's head in front of her, turned around and fled in the direction of the super demon army by the Tiankang. But the next moment, behind him, the sky above the center of the Tiankang was shining like the sun, and two beams of golden red destructive heat pierced the air, cutting open the magical grey silk who had just escaped about 100 meters away, and the head of Kalibak she was holding. Don't want. The miraculous grey screamed in pain, wanted to throw his head with all his strength, and sent Kalibak out of the Tiankang with his thoughts, but was instantly pierced and annihilated by the electric current erupting from the destruction heat ray. Dark Lord Darkseid watched this scene quietly, without saying a word, but the red electricity in his eyes almost burst out from the physical projection. Everyone knows that this Dark King is completely furious. After dealing with the magical greys and Kalibak in a row, Yi Meng continued to look up the heat, and truly melted the Darkseid projection presented by the metal box. I'm here to kill you. Looking at the magical greys and Kalibak who were directly killed by the sight of the destructive heat, and the half-body projection of Darkseid shaped by the pierced and melted metal box, the Justice League on the field opened their eyes wide and didn't react for a while. Then, as a heat wave and strong wind erupted over the Tiankang, the sound barrier broke in situ. The silver-haired youth turned into a streamer that dragged the red-gold flame, pierced upwards and pierced through the layers of dark clouds condensed above the sky, and disappeared into the light blue end of the dome's atmosphere in the Setsuna room. Brother, what did he say to do? The female Superman Kayla followed her eyes, raised her chin, and asked belatedly. The Flash's expression was dull, and he replied subconsciously. He said, he went to kill Darkseid. He's going to kill Darkseid alone. Zatanna cried out in horror after recovering from her dry mouth. I know, I'm listening to. Batman took a deep breath and clenched his fists again with inexplicable anticipation. Who would have imagined how desperate he was in the face of the Doomsday disaster at the beginning, and how confident he is now that his position is reversed. To such an extent, and with such a style it's really him. Atlanta covered her mouth with her hands, and her beautiful red eyes had complicated expressions, including fear, excitement, sadness, joy, and more awe. The king who has been invincible on the earth for decades, killed gods as soon as he came, made the galaxy sad, and trampled everything is back. Are you sure you're staying here and don't want to take a look? Steppenwolf suddenly stood up and shouted in a deep voice, the battle between the two kings will affect the earth and even the universe. Go, let's follow. Superman Clark and the female Superman Kayla glanced at each other and said the same thing. Hoo. Less than a second. Yi Meng took off from Gotham City and arrived at an area tens of thousands of meters above the surface, located in near outer space, bathed in unobstructed sunlight. Standing here, turning around and looking down, what comes into view is the true face of the planet in the outline of a sphere. DC Earth, underfoot. The ancient day of destruction in the appearance of a youth. Yi Meng raised the corners of his mouth, his eyes were burning with the fire of destruction, his whole body was surrounded by soaring and overflowing energy lightning, and his heart beat like a drum. The wantonness and arrogance at the corner of the mouth gradually opened to an inhuman ferocious feeling, but it got closer to the original him. Destroy, move forward, no matter who the opponent is. As the incarnation of the ancient day of destruction, there is no need to think too much, as long as the destruction can achieve something, then just do it. It was only Setsuna who had the desire to fight and destroy in his heart, and Yi Meng felt that every inch of flesh and blood in his body, every biological gene in his muscles and bones, was turning into compressed versions of energy converters, collectively running crazily to provide power and energy to myself. Yi Meng's eyes blazed with flames of destruction, and exoskeleton sleeves popped out of his ears. He saw what was happening in the entire hemisphere at the moment, and heard the dense and trivial sounds from the other hemisphere that was farther away. Hundreds of millions of information pour in like static electricity, and the vision and sound are screened and processed by the super brain, and the answer you want is quickly obtained. Got you? Yi Meng is like a hunter at this moment, looking at a place in outer space, and in the next moment, he has lost track. Only the cloud cover on the Earth side has broken. Continental Europe, Norway ice fields. This used to be the largest ice sheet in continental Europe. At the moment it is almost winter, but the temperature here is generally above 50 degrees. There are many strange metal fortresses, and lava rivers with hot smoke are flowing everywhere in the land. Not to mention ice and snow, not even a little green plants exist, and the whole country has been transformed into a foreign land. Tens of thousands of super demons with Kryptonian gene mutations flew around on this lava-like high-temperature land. At this moment, a stream of light that was more dazzling than lava rushed through the atmosphere and approached here from the end of the sky at an extremely fast speed. The destroying streamer pierced through several alien spaceships along the way, and the speed did not stop but became faster, and soon forcibly crashed into the outermost energy shield, showing signs of an indomitable and strong offensive. Buzz. First, a few super demons noticed this scene, screamed, and then exploded their nests like a swarm of bees, flapping their wings and flying into the air. They cover the sky, like a pouring black galaxy, covering the sky over there, trying to block the human-shaped streamer with obvious intrusion intentions. However, this time it is like ice and snow meeting the sun. The super demons that formed layers of defensive walls at high altitudes were constantly melting, and a clear gap was torn from the outside to the inside at once. The body of the super demons with a pseudo-steel body was fragmented, and clusters of blood mist were followed by clusters shrouded in red flames. This what the hell happened? The Apocalypse Star generals and high-level personnel who stayed here looked up at the sky in astonishment, and saw that the streamer was obviously a mysterious young man. Even if they were hit by the laser beam with the highest frequency, such a number of super demons would not be like this. But they were directly crushed by the invaded youths. It's unbelievable. Stop him. Absolutely don't let him break into the general base here and disturb the master. Desad, one of the generals of the Apocalypse Star, shouted angrily. The rest of the Apocalypse Star generals also planned to force the invaders to stop, but at this moment, a thick and cold voice came from the innermost part of the base. Let him in. You will die if you make a move. Owner. Desard and the other Apocalypse Star generals were shocked, and their bodies froze in place, allowing the streamer to rush into the depths unstoppably. This time, it is a veritable Mars hitting the Earth. Boom! When the human-shaped streamer fell, a group of astonishingly powerful ball lightning exploded, and the dazzling light made it difficult for many Apocalypse Star generals to open their eyes. At the moment, the Star Apocalypse is stationed deep within a terraforming base on Earth. With his body shining like electric current, Yi Meng, who stepped down with a ball lightning, was fixed at a low altitude, with a jet-black halberd weapon pressed against his right foot, which was bursting with energy and rushing waves. This halberd weapon, which can withstand energy and shock waves, is being held by two powerful gray and black arms. Its owner is bald, wearing a heavy armor, and is better than Thanos but with a more powerful existence. Apocalypse Star Master, New God Supreme, Dark Lord, Darkseid. Under his feet, the ground that had withstood the impact of infinite energy did not crack. The entire surface of the Earth is outlined with a mysterious and wonderful pattern by the lava flow, occupying several miles, as if it is alive. This is where you die. Darkseid growled. Yi Meng didn't respond. He stepped down again, the infinite energy in his body was vented, and the second ball of lightning exploded. Strong light, heat waves, hurricanes, lightning, power, shock waves, all roared down and drowned everything. The day of destruction of the ancient times, I have always refused to accept it. Among them, there will always be one down before the end, Metropolis, a manor mansion in the suburbs. The high-temperature lava spreading from the urban area of the metropolis was approaching, and the surrounding forests began to burn with raging flames, and the flames reflected the sky into blood red. Burning fallen leaves and ashes like sparks drifted with the wind, but they couldn't get close to the manor mansion area, as if there was a huge amounts of invisible shroud here. At the moment, closed and deserted manor mansion building, on the 3rd floor. In the master room, the flaming and flickering firelight poured in from the window, and a huge and simple bronze metal chair still stood quietly in the main hall of the room. A pink lowly ghost that doesn't seem to exist in the world, curled up with a petite pink body, with long eyelashes and slender eyes closed, curled up on the left armrest of the bronze metal chair. A dreamlike colorful long hair leaked like a waterfall, but it didn't fall to the floor, but floated autonomously in the low sky above the surface. King. She was talking softly in her sleep, and suddenly woke up with a start, and hurriedly looked around. Looking at the empty present, he was speechless for a long time. Vaguely, Xiao Huahua recalled that when the king was still there, this place was very lively. I heard the call of the king again in my dream. They all say you're dead. I don't believe it. Little Huahua, I'm still waiting for you here on the bronze throne. Lolita's big starry eyes gleamed with tears, forced a smile, and wanted to continue lying down on the cold bronze armrest, unmoved by the approaching lava and fire outside. At this moment, a vibe came from a place farther than the metropolis, causing the mansion sheltered by psychokinesis to vibrate slightly. This is... Xiao Huahua opened her eyes suddenly. She turned her head and looked out of the window full of flames in a daze. At the end of the sky, golden red thunder fires filled with emotions shot up into the sky. The clouds exploded, and the sky connected to outer space became transparent. This is like the mighty power of a god, violent and gorgeous, and like a ray of destruction. Looking at the inexplicably familiar thunder light, Xiao Huahua suddenly realized that her little face was already wet with tears. Europe, a small country, within the territory. A deserted hill collapsed with a bang, and the dust was flying. 2 super demons are fighting with a bald man in black. From the sky to the earth. Chop Suey, get out of here. Following the thunderous roar of the bald man, holding 2 super demons in one hand, he knocked down the mountain and pressed it to the bottom of the hill. He burst out with powerful blue thunder and lightning, drowning himself, and also drowning the super demon that was pressed to the ground. Boom! The thunderbolt pierced through the mouths and noses of the 2 super demons, bombarded the surface of the body, roasted the internal organs, and cut off the vitality of any cell inside. Soon, the wings were scorched black, and the super demon that gave off a scorched smell stopped moving. Black Adam's fist fell, crushing the heads of the 2 super demons, trampling their chests to pieces, and then stood up again bathed in blue-white lightning. You bastards, you are still far away from killing me. Black Adam sneered. His body of the 6 gods had been ravaged by bombardments far exceeding super magic power and energy, and he was on the verge of death many times to recover. If he just fell here like this, he thought he would have no face to see that person again. Come on, you guys don't have the right to set foot on my territory, so you dare to be the trash who just came after the absence. Black Adam's electric eyes are threatening, and the lightning logo shining on the chest of the black uniform is extremely glaring, and he looks coldly at the several super demons who continue to come to this side for support. However, those super demons suddenly stopped in the air, and then flapped their wings and left towards one end. Hey Adam, who was about to fight to the end, was taken aback for a moment. Have you escaped? Is that the direction of Norway? The next moment, his pupils shrank violently. The violent and scorching thunder fire soared into the sky, and clusters of lightning spread from the end of the field of vision. It is like the power produced by a nuclear bomb explosion, but this time it is a continuous explosion. Even if they are separated by thousands of kilometers, they can still feel the aura of destruction in the air. The whole earth seemed to tremble slightly at this moment. In comparison, the raging thunder light lingering on Black Adam's body is nothing. This feeling is unmistakable, it is that one. But, how is it possible? Black Adam trembled all over. Although he felt unbelievable, how could he remember wrongly? After all, his body has endured countless times, the bombing and ravages that destroy power like that. How could he remember it wrong? Moreover, besides that one, who else could display such a devastating power? Black Adam was stunned for a moment, then trembling and excited, flew towards that side at extreme speed without any hesitation. Norway, Apocalypse Star settled in Earth's headquarters. The Superman and the female Superman arrived here first, and they watched from the sky to the battlefield deep in the headquarters, which had been covered by ball lightning and lava heat waves. King against king. Ranked at the pinnacle of the Apocalypse Star and the ultimate Zeon of Krypton. The battle that can be called the pinnacle of this world has obviously begun. The aftermath of the fierce battle between the two alone covered an area of tens of miles. The earth trembled, the sky burned, the mountains cracked, and the storm raged. It seemed that hundreds of years of natural disasters were staged here together. Can we just watch? The female Superman asked reluctantly. If we intervene, we will let the king get in the way. No, maybe we will be cleaned up together. Superman Clark said, very self-aware. In the past few decades, the king has never joined forces with others, and one person is invincible. The rest of the Apocalypse Star forces on the scene did not intervene, not because they did not want to intervene, but because they were powerless. The enemy was like a super large energy conversion field. Dozens of super demons just rushed into the battlefield, and were blown into flying ash by the destructive energy before they got closer to 10 meters. The Apocalypse Star generals were also horrified, and Darkseid, the Dark King, had only been defeated on Earth tens of thousands of years ago. It's just that the king hadn't fully grown up at that time. After Darkseid completely ruled Apocalypse and became a king, he never lost. Whoever meets is instant kill. But this time, on the old Earth again, the Dark King was evenly matched with a young man of unknown origin. They don't know. In fact, it is not evenly matched. At the moment, the center of the battlefield covered by lightning and lava. Darkseid, with special rock skin all over his body and wearing a mighty battle armor, had just split the rolling ball lightning in half with a halberd in his hand, and the next moment he was shot away by the hot sight from the front. Darkseid flew hundreds of meters. Before he stopped in the air, a figure chased him up, and as the air exploded layer by layer, he knocked away lightning and heat waves all the way. Drink. When Darkseid landed on both feet, Setsuna stood firmly on the ground like a mountain, and the halberd's front thrust, which was enough to smash the ground into lava terrain, burst out with terrifying power. However, the next moment, a big hand with grey and cold bony spurs carried a hurricane, firmly grasped the crimson trembling tip of the halberd, and received the eruption of the volcanic recovery with his bare hands. Before Darkseid could react, another big bony spur lingered on the shock, and landed a heavy punch on his chest, blasting him farther back. Let me have more fun, Dark Lord Darkseid. The golden red flames of his eyes swayed wildly. Leaping forward with current from the hurricane and heat wave, the young and handsome young man grinned wildly. His hands and feet were all covered by the exoskeleton, and hideous white bones protruded from his back and shoulders. At the moment, he is more like a villain, brutal as a beast, killing like a god. On the side of Apocalypse, a mysterious woman wearing a hooded uniform landed on the edge of the battle, her eyes wide open, and she looked at the white-hot battlefield in surprise. Although she once wanted to help the Justice League and the people on Earth win Darkseid, but it has to be said that Darkseid after becoming the Dark Lord is too strong. No matter how you calculate it, it is difficult to make up the gap in strength between them. Without Superman's single defense, Darkseid can sweep the current civilization by himself. But this time, there is actually an existence that can fight this Dark King one-on-one in a real sense. This is the first time since it conquered tens of thousands of cosmic civilizations in the past. And judging from the current situation, in terms of pure physical strength alone, Darkseid is at an absolute disadvantage. It is conceivable that only monsters among monsters can surpass monsters. The hooded woman from the Apocalypse Star is still not optimistic about this, and whispered, the strength of Darkseid is not only his body. His indestructible rock-like skin is also due to the absorption. It is a semi-finished product that indirectly evolves after gaining that power. When Darkseid uses that power, it is usually the moment to instantly kill the opponent. At the moment, in the midst of battle, let me have more fun, Darkseid. Ancient Destruction Day. Yi Meng's eyes were filled with tyrannical red flames, and his whole body was bursting with energy currents. He rushed forward to break through everything, punching Darkseid backwards and flying backwards with one punch after another. You are still strong. I only have one punch. Regardless of your magical skills, I only have one punch. Yi Meng's current body shape is semi-ancient and ruined, and his physical body is the strongest artifact. He received Darkseid's attack with his bare hands, and once again blasted the 2-meter-tall Dark King into the air. Every punch has its own astonishing waves and energy, and even the battle armor on Darkseid's body has cracks. Boom! The halberd weapon in Darkseid's hand flew several kilometers away. His feet landed on the ground, his palms touched the ground, and he stabilized his figure on the undamaged lava land again. He lifted his burning red eyes upwards, stared at the berserk young man with bony spurs, looked down at the cracked and dented armor, and said in a deep voice, I admit it, in terms of physical strength and physical strength alone, you can't help it. It is the most powerful universe I have ever seen, stronger than Zeus and God of War, who claimed to be gods here tens of thousands of years ago, stronger than the Green Lantern Corps and Kryptonian soldiers in the universe. Yi Meng smiled wantonly, and rushed forward with a storm. I haven't admitted you yet as a sandbag. You are very durable, but it is far from letting me enjoy myself. I don't want to kill you. If I am serious, you will die instantly. Darkseid whispered majestically, you killed one of my sons, then use yourself to pay for it. Your strength, your will, and everything about you will open up the territory of Apocalypse and the future of the Dark King. Fight, and you will be honored for it. Yi Meng didn't answer, and responded with a fist with grey and white bone spurs, which was still a seemingly ordinary punch. Darkseid felt inexplicably unable to resist, stepped back, and the diameter of his bone spur fist fell on the lava land where he was originally standing. On the former side of the Norwegian ice field, the lava river formed some kind of mysterious pattern, and the vast land that had endured the previous ball lightning and the aftermath of the battle between the two without being damaged, unexpectedly broke out of the cliff under this punch. The entire Norwegian ice sheet is shaking violently. Without the attachment and blessing of the mysterious power, this punch might break the continental plate of the earth. Darkseid's eyes froze, realizing that the opponent hadn't used his true strength before. The pure power is so strong that it is beyond cognition. If it continues like this, it will be destroyed by the other party. The power engraved on the surface of the earth here will be out of play. After all, even now he has not inherited all of that power. Strength. It's time to end. You are indeed strong, but you are too arrogant. You shouldn't set foot here lightly. Darkseid seemed to stop pretending. Facing the Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction, who continued to rush forward, he suddenly roared, "Surrender to the Apocalypse Star. I am the new god, everything belongs to Darkseid. There has never been an existence like me among you, let everything cease to exist. Be afraid of me, humble and beg for mercy. Let you usher in death, and die for Darkseid." He whispered domineeringly, with the palms of both hands facing Yi Meng. That Setsuna, with its own mysterious power, echoes the power of the Earth's surface presented by the lava-flowing river under its feet. The two forces converged into one body, turning into a will over the universe, suppressing Yi Meng's self-awareness. Yi Meng, who was about to throw his fist, suddenly stood motionless on the lava land like a statue. It's going to succeed. Darkseid is expressionless, as cold as a god, and everything is under control. Tens of thousands of years ago, he discovered. On this planet, on the surface of the Earth here, there is a force strong enough to control tens of thousands of civilizations in the universe. Its name, Anti-Life Equation? The supreme power who controls the Omega Rays has become the King of Darkness. If he gets this kind of anti-life equation that can manipulate the will of any life in the universe, then he will be completely invincible. In the year since it took over the Earth, Darkseid has successfully absorbed half of the power of the anti-life equation, and in just one more year, he will control it all, thereby manipulating the will of all creatures on the entire Earth and even the universe. That's why when he descended by projection, he proposed to Yi Meng the condition that the Apocalypse Star voluntarily withdraw from the Earth 1 year later. As a result, Yi Meng was not fooled by this, not only killed his son, but also directly invaded here. However, this is exactly what he wants. As long as he sets foot on this land that depicts the anti-life equation, he can also use the complete power of the anti-life equation. You will become a slave of the Apocalypse Star, and fight for the Apocalypse Star for hundreds of millions of years to pay for your sins. Darkseid communicated with the other half of the anti-life equation under his feet, locking Yi Meng's will with the complete anti-life equation power. Just when he had the chance to win, he tried to carve a mark deep in Yi Meng's will. A phantom of a yellow gem emerged from between Yi Meng's eyebrows. The next moment, the bony spur fist continued to fall with the hurricane, distorting Darkseid's face that was not angry but mighty. "You." Darkseid opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Yi Meng, the day of destruction of the ancient times, didn't care so much. He knocked Darkseid to the ground, straddling him with his exoskeleton-covered feet. He landed on the opponent with one punch after another, and while riding his face, his eyes burst out endlessly with hot gazes. The impact of the bone spur fist, the ravages of the hot gaze. Falling on the lava land with the blessing of the anti-life equation, Darkseid was a little overwhelmed for a while. The helmet on his head was completely smashed, and the battle armor of the highest masterpiece of Apocalypse was split in half and melted in half. While Darkseid felt the pain, he felt even more unbelievable. The anti-life equation actually failed? Not being able to imprint deep in the other's will is like being unable to leave marks on an indestructible gem. The opponent is immune to the anti-life equation? Darkseid couldn't understand it, but felt that the opponent's strength was still increasing, and the armor on his body was the first to be damaged, and he really felt the crisis. If this continues, the face of being the King of Darkness will undoubtedly be lost, and he will look more like a lost dog than tens of thousands of years ago on the Earth. Enough. Darkseid roared angrily, and he said this not only to Yi Meng, but also to himself. Enough? He has had enough. Since the anti-life equation can't control the opponent, then use your true strength to kill it. Darkseid's eyes overflowed with anger that could no longer be suppressed, and the red light in his pupils that had been burning suddenly burst out, but it was different from the Kryptonian's hot gaze, but drew a blood-red trace of the letter Z. Z? The red pupil light flashed past, piercing through the bony spur fist of the young man sitting straddling him, and continued to cut through the body and head covered with grey cold exoskeleton. Between Setsuna, the red pupil light annihilated all the vitality of the ancient Doomsday. Compared with Darkseid's bright red eyes, Yi Meng immediately stopped all movements. The golden red light in his eyes went out, and his strong aura continued to drop until he completely lost his breath of life. Ended. On the edge of the battlefield, the Apocalypse Star woman who witnessed this scene shook her head and sighed. That is the source of Darkseid's truly invincible power that can be called the Dark Lord. Its name, Omega Rays. The Z-shaped crimson lightning flashed by without any arc, faster and more twisted than lightning, like the light of death. The scarlet lightning easily pierced through the bony body of the young man who looked like a monster, and Setsuna cut off all vitality and disappeared in the air. Darkseid, with his armor torn to pieces, was lying on the ground engraved with the anti-life equation. His eyes continued to burn with red flames containing mysterious and unpredictable power. The energy force field that continuously overflows from the body weakens and disappears. The bony spur fist lingering around the lightning and thunder and fire stopped in midair and did not fall anymore. Like extinguishing a human-shaped sun, the aftermath of the ball lightning disappeared in the sky. I knew that no one in this universe can defeat the Master Darkseid. The king is invincible. Desad, one of the generals of Apocalypse Star, stood on the dome of the Apocalypse Star General Base building with the highest level defense cover activated, looking at the battlefield that had stopped several miles away since the appearance of the Scarlet Lightning, and whispered hoarsely like an undead. It's a pity, if you can push Darkseid to this point, you still can't resist the Omega Rays after all. The mysterious hooded woman on the Apocalypse side shook her head helplessly and sighed sincerely. Omega rays. That is, a beam ray attack method manifested under the Omega effect. The Omega effect beam can penetrate everything in an instant, and vaporize and erase the hid existence. The unsolvable law of the universe? Tens of thousands of years ago, Darkseid initially controlled this power, and he was the undisputed master of the Apocalypse star among the new Protoss. When Darkseid fully controls this effect ability, he will be the Dark Lord, the master of trillions of civilizations. No matter how powerful an existence is, encountering an Omega effect ray will kill it instantly, it's just so incomprehensible. This is also the main reason why it is difficult to overthrow or even kill Darkseid no matter how you calculate it, not to mention that Darkseid has already controlled half of the anti-life equation. There is no doubt that after Darkseid jointly holds the Omega effect and the anti-life equation, he will be the only god in this universe. Brother, did you lose? Looking at the bony spur young man who had lost his vitality and stood still at the far end, the female Superman Kayla covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from screaming, and her blue gem-like eyes were quickly covered with water vapor. Is her god dead? By perversion. Zatanna and the Justice League, who were teleported, also watched this scene in shock and despair. Even that existence was killed in battle. Is it really possible for them to overthrow the Apocalypse star? Do not. Superman Clark stood suspended in the sky, clenched his left fist tightly, touched the center of his brow with his right hand, and said calmly and forcefully, "The king said that he will not die, let alone lose." But the female Superman Kayla was in a hurry to shed tears. Under myopia and perception, no matter how she looked at her eldest brother, she was already dead. The crimson light beam flashed by Setsuna pierced the body of steel with bone spurs, wiped out the activity of the cells, and ruined every trace of vitality. Nothing but, the king will not lose. Superman directly interrupted his cousin Kayla, who spent a year questioning the death of the king. How could he believe that the king of destruction died just like that, and was defeated in a one-on-one situation? Even if the opponent is the Dark Lord, he still can't cross that mountain. The female Superman Kayla stared blankly at Superman, and then at the Steppenwolf not far away, feeling extremely absurd. They were once adopted children, pets, slaves, and even living sandbags of the ancient Doomsday. Later, they joined hands to besiege and kill the ancient Doomsday. Now, what he hopes to win is the ancient Destruction Day. What's more, they all firmly believed that Yengu Destroyed Day would win. This kind of self-confidence had reached the level of morbid obsession, far exceeding their self-confidence in themselves. Even at the moment, the ancient day of destruction, the king of destruction. For Kayla, the existence of the gods and the big brother is now completely dead in battle. Why do they still think that the other side will not lose? The center of the lava land that subsided. Darkseid kept gasping for breath. In the past, whether to use Omega rays was just a matter of mood, but this time it was obviously the strongest way to be forced to use his own power and authority. I have to say, you are indeed the strongest I have encountered since I fought for thousands of years. Darkseid raised his eyes coldly, staring at the corpse standing like a sculpture of a young man with bony spurs. Even though he was dead, there was still a terrifying aura about him. Unfortunately, that's the end of it. If you are immune to the anti-life equation, you will only die. There cannot be such an uncontrollable and powerful creature like you in this universe. Darkseid stood up slowly, stretched out his hand and pressed on the chest of the semi-ancient Doomsday youth with bony spurs, trying to push him down, so as to get up and proudly declare that he was still invincible and invincible. However, Darkseid pushed lightly, but the body of the bone spur young man who was like a sculpture remained motionless, still riding on him, casting a dark figure that was bigger than his own body. Darkseid thought it was his own illusion. The strength in his hands kept increasing, and the lava lying on the ground kept boiling, but he still couldn't shake it. An invisible force field diffused from the bone spur young man's body to the surrounding fields, making the body far more difficult to move than mountains and alien spaceships, like a piece of divine iron deeply fixed on this land. Darkseid quickly used all his strength, and lava erupted like a volcano on the ground for several miles, and twisted waves of force pulled in the air, but he still couldn't push away the corpse riding on him. Do not. Wrong? Darkseid's red pupils swayed violently. You actually. The next moment, the bone spur fist fell and hit Darkseid's abdomen. The highly battle-damaged version of the shattered armor exploded completely, followed by a ball of violent ball lightning. Darkseid lay back on the ground again, his powerful and strong limbs raised high, his body arched like a shrimp, and was squeezed by the raging ball lightning. How could you still be alive? Facing the young man's renewed destructive eyes, the Dark King felt unbelievable, so red flames burst out from his eyes for the second time, once again drawing a Z-shaped scarlet lightning. The scarlet lightning pierced through the bone spur youth again. Yi Meng's movements froze, but only for a second or two, and then the bony spur fist continued to swing down, severely cracking Darkseid's eye socket. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Darkseid's eye sockets were cracked, and the red lightning pierced the air time and time again, piercing the bone spur's body, and the Omega effect continued to wipe out the opponent's vitality. But Yi Meng still stagnated for a moment, then quickly recovered, and continued to smash his fists at Darkseid, ravaging the opponent's body. The corners of his mouth were wanton and cold, raising a cruel arc. It's a pity that Apocalypse knows nothing about him in the ancient Doomsday, the dream of this DC universe. As early as a year ago, the day he died, The ancient Doomsday avatar is immune. Death, boom, boom, boom. Ball after ball of lightning energy exploded, coupled with shocking punches, covering the battlefield area for miles, suppressing Darkseid's body on the ground. If it weren't for the anti-life equation portrayed on this land, the landform of more than 10 kilometers here has already changed from a plateau to a rift valley. Yi Meng, the day of destruction in ancient times, rode on Darkseid. His fists were as powerful as a deep, and his eyes exploded with thunder, making Darkseid even have no chance to get up. Those who watched from a distance, both the Apocalypse side and the Justice League side, all widened their eyes in astonishment. The reversal happened so fast? Originally thought that the victory and defeat had already been decided, and it ended with the death in battle on the ancient destruction day. Unexpectedly, the ancient Doom Day, which was supposed to die, was resurrected inexplicably, and returned to its full glory, continuing to suppress Darkseid severely and unable to move. Impossible, how could the Omega effect fail? Darkseid's body was firmly on the lava land, and he used the Omega effect countless times within 10 seconds, attacking the Bone Spur body riding on him from all angles. Can every time. The Bone Spur youth only paused for a moment, then continued to swing his fists, hitting him hard, and the effect of making the opponent stop was getting less and less. From the very beginning, the opponent was made to pause for more than 10 seconds, and then the second time the opponent was only allowed to pause for a second. Until now, being hit by the Omega effect, it only paused for a moment before returning to normal, which has been ignored. It seems that he has adapted to the attack of the Omega effect and is immune to the blow of this supreme power. Darkseid couldn't comprehend, in less than a minute, what changes had been made in the body of the Bone Spur monster he was fighting with in front of him. Actually, before this battle, Yi Meng himself did not fully understand the current situation of the incarnation of the ancient Day of Destruction, until he was killed by the Omega effect just now. At that moment, Yi Meng understood that the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday was different from the biggest change a year ago. Before, he had been thinking, why was the body in reality killed by the Phoenix Force, but did not really die, but instead entered the current two major dream worlds? At first, he thought it was in the Marvel Dreamland, and the incarnation was caused by Vision's evolution into Mind Gem's ability feature. Now he knows. Immortality is derived from the DC Dream Universe, the ability characteristic of the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday. In the DC Dream Universe, thousands of years ago, the ancient Doomsday had been fighting against the entire Kryptonian civilization, and it was the deepest destruction and fear of the Kryptonian civilization. If the Kryptonian civilization could kill the ancient Doomsday, it would have been killed long ago. How could it choose to lock this timed nuclear bomb in the star core? The extremely deformed Kryptonian mutation gene allows the ancient Doomsday to adapt to any form of damage it has experienced at an astonishing speed until it is completely immune to that type of blow. Since it has been a nightmare of the Kryptonian civilization for thousands of years, the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday may one day already have the characteristic of being close to immortality. It can also be said that he has gradually become immune to death. So, a year ago, Yi Meng was hit by a kryptonite spear. The kryptonite spear did kill the ancient Doomsday incarnation at that time, but since the ancient Doomsday was immune to death, he was only in a deep suspended animation, and he was also immune to kryptonite when he revived again. Ancient Doomsday is unkillable. Even if you die, you will be immune to death again and revive. As it is now, from being killed by the Omega effect at the beginning, and then resurrected due to immune death, until being immune to the Omega effect attack. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Meng, the Day of Destruction in ancient times, swung his fist and smashed Darkseid bit by bit into the earth blessed with mysterious power. Shocking cracks spread to the surrounding surface with lava patterns. Darkseid has not yet accepted the fact that the Omega effect has failed, and now he is surprised to find that under the impact of the power containing the will to destroy, the anti-life equation depicted here begins to disintegrate. While struggling to resist, Darkseid said hastily, "If you continue to attack like this, the remaining half of the anti-life equation will be destroyed. Don't you want to fully control this power that can control the current cosmic creatures?" When Yi Meng heard this, he paused. Immediately afterwards, he continued to drop a punch, smashing Darkseid deeper into the lava land. What is the anti-life equation? Why should I borrow the power of heretics? I am invincible and above everything else. Yi Meng's words were cold, and the bone spur fist lingering with destructive energy was like a sun setting, completely driving Darkseid into the lava surface depicting mysterious power. The power of destruction is vented down like a pillar of the gods. This land of lava collapsed, and half of the anti-life equations depicted here also exploded. If it's the Marvel Dream World, Yi Meng might borrow any power that can bless him, and upgrade himself with carefully calculated arms. But here's the DC universe, and he's the ancient Doomsday. The ancient Ruin Day doesn't need to rely on anything, he will be invincible in the end, and he is born in an absolutely invincible position. Omega effect? Anti-life equation? Just suppress and explode? He is the supremacy of this universe, the end of all extraordinary powers? Rumble? Darkseid fell down together with the lava rubble, his eyes were about to burst, and he vomited blood, falling into the invisible dark abyss rift. Above, the Bone Spur youth himself was like a round of sun bursting out with endless light and heat, looking down violently. At this moment, Darkseid suddenly realized that he would never be able to defeat him. This kind of deep frustration and powerlessness is far beyond the defeat on the Earth tens of thousands of years ago. Because he was defeated and fled back then, he firmly believed that as long as he continued to grow, he would be able to take down the Earth one day. And it is true. But now, Doomsday discovered that perhaps no matter how strong he became in the future, how much powerful deprivation absorbed, he still couldn't defeat the existence in front of him. An unprecedented emotion surged in Doomsday's heart. To this, Doomsday naturally didn't want to admit it. He looked up to the sky and roared angrily at Yi Meng. No, I haven't lost yet. I'm Doomsday. His eyes burst out with Z-shaped red light beams, but this time the Omega effect did not hit Yi Meng in the sky above, but headed towards the Apocalypse Star headquarters several miles away. Sizzle. The Omega light beam pierced through the energy shield of Apocalypse Star and crossed the zigzag at an extremely fast speed, and dozens of super demon-like bodies were connected in series between Setsuna. And that's just the beginning. Omega beams continue to flicker in this area of space. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Under the horrified gaze of the generals of Apocalypse, the Omega effect beam killed tens of thousands of super demons with Kryptonian genes, and almost wiped out the super demons? Whether flying in the sky or on the ground, these super demon-like bodies froze, and then spontaneously ignited from the inside out to ashes. Killed by the Omega effect, tens of thousands of super demons seemed to turn into thousands of blood-colored energy beams, converging towards Doomsday. Buzz, bursts of red energy waves and air waves swept out. Inside the Abyss Rift, Doomsday, who absorbed the energy activity of tens of thousands of super demons in one fell swoop, hovered in the midair of the rift. His aura was several times stronger than before, and the red flames from his eyes almost spewed out for more than half a meter, and his rock-like tough body also swelled around, and his body was lingering with Omega red light all the time. How about it? I'm Doomsday. How could I lose here for the second time? Doomsday felt that he could do it again. He raised his eyes, but his words suddenly stopped. Visible. In the sky above him, the previous bony spur youth had disappeared, replaced by a 2-meter-tall bony spur monster. The Kryptonian black battlesuit on its body is fully supported by its bulging muscles. A Dawson cold bone spur protrudes from the back of the hand, and the shoulder. It is like wearing a sacred and hideous bone mask on its face, lingering around the whole body. An overflow of frenzied energy streams. A pair of monster eyes with blazing flames of destruction stared down at him. It opened its ferocious mouth wantonly, and asked, Doomsday, have you ever felt fear? Have you ever died? The earth trembled, bursting open a series of rifts and abysses that were several miles long or tens of miles long, and the plateau collapsed. Above the sky, the rock giant with the red flames of the Omega effect lingering all over his body, and the bone spur monster with blazing destructive currents all over his body. The former absorbed the energy activity of tens of thousands of super demons, like a crimson black hole, while the latter showed its true fighting form, like a high-hanging sun. This is not a single life, it looks like a celestial body confronting the sky, bursting out endless light energy. The clouds were lifted and evaporated, and the sky above the dome was transparent, as if connected to space. The two stood opposite each other at a height of 100 meters. The strong light prevented all bystanders from looking directly at them. The coercion made everyone, including Kryptonian physique, instinctively bow their heads. The ultimate confrontation between darkness and destruction, here ushered in the prelude to the end. The physical law here is already disordered. Countless broken stones and dust float up, and are pulled towards the two great existences, and when they reach a certain height, they are annihilated into nothingness. Quick, get out of here. The remaining Apocalypse Star generals were astonished. Without the slightest hesitation, they all evacuated from the headquarters base here. Facing the scorching wind, the mysterious woman wearing a hood on the side of Apocalypse whispered with emotion, it's so powerful that it forced Doomsday into a desperate situation. Super demons with Kryptonian genes are not so easy to cultivate. The number of tens of thousands is already 80% of the current super demons. It can be said that just now Doomsday sacrificed the demon army in order to improve himself for a short time. That is a super demon-like army capable of sweeping and ruling tens of thousands of cosmic civilizations. I don't know if I can kill 1,000 enemies, but I have already damaged myself by 800. This also shows that Doomsday has been pushed into a real desperate situation. After all, Doomsday cannot be defeated. Once the Dark Lord of Apocalypse falls, no amount of super fiends will matter. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, Doomsday is desperately trying to defeat his opponent. If I stay here, the aftermath alone will hurt me. It's really a contest between monsters. The mysterious hooded woman shook her head, turned around, and moved away from the battlefield at an extremely fast speed. Retreat. Superman Clark, female Superman Kayla, and Steppenwolf quickly retreated. Zatanna also used teleportation to evacuate herself and the rest of the Justice League members 10 miles away. Almost at the next moment when everyone evacuated. In the sky, it is as if a black hole and the sun are facing each other, and Doomsday, the King of Darkness, and Yi Meng, the Ancient Day of Destruction, collide together. When the two collide, the world in Setsuna loses color and sound, and the time and space in the current hemisphere seem to be stagnant. 3 seconds later, boom, the strong black and red lights are integrated together, and then spread out layer by layer. Just for a moment I don't know if it's energy, shock waves, or another form of matter, covering a radius of more than 10 miles. When the glare faded, the entire original anti-life equation was engraved, and the Norwegian plateau, which was an ancient battlefield thousands of years ago, was gone. There was a bottomless abyss Tiankang in place, and the original apocalypse base in the headquarters of the Earth was also erased out of thin air. The seawater along the coast of Norway continues to flow backwards to form waterfalls and whirlpools. Darkseid, who is like a rock giant, stands alone in the air. Not only from his eyes, but also from every inch of his body, the Omega effect bursts out, forming a beam of light, which still crosses the air in the shape of a Z letter, destroying the ancient times all over his body. The transformed Yi Meng fell down with a bang. It's better for me to be stronger, after all, I am stronger. Darkseid roared to the sky, but it was more like trying to hide his inner emotions. Boom! The Omega effect blasted Yi Meng to the sea in front of Norway, reaching the bottom of the sea. In the sea water, the red flame formed by the Omega effect was still burning through the body. Usually, just such a ray of red flames formed by the Omega effect is enough to burn ordinary Kryptonians with steel bodies to ashes. Not to mention the Omega effect beam of light with a radius of 1 meter is now formed. The power is overwhelming, erasing everything. I am afraid it is enough to blast any creature in the current universe into nothingness. However, being bombarded by such an Omega effect beam of light, it burned the body. In the deep sea, the 2-meter-tall bony spur body of the ancient Doomsday still exists and stands erect. And under the burning of the Omega effect through the body, from the inside to the outside, from the body to the gene, Yi Meng's ferocious huge amounts of body not only did not get damaged, but the body became tighter, like metal tempered and beaten. The most obvious is the rough and gray exoskeleton and bone spurs. At the moment, the body's surface becomes smoother and tends to be silver metal bright white texture. In terms of appearance and aura, it is more like metamorphosis from a hideous monster to a god. Soon, the crimson flame transformed by the Omega effect is still burning on Yi Meng's body, but it can no longer cause damage. Instead it seems to be covered with a layer of sun flame. The genetic adaptability of the ancient Doomsday is not only reflected in the immunity to the forms of damage it has received, but also reflected in the infinite evolution of genes. The battle is endless and the evolution is endless. When you meet the strong, you are strong, surpassing everything. Darkseid still didn't understand what he was facing. In the deep sea, a pair of eyes burning with violent and destructive flames opened again, and the surrounding sea water boiled and exploded, rushing upwards. At the moment, in the middle of the sky, Darkseid, who looked like a single black hole, shouted angrily, "It's still me, there is nothing in this universe that can scare me." The words are not finished yet. The sea surface exploded, and the 1,000 tons of seawater evaporated into water vapor before it was completely thrown up. Dragging the scorching tail of the berserk golden red destruction energy, Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction, rushed to Darkseid like lightning, and his fists were printed on Darkseid's chest from bottom to top, leading him to a higher sky fly away. The sound barrier breaks at the instant of contact, followed by the Earth's atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, every move can destroy the country, transform the local terrain, and collapse the land faults, rushing out of the outer space of the Earth. Apocalypse and the Justice League looked up nervously at the sky. King Black Adam and Xiao Huahua, who are about to rush to the battlefield here, are separated by a huge distance, and they are also shocked to look up and follow the energy trajectory away from the Earth. In 2 to 3 seconds, even the far-sighted Superman and the female Superman had to fly up while squinting their eyes, watching the ancient Doomsday take Darkseid and fly away for nearly 400,000 kilometers without stopping. Hit the tip of the moon orbiting the Earth? No sound or aftermath came here, but everyone could clearly see that the silver disc-shaped moon in the clear sky had lost 1/20th of its upper right corner. This is not like an artificial satellite in the past, but a real celestial body, and it was smashed into pieces just like that. All the bystanders who thought they were strong felt their scalps tingle when they saw this scene, and they really felt the difference in strength between each other. The vastness of space. The moon trembled, silently collapsing a huge and boundless corner of the celestial body, turning into countless meteorites and breaking into dust and scattering into the universe. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng hit Darkseid with both fists, crashed into the corner of the moon, and continued to rush towards the distance of space at an unstoppable speed. Darkseid suddenly burst into circles of crimson light. His body stopped in space forcibly, grabbed Yi Meng's wrist with one hand, and spun suddenly like a humanoid top on the spot, and with the help of the outbreak of the Omega effect, he threw the ancient Doomsday to the other side. Side space. With the blessing of the active energy of tens of thousands of super demons, his strength and physique are already above the complete ancient Doomsday. Hoo-hoo! The black cloak of the Superman battlesuit moved. Yi Meng felt the sunlight from behind, and suddenly had a bold idea. So he didn't intend to stop voluntarily. Instead, he sped up and flung himself further into space, rushing towards the end of the light source of this galaxy. The sun is close at hand. Sun, fixed star, the closest to the Earth, is more than 1 million times the size of the Earth, and it is the central celestial body of the solar system. It possesses immeasurably huge energy, and releases light and heat into space through nuclear fusion all the time. Even if it is compared to a burning fireball, it will continue to burn for 5 billion years before it will be extinguished. Especially, in the world of the DC universe, this sun is still a yellow sun that has unlimited benefits for the Kryptonian family. Hoo-hoo! Wearing a Kryptonian Superman battlesuit, the silver bone spur monster flies backwards at extreme speed in outer space, and then rushes into the sun. If the incarnation was not the ancient Doom Sun, and began to have the characteristic of immortality, Yi Meng probably would never have been so close to the sun in his life. But now, in order to defeat Darkseid, who has the blessing of tens of thousands of super demon-like active energy, he obviously has to go a step further, and now there is nothing on the earth that can make him adapt to evolution again, so there is only the only choice at the moment. The body of the 2-meter-tall bony spur monster is like a grain of rice on the earth compared to the sun in front of it. Boom! The ancient day of destruction Yi Meng plunged headlong into this flaming celestial body burning in the vast universe. The sun is not solid, but a huge amounts of gas, and under the strong inertia, Yi Meng didn't feel any resistance. The surface temperature of the sun is 5,500 degrees Celsius, so Yi Meng felt that the environment inside was extremely comfortable, but it was a little dry. After all, as the ancient Doomsday, it has resisted nuclear bombs with higher explosion temperatures several times. It's just that, at a throwing speed close to the speed of light, the ancient day of destruction Yi Meng continued to penetrate deeper into the sun, and the temperature not only increased exponentially, but also exploded at a geometric rate. The core of the sun is nearly 20 million degrees Celsius, and this is just an incidental feature of the energy produced by the sun. The energy generated by the 1-second reaction explosion exceeds the power of tens of billions of nuclear bomb explosions. Deep into the sun, Yi Meng, the day of destruction in ancient times, clearly felt the pain, as if he was pierced by a kryptonite spear the same year ago. His bone spur body was surrounded and washed by endless light and heat, and his eyes were filled with burning crimson. Just Setsuna felt that his body was filled with solar radiation energy, and he opened his mouth to try to release the energy in his body, and was filled with more solar radiation energy filling every inch of his body. The first time, Yi Meng felt it, and even his own body with bone spurs that could withstand the transformation of nuclear bomb explosion energy filled his body to swell. Sizzle. Under the coercive impact of the radiant energy of the sun outside and the destructive energy of the body, the black Superman battlesuit worn by Yi Meng for many years was the first to melt unbearably. Afterwards, Yi Meng's ferocious body with bone spurs like silver, and the steel body immune to kryptonite weakness and omega effect, the whole body also began to melt and vaporize from the inside to the outside, from a complete body to a ferocious skeleton, until disappear completely. Yi Meng died on the day of ancient destruction. Almost the next moment. As if going back in time, with the yellow gem phantom flickering, centering on it, the silver-white skeleton, energy internal organs, and dense muscles are reshaped in the sun again. The day of ancient destruction Yi Meng was immune to death, so he was resurrected again. It's just that the resurrection has not been completed yet, and under the radiant energy and light heat close to the core of the sun, the half-formed body is annihilated again. In the sun, death, resurrection, going back and forth, under such pulling, the bone spur monster's body recovered faster and faster. The Kryptonian extreme genes of the ancient destruction day began to adapt to the energy output in the sun, began to resist, and relatively evolved a body constitution capable of withstanding one of the most extreme environments in the universe, and initially became immune. And because of the amplification characteristics of the yellow sun for Kryptonian genes, after immunity, the gene has no fear, but continues to evolve, greedily and furiously trying to take this celestial energy as its own. A few minutes down, the huge and boundless sun seems to have become an embryo, and near the core area, a naked silver-white living body stands intact. The body of this creature has not yet woken up with its eyes closed, and it has returned to its 3-meter height in ancient times, but its overall body is no longer bloated, showing perfect muscles like metal casting. The bone spur is like a divine sword blessed on the body. From beast to god, it tends to perfection. This statue can still vaguely see the past shadow of the ancient Doomsday, but if it is seen by others, it is estimated that it can no longer be described as a monster. If there is a god, that's all there is to it. However, when he grinned wantonly and opened his eyes, a violent flame ignited inside. The ancient destruction day is still the ancient destruction day. Zizzle! The external solar radiation and internal destructive energy, which were enough to explode and annihilate the body of the ancient Doomsday, finally transform and integrate to the end of the right index finger of the current silver-white ancient Doomsday under the stalemate of death and resurrection, immunity, and evolution. With the support of the Kryptonian gene, everything is compressed and condensed into one point, rendering the bone-white nail on the tip of the index finger golden. That touch of bright gold is obviously a derivative of the ultimate beyond the ultimate, a miracle that can only be created by the ancient Doomsday. Even in the area close to the core of the sun, it still glows with thrilling coercion and brilliance. At the moment, somewhere in the DC universe. No way. The being on a black fancy metal chair couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up from the chair with a look of confusion on his face. On the other side of the universe, on an alien civilization, the goth girl in black squatted on the ground, gently stroked the little head of the alien girl lying on the ground who was about to die, and suddenly frowned softly and said to herself, to avoid death, cheating is fine. Is it too much to get a higher score than paper? This should be dead, right? Darkseid, who is surrounded by the Omega effect, stands in the universe, staring at the sun in front of him. But the next moment, the red flames in his eyes froze, and he watched the silvery white figure that was slightly different from before shooting towards this side from the sun. Why don't you fall down? Why don't you die? Darkseid's mentality exploded, but he had to use all his strength to blast forward with his fists lingering on the Omega effect. The day of ancient destruction, Yi Meng faced the giant rock fist blessed by the Omega effect, and also raised his right hand, but this time he did not clenched into a fist, but only stretched out an index finger. The golden nail on the tip of the index finger was glowing with a mysterious light. Is this insulting me? Watch me cripple your entire hand. Darkseid was furious when he saw this, and the Omega effect in almost his whole body was boiling and erupting, gushing forward like a mountain, and the universe was dyed red by the Z-shaped beam. But soon, Darkseid was stunned, and even Yi Meng, who was trying to make a move, was also stunned. The bone nails dyed golden by inexplicable energy tore apart the red flame beam formed by the Omega effect, defeated Darkseid's rocky arm, and continued to penetrate Darkseid's chest forward, piercing through his back. Out. The ancient day of destruction, Yi Meng continued to fly forward with Darkseid. The golden light on his fingertips shone at the forefront, and re-arrived at the center of the moon that just brushed the corner of the collapsed. Silently. The entire moon is penetrated by the two horizontally and vertically, passing through the center of the moon. A golden light lit up in the universe, and the entire moon was directly pierced. Darkseid's rocky chest broke open, and half of his silver-white arm protruded from his back. The blow of the ancient Doomsday did not stop, and continued to fly out from the interior of the moon. Even Yi Meng himself, who was the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday, did not expect himself to be so powerful. He tried to stop the attack but was still driven by his right hand, or more precisely, by the golden fingertips that exerted force. Laugh. Between Setsuna, which continues to travel through space, it seems that there are not only Omega effects, Darkseid's body, and lunar celestial bodies pierced by golden nails. There is also an unknown diaphragm that exists in the universe. A corner is slightly torn by the golden fingertip. In the next moment, Darkseid, who was seriously injured and vomiting blood, and the culprit who caused this terrifying blow, Yi Meng, the day of destruction in ancient times, were both stunned. They were obviously still in the vast space of the outer space of the Earth a moment ago. The next moment, he inexplicably passed through the unknown barrier and arrived at an unknown area without stars. Dark, cold, lonely. Like, the end of the universe? Yi Meng raised his eyes and took a glance. Ahead is a weird wall that is bigger than the solar celestial body. The supervision of hyperopia and perspective is still ruthlessly hindered. It is completely impossible to see things on the other side of this wall. This wall blocks all possibilities. On this huge and boundless weird wall, there are unknown humanoid or non-human skeletons attached to each other. The skeletons are densely crowded together. At a glance, it is incalculable even in trillions of units. Attached to the outer wall is like this decorative wall hangings for huge walls. These skeletons are as small as a few centimeters, and as large as several kilometers, or even tens of kilometers tall. Some skeletons with only lifeless breath still exuded terrifying biological coercion. It is hard to imagine how powerful they were before they were alive. But they are attached to this wall uniformly, as if they have been a part of this huge wall since the very ancient age, when they were still alive. Yi Meng also saw the ancient day of destruction. On this mysterious and unknown huge wall, there are still unknown creatures who are still alive, but they are sleeping with their eyes closed, and they are stuck with countless skeletons by the wall. Among them are individual humanoid beings, and the coercion and energy lingering on them are even higher than that of Darkseid, who has the blessing of tens of thousands of super demon-like activities. Here is. Darkseid's pupils trembled when he extinguished the red flame, and he vomited blood while staring at the wall that appeared behind him. Origin. He seemed to recall something, and for the first time on his rocky face, which was always calm and majestic, expressions of bewilderment, astonishment, excitement, and fear appeared. The arrival of the two here was obviously just an accident. Just less than a second. The golden fingertips of Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction, continued to tear apart any material in front of him, leading Darkseid through the space, and the huge wall was replaced by the scene of the earth again. The golden light on the golden fingertip of the right index finger dimmed, and the golden nails trembled. Yi Meng grasped his right arm with the palm of his left hand, and finally stopped in the Earth's atmosphere, while Darkseid continued to fly downward, like a human-shaped meteorite passing through the clouds and hitting the land below. Boom! With the last ray of crimson tail flame, it landed on the inland of Norway. The earth trembled, and the mountains and rivers shattered. The remaining generals of the Apocalypse Star, the surviving superhero members, Steppenwolf, and Black Adam all opened their eyes wide in astonishment. Lying in the huge falling crater is obviously a rock giant, with a half-meter diameter black hole pierced in the chest, and the powerful red flames and aura of the body and eyes are constantly weakening. And in the sky, bathed in sunlight, a silver-white bony spur supreme being flew up and down. The victory and defeat have been divided. It's the Master, Darkseid, lost. How is it possible? The Dark Lord was actually defeated. Is it fate? Apocalypse's pace of ruling the universe fell here again. The scene in front of him was undoubtedly a catastrophic blow to the Apocalypse Star generals, including Desad. Dark Lord Darkseid was defeated. Thousands of years ago, he fell to the same place for the second time, and this time he was seriously injured and dying? No, there is still a chance. From under the dark cloak, Desad took out the metal box with the basketball file size on his body, and rushed towards the place where Darkseid fell desperately. Use the mother box to restore Darkseid to its peak state, and it can open the sonic boom channel, and send King Darkseid out of the earth. Even at the risk of being killed by the ancient day of destruction, at least the Dark Lord must be preserved, so that Apocalypse at least has the hope of a comeback. But there is a female figure also wearing a hood and cloak, moving faster than Desad. She rushed to Darkseid's approach, but instead of rescuing him, her eyes shot out crimson beams, aiming directly at Darkseid's head. No, Desad's eyes were about to burst, and he had no time to stop him. He could only watch helplessly as the crimson beam pierced Darkseid's head. I remember it all. Darkseid was indifferent to this. He only had a ray of fire in his sunken eye sockets. Facing the silver-white monster figure falling from above, he whispered hoarsely to himself, "Ancient Destruction Day, Yi Meng, sooner or later, the real my laugh." The crimson beam pierced Darkseid's defenseless head, and the crimson flames blazed, depriving Darkseid of the two powerful powers he carried. "Aren't you the king's daughter? Why do you do this?" Desad looked angrily at the mysterious woman who suddenly attacked and killed Darkseid, and was about to use the mother box in his hand. But at this time, a huge amount of shadow cast down, covering Desad and the mysterious woman. Desad's body froze, and he turned his head slowly, meeting a pair of violent golden eyes. There was no time to make any resistance or escape. The ancient day of destruction, Yi Meng, just landed on the nearby battlefield, and the destructive energy lingering and bursting from the silver-white body directly incinerated Desad, who had a weak physique like a necromancer, and only a cube mother box fell to the ground. Then, Yi Meng looked at the mysterious woman who took Darkseid's head. It was a tall and slender woman with black hair under a black hood, and her facial features were exquisite and glamorous. From the appearance alone, he is in his 20s, but the cold murderous aura on his body is obviously not limited. At the moment killed Darkseid with red beams from her eyes, and her eyes also ignited the red flames of the Omega effect, and half of the anti-life equation should also be obtained by her. If you want to directly inherit the two great powers of Darkseid, you don't have to kill him. At least you need to have blood close to Darkseid, such as direct blood relatives. A descendant of Darkseid. Yi Meng grinned. In the end, it turned out that the descendants of Darkseid jumped out and killed Darkseid. Isn't this very interesting? As for the inheritance of power, as the ancient day of destruction, he did not intend to inherit the Omega effect or the anti-life equation, and there is no need for that at all. So, you killed and inherited Darkseid's power. Do you want to continue to avenge Darkseid? The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng stared at Darkseid's daughter, still wanting to say something. Under the watchful eyes of Yi Meng, Darkseid's daughter Grail still trembled physically and mentally even though she inherited the two great powers. She took a deep breath, walked resolutely towards Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction, lifted her hood, put her knees and forehead on the ground, and bowed down. "I, daughter of Darkseid, Grail, I am willing to dedicate everything, knowledge, strength, even life and soul, to the invincible king." Just defeated the invincible king of Darkseid at the most heyday, the sacred and ferocious silver-white existence did not respond, and quietly watched Grail, who showed a gesture of submission, with flashing pupils of destruction that could burn everything at any time. Gray's back was like a thorn, almost prostrate on the ground, trembling all over, not daring to raise his head. Yi Meng suddenly asked back, "From the moment you step into this battlefield, your life is mine. What can I dedicate or not?" "Yes, I was wrong." Grail's heart stopped suddenly, and he hurriedly changed his words. After killing Darkseid and inheriting the Omega effect and half of the anti-life equation, she realized how terrifying it would be to defeat Darkseid who was beyond his prime. "Give me a real reason not to kill you." Yi Meng, the day of destruction of ancient times, looked down at her. "Yes." Grail was dripping with cold sweat, and quickly said, "Since tens of thousands of years ago, Darkseid invaded the Earth. Although it was defeated in the end, it also made Paradise Island aware of the danger of Darkseid, and knew that the other party would make a comeback sooner or later. So, my mother, an Amazon killer from Paradise Island, left Paradise Island and Earth, and finally successfully combined with Darkseid, giving birth to me thousands of years ago. From the moment I was born, I existed to kill Darkseid, and today I finally fulfilled my mother's long-cherished wish." Grail reveals a secret about his origin that is little known even on Apocalypse. Half of the Amazon's blood flows through her body, which is about the same as the demigod Wonder Woman Diana. Yi Meng knew that Greer was disregarding his relationship with Apocalypse and Darkseid, showing that he was in the same camp as Earth from the very beginning. "Not enough?" he whispered, not caring whether the other party was Apocalypse or Earth. Grail raised his beautiful eyes that were starting to ignite red flames, and hurriedly said, "I have inherited the Omega effect and the anti-life equation, and I have 80% of the previous Darkseid's strength, and I can become your strength. I don't need strength." Yi Meng shook his head. The ancient Doomsday itself is invincible, it doesn't need allies, it only needs enemies. It's a high-quality sandbag. However, this is not enough to be a reason for me to let you go. He's human enough now. If someone dared to intervene in the battle to grab the head on the day of destruction of the ancient ones a year ago, they would probably have cleaned it up long ago. How could they have waited gently until now? Greer obviously knew that his current life and death were only in Yi Meng's thought. She racked her brains, and then as if thinking of something, she quickly said, Darkseid has many secrets that are unknown, even his closest subordinate, Dasad, and his 2 sons don't know. These secrets are hidden in the Omega Effect. After I fully grasp the Omega Effect, I can decipher Darkseid's secret and dedicate it to the king. After Greer finished speaking, he completely lay on the ground, waiting for his own fate. This is already the biggest reliance in her hands? Darkseid's secret. Yi Meng pondered for a moment, and the unknown area that he had accidentally passed before suddenly appeared in his mind, the huge boundless wall, and the endless life and skeletons attached to that wall. Then, Darkseid seemed to know something, saying something like origin. Yi Meng thought about it again, the future of the ancient Doomsday. In order to allow the reality ontology to obtain sufficient ability characteristics. In DC Universe Dreamland, the next step as the ancient incarnation of Doomsday is clearly increasing his control over the world. Then, continue to fight with stronger beings, and continue to sublimate in the battle? Although as the ancient Doomsday, it is basically reckless to the end, but if you can know the information of the DC Universe, about the secret of the wall in the unknown area, it will be easier to hunt the strong in the future. In this case, I will accept everything from you. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng waved his hand. Greer felt that he was wrapped by an invisible force field, and his body separated from the ground and flew forward. Then, Yi Meng stretched out his right hand and raised a silvery white index finger that was flowing with energy brilliance. Only a small piece of bony nail on the tip of the index finger was glowing with profound gold. Facing the index finger stretched towards him, there was a touch of golden light on the fingertip. Under this finger, Greer's whole body was stiff, and he truly experienced destruction and death at this moment. At this moment, she thought that the king was going to kill herself? Yi Meng also seemed to realize something, temporarily changed his index finger to his middle finger, lightly tapped on the center of Greer's eyebrows, and a ray of yellow light penetrated like a seed. This is borrowed from the next door Marvel Dream, the projection power of the incarnation of Mind Gem. Now, Greer doesn't have any resistance to him, so it is easier to plant the spiritual seeds of faith. Yi Meng withdrew the biological force field, and Greer also sat softly on the ground from a low altitude. His cold face was so pale that there was no blood, and he was breathing heavily, accompanied by the sound of piercing the air. Several figures flew in from outside the battlefield and landed on the ground in front of them. Yi Meng looked down. It was Superman, Atlanta, and Black Adam who finally arrived on the scene. King. The 3 of them knelt on one knee, their bodies throbbing with excitement or trembling. Yi Meng glanced over the first 2, and landed on the black-clothed bald man. I haven't seen you for a while. Yes, my lord. You are still alive and have not given up on this world. Hey Adam bowed his head and wept, but he didn't know what to make up, and said very gratefully, Brother. A beautiful figure in a black cloak flew down on the ground beside him, looking worriedly at the Bone Spur King who was wearing a silver-white divine light. Are you alright? Big brother? Black Adam was stunned. This was in front of the king. Thunder and lightning surged all over his body, and he was about to scream angrily. Atlanta's scalp was also numb, and she didn't know what to say. Cousin. Superman Clark gave the blonde teenage girl a wink. Kayla was unaware of this, and walked forward to check Yi Meng's physical condition, but soon she blushed again. The Kryptonian battlesuit was destroyed. Yi Meng is now clearly naked, and the silver-white body surface with its definitely energy radiance is like wearing the hardest armor in the universe. Yi Meng didn't care about Kayla's address, and replied, I'm fine. Just the words just came out. There was a click. Starting from the palm of his right hand, Yi Meng's muscles and bones were broken inch by inch, and the shocking cracks spread from the surface of his arm to his chest and face. King. Brother. Superman Clark and female Superman Kayla were shocked. Yi Meng paused for a moment, looked at the golden nail on his right index finger, and murmured suddenly, It's not Darkseid, I caused it myself. This is because the blow just now was too forceful. Now, Yi Meng clearly feels that at the moment's own body of the ancient Doomsday is unbalanced. When the index finger of his right hand entered the core area of the sun, he accidentally produced the golden nail of some kind of genetic evolution metamorphosis, the strength of which are far higher than those of other limbs. Even, the energy contained in that golden nail is greater than the energy of the entire silver body of the ancient Doomsday. Because of this, it is uncontrollable. Just a finger. It severely injured Darkseid, tore apart the dimension of space, penetrated the entire moon, and even seriously injured itself. It's just a piece of nail metamorphosis, and it has such power. What if one day, all the incarnations of the ancient Doomsday change from silver-white metamorphosis to gold? The day of ancient destruction. Yi Meng couldn't help but have this idea in his mind. Golden Ancient Destruction Day? In a few seconds, Yi Meng quit the fighting state, returned to the original appearance of the silver-haired youth, and healed his injuries on his own. Seeing that Yi Meng was fine, Kayla was happy in her heart, but when she saw his body, she quickly covered her eyes. Her face was as red as an apple. Yi Meng felt that his state of mind was very strange. Even if he was naked in front of everyone, he didn't feel that there was any problem. Neither morality nor ideals could constrain him. Is this leaning toward primitive wildness, or toward the divinity in the realm of evolution? At the same time, holding an electric axe, Steppenwolf stopped in front of some Apocalypse Star generals and surviving super demons, and roared to the sky. Darkseid is dead, the king of destruction shall stand. To destroy the king. The new gods and generals of Apocalypse stared at each other. After Darkseid's death, they had already lost their support and faith, and at the moment also knelt down on the ground without fighting spirit. Under the watchful eyes of Batman, Zatanna, and others from the Justice League, almost all the living creatures here knelt on one knee, all facing the silver-haired young man standing in the center of the battlefield, the supreme being who ascended to the apex of the world at the moment. They call out in unison, "Destroy the king. The only king of this universe? Only." Under the watchful eyes of so many people, the body of the silver-haired young man suddenly turned from solid to empty, and then disappeared out of thin air. Next moment. Hey, it's strange. Holding a small black umbrella, a gothic woman quietly appeared on this land. She was surprised and said to herself, "It's gone, it's disappeared from this universe, this world." This morning, Homelander was defeated and is still being rescued in the hospital. Real world. News reports from all regions and states frantically reported on this. In the news pictures, Homelander fell from the sky and fell to the ground in a panic and lost consciousness. The gods of the past fell to the altar? Hey, Homelander was defeated. Real or fake? Definitely it's true. Didn't you guys watch the live global broadcast in the morning? It was a disaster. Oh my god, that's Homelander? God Avatar was almost killed. Less than half a day. Even those who just woke up and did not pay attention to the real-time reports were shocked to find that the sky in this world had changed. Respected as the #1 superhero by the Star Dragon Federation, Homelander, who had established an invincible image during the 2 years since the extraordinary invasion of the alien world, was defeated so suddenly and completely. The opponent is still a young man who is also human. This news is no doubt that an ant brought down an elephant. The news of Homelander's defeat caused an uproar all over the world. At the same time, as the existence that defeated Homelander head-on in the global live broadcast, the name of the villain protagonist this time is also known to humans all over the world. Its name, Yi Meng. 20 years old, he was still #1 in the college entrance examination in the Eastern jurisdiction 2 years ago, with full strength and talent. On this day, no one in the world does not know you? It's a pity that this young man has gone astray and chose to be an enemy of the state machine Xinglong Federation. Perhaps the inner mind has been infected by an outside invasion. Nearly killed Homelander, too strong, too scary. Fortunately, he seems to have been disposed of by federal armed personnel. The whole world is hotly discussing this. With Homelander regarded as the superhero side, Yi Meng naturally becomes the first intrusion villain that everyone turns pale upon hearing. The day Homelander lost, noon. Star Dragon Federation, East and West jurisdictions held a press conference at the same time. The high-level federation said at the press conference, the alien invasion humanoid monster Yi Meng was killed by Star Dragon Federation's strong suppression when he tried to kill Homelander this morning, and the threat can be declared with certainty. However, in the process, the body of Yi Meng, an intruder creation, was illegally transferred by the local Mendi Company in Fuyaki City. Xinglong Federation strongly condemns this and ordered Mendi Company to hand over Yi Meng's body within 6 hours, otherwise coercive measures will be taken, and relevant offenders will also be convicted of crimes against humanity. A wave of ups and downs, a wave of resurgence. As the #1 upstart of technology companies in the past 2 years, Monty Corporation has a good reputation, and many people are pursuing Monty Corporation's almost century-old products. But this time, Mendi Company actually went against Star Dragon Federation. In the eyes of many people, this was extremely stupid and irrational behavior. Ms. Tifa, the chairman of Monty Company, must be crazy. Many federal citizens feel sorry for it. This is destined to be a road of no return and a dead end. It is said that Tifa and Yi Meng were in the same school, and the two were rumored to be a couple 2 years ago, and it was Ms. Tifa who first made it public. So it's like this. Gan, why did you let me know this news? A portion of the citizens gnashed their teeth with envy. The other side. Fuyaki City, the downtown area, Monty Corporation headquarters building. Compared with the uproar and commotion outside, the building here is extremely quiet inside. Long before Xinglong Federation released a press conference, Chairman Tifa directly fired tens of thousands of employees under the company, and compensated the corresponding salary and termination fee in one step. The employees didn't even return to the company, so they received payment information and dismissal information uniformly, and they didn't even have to go to work. In addition to the automatic mechanical guards, in the at-the-moment headquarters building. In the middle floor with its own high-level medical room, in a room with lights on. A silver-haired young man was lying naked on the hospital bed. His delicate and handsome face was pale and bloodless, his tall and perfect body was connected to detection equipment, and 5 or 6 medical manipulators operated with more exquisite technology than famous doctors. It's just that facing the seemingly ordinary skin of the silver-haired young man, no matter how sharp the needles and scalpels are, they will directly break and collapse. Even the light waves of the detection equipment can hardly pass through the young man's body surface and detect some conditions inside the body surface. Next to the silver-haired young man, there was always a stunning black-haired girl sitting beside the hospital bed and waiting. A pair of slender and soft little hands held the cold big hands that were like metal, as if trying to use her own body temperature to warm up the big hands that were tightly clenched in her chest. Wearing a light blue tang saber and silver-haired Sister Yu, she walked into the medical room. She took out a cupping cup from her bosom, and tried to use it on the silver-haired young man who seemed to be sleeping forever. Sister Bai, The black-haired girl raised her eyes, and her beautiful eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope again. Bai Yukui sighed, put away the unresponsive cupping creation, and looked at the black-haired girl pityingly. Sorry, I have no way to save him. She opened her lips, but hesitated to speak. Say it straight. Tifa gestured at her with a gentle smile. Actually, I can't perceive any heartbeat from him, nor even a tiny bit of energy breath. Even in an unconscious vegetative state, the cells of his body still have microbiological energy, but right now he doesn't have any energy. When Bai Yukui said this, he paused. Tifa said calmly, what you want to say is he's dead, right? No. This time it was Bai Yukui's turn to be stunned. Tifa nodded. Well, Artoria said that there is no soul in him. Then why? Even Bai Yukui, who came from a different world at the end of the world, lived for 100 years, and was used to seeing life and death, could not understand the state of mind of the young girl Tifa. Obviously know that the other party is dead. Why are you still desperate to save a corpse? Why can you still maintain such a peaceful enough composure? And why can you still smile and look forward to the future? Perhaps in the eyes of others, he is indeed dead. Tifa looked at the hospital bed, the pale crimson pupils reflected the silent silver-haired young man, smiled slightly and said, but he is not an ordinary person, even when others think he is an ordinary person. In my eyes, he was originally it is the biggest and only legend in this world. And legends live forever. Just like 2 years ago, including Chen Hong, everyone thought he died in an SSS-level fog zone. But I believe he will reappear in front of me. A few days ago, he really appeared like a miracle. Here it is, in the image and manner of my dreams. So, this time, I still believe that he will not fall down, let alone leave me. The girl Tifa's eyes were burning like a torch, and her clear and sweet words were extremely firm. No matter what happens, I will stay here until he wakes up. Are legends immortal? Bai Yukui, the leader of the Spirit Cage Doomsday team, walked out of the hospital bed with a dazed expression. Boss. In the main hall outside the hospital bed, members of the Doomsday team Shinda, Broken Star, and Xiaodo cast their gazes one after another. Bai Yukui didn't say a word, but just shook his head towards them. With her rich experience, rich knowledge, and keen insight, she can almost see through people's hearts with the attitude of a genius. Just now, Bai Yukui was very sure that Tifa was not deceiving herself, or had mental problems after being hit hard. Tifa, who founded Mendy Company, really firmly believes that the man is not dead. This kind of firmness and trust even surpasses the devotion of believers to the gods. However, after experiencing so many tragedies in the world, he shoulders the heavy responsibility of saving the surviving human beings in his own apocalyptic world. Bai Yukui has never been emotional, and he is afraid of being emotional, so he will only objectively make the most correct choice at the moment. In her opinion, the man named Yi Meng was indeed a legend, even a myth. Even, Bai Yukui once expected, thinking that the other party might be the existence to save himself from the end of the world. But now the man is dead, without any energy or signs of life on his body, and there is no possibility of recovery. And dead legend myth, not even a cat. In the Doomsday world, the value is not as good as a piece of food. At this moment, Tifa came out of the infirmary, and upon seeing this, Chen Hong immediately stepped forward to meet her. Everyone. Tifa glanced at everyone in the main hall, and said calmly, 6 hours are almost here, and the Federation will definitely take compulsory measures when the time comes. Staying here is a matter of life and death. If you don't want to be implicated, get out of here as soon as possible. What did you say? Shenda frowned, and said in a deep voice, Mr. Yi Meng saved us, how could we just leave like this? That's right. Xiaodo's face was pale and weak, and he obviously hadn't recovered from his previous injuries in the mist, but he still waved his fist in agreement. But Yi Meng is dead. Suxing, who was carrying a bow and arrow, had slightly red eyes, and looked sideways at Bai Yukui. Bai Yukui was silent for a moment, then said to Tifa, I'm sorry. Let's go. She looked at the rest of the Doomsday Squad members, her words were cold. Boss. Shenda and Xiaodo were extremely reluctant. Don't you even listen to the captain's words. Sui Xing looked at the two of them coldly. She knew that the captain who made the choice at the moment was the most uncomfortable. Leaving here is not only for their own lives, but also for not ruining their ray of hope in the Doomsday world. In the end, the other three followed Bai Yukui to the elevator leading outside. Chen Hong watched their leaving backs and said, it's understandable for them to choose to leave. Even if it's for money, there's no need to fight the alliance to the death. After all, an egg hits a rock. I never blamed them. I'm already very grateful that they can stay until now. Tifa smiled and looked sideways at Chen Hong. Sister File Size, what are you doing? Sensing the malice, Chen Hong said vigilantly, don't want me to leave, even if I die, I will stay with Miss File Size. Thank you, Aunt Chen. Tifa smiled slightly, she dodged vigorously, and came around behind Chen Hong with a hand knife. Her slender white arm was quite strong, and directly knocked Chen Hong unconscious. Tifa supported Chen Hong who fell limply, and soon a smart wheelchair drove forward and sent Chen Hong downstairs. After finishing all this and staying alone in the empty and spacious main hall, the girl Tifa let out a long sigh of relief. At this time, a figure of a young girl knight emerged from the side, shaking her hair and whispering softly, the building is empty, only you, me, and him. Well, that's fine. With a smile on her face, Tifa nodded slightly, and looked back at the closed door. She thought to herself, this time, it's my turn to watch over you. At dusk in the afternoon, the afterglow of the setting sun shines through the windows of the building. The 6-hour time limit given by the Federation is approaching. Tifa and the Girl Night King, who are heroic spirits, guarded the main hall in front of the medical room on one left and one on the right. There was no movement in the city outside, and the imagined fighter planes and troops did not appear. Something is coming. The Girl Night King suddenly let out a low cry, clutching the invisible heroic treasure in her hand. Tifa immediately raised her head and looked at the large floor-to-ceiling windows. She could see a small black dot appearing from the sky where the sun was setting, and it was approaching and zooming in extremely fast. That's not a fighter plane, and it's not a drone. It was a nearly 3-meter-tall, humanoid mechanical body that glowed with silver. About 2 seconds. The silver mechanical body flew at a speed of breaking the sound barrier, and broke through the outer protection of Monty Corporation in one fell swoop, as if knowing their location through scanning, and directly hit the outer wall of the middle floor of the building, accompanied by the honking of an intrusion warning. Boom! The glass windows on several floors of the building burst together, and the glass rushed in under the strong wind. The Girl Night King stood in front of Tifa, blocking all the broken glass. The silver mechanical body directly broke into the floor where the two were. It had no specific facial features, and the round silver head turned as if probing around, and quickly turned towards Tifa. Tifa, you can kill him on the spot. Without waiting for its mechanical intelligence to finish speaking. Tread. A gust of hurricane blew up in the main hall, and the Girl Night King suddenly rushed to the silver mechanical body with an afterimage, and the invisible treasure with both hands was already pressed against the opponent's throat. Liberate, the sword of victory and oath. Arteria burst out shouting. She sensed that the other party was unusual, so it was a big move to make a move. In the next moment, the treasured treasure held by the Girl Night King revealed the shape of a sword, and a beam of extremely powerful and dazzling energy burst out from the sword, venting forward. Boom! A beam of energy light burst out from Mendy headquarters building. The strong light broke through the barrier of the outer wall, and continued to extend hundreds of meters in the sky. Dust waves stirred in the main hall on the middle floor of the building with a huge hole. Arteria's blue eyes narrowed, and it could be seen that the silver mechanical body received such a blow at close range. The upper chest, neck, and head were split in two, but they were repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. What the hell is this? Before the restoration was completed, the silver mechanical body slapped, wrapped in a strong fan, and slapped Artoria in front of him. Be careful. Tifa's cry sounded, and several small missiles immediately faced the body of the silver mechanical body, blasting it away. Arteria turned her head and saw that the girl Tifa from before was already wearing a complete set of silver steel battlesuit, with a round energy slot on her chest, like a mechanical goddess floating in the main hall. Go together. Tifa flew forward, and the metal right hand glowed with the blazing light of the energy beam. It is good. Artoria didn't add any more hesitation. She leaped forward with her sword in hand, and chased forward with Tifa flanking left and right. Both are fast enough. But the burly and tall silver mechanical body was even faster. While stopping at the edge of the outer wall of the main hall, it stretched out two mechanical hands like lightning. One hand grabbed Artoria's treasured longsword, and the other held against the stock. Cannot wear the palm laser cannon of the steel battlesuit. Not only that, the left side of the silver mechanical body suddenly surged with ice-freezing air, and the body on the right side was transformed into high-temperature lava. What? Artoria and Tifa were startled at the same time, but it was too late. The freezing air of ice rushed along the noble phantasm and rushed to Artoria's heroic body, freezing her and the floor in place. The big hand of high-temperature lava grabbed Tifa's palm, sizzling and corroding the arm guard of the steel battlesuit, and it was about to melt the metal and hurt the inside. On the nick of time. Tread. A graceful and cold snow-white figure rushed into the main hall from the stairs, and the moment he rushed in front of him, he pulled out the tang knife that flashed blue light from his waist and cut off the big lava hand. At the same time, several bows and arrows precisely landed on the right side of the silver mechanical body, which was exposed to ice-frozen arms, and exploded. Drink. The bald man carrying a large shield rushed forward together, like a humanoid tank, knocking the silver mechanical body with its arms broken out of the hole in the building and falling 100 meters down. Tifa's eyes widened. The reinforcements that suddenly appeared were the Bayukui team who had left before. The attack is not over yet. Bayukui's expression changed, and he suddenly let out a yell, and kicked Tifa and Shonda away with two kicks in the air. Almost the next instant, a thick laser blasted obliquely from the outside, and the scorching strong light covered everyone, wreaking havoc on everything in the main hall. Rumble. The entire headquarters of Mendy was crumbling, the outer wall was full of cracks, and a raging fire was burning from the middle, and countless citizens in Fuyaki City watched in amazement. Burning everywhere. Tifa lay down in a corner of the main hall. After being awakened by the intelligence system, she opened her eyes and looked forward. The scene of purgatory greeted her eyes. Shenda and Sui Sing lay unconscious on the ground, and the shield had already melted more than half. The 3-meter-tall, unscathed silver mechanical body walked indifferently through the ruins of flames, kicked the Girl Night King to the lower floor below the floor, and slapped Bayukui, who was covered in black, flying dozens of meters away with the backhand, and the tang knife was inserted backwards on the ground. Nothing can stop its pace. The silver mechanical body walked towards the room deep in the main hall. At the moment the room collapsed, revealing the silver-haired young man lying on the hospital bed. Damn it, I won't let you get close to him. Tifa struggled to get up, raised the only intact engine in his left hand, and blasted several laser beams onto the silver mechanical body. This level of laser strike is obviously not painful to the silver mechanical body, and the damage will be repaired quickly. It paused its steps, turned its head ruthlessly, and its mechanical face lit up like a large laser cannon. Tifa's pupils were filled with such bright light. Is this the end? Suddenly, the bright light of the accumulator dimmed in the room. Tifa froze. But it is. A hand with a silver-white sacred luster rested on the shoulder of the silver-colored mechanical body, while the other silver-white palm twisted its mechanical head off from behind, and as the 5 fingers contracted, the whole machine, which was still glowing with residual energy, the head exploded directly. The lazy and cold words of the young man resounded in the purgatory-like room. Sentry? What toy? Is it necessary to send Sentry there? Star Dragon Federation. The Eastern Jurisdiction, Kunlun, the center of power. The headquarters of the Supernatural Department, the highest conference room, members with digital big shots and virtual projections are all sitting together. At the beginning of the meeting, some members questioned this. Since the Yi Meng has already died under the Phoenix Force and the Death Note, and there is only one body left, I don't think there is any need to send the S-Class Ultimate War Weapon Sentry. That's Sentry. Someone seconded, as the only remaining S-level combat force of the Star Dragon Federation, it is not a one-time invasion item, but a war machine that can be perfectly manipulated. Isn't it too casual to use it for the first time? Use the ultimate weapon Sentry, which also means Shenlong. The man who replaced the Dragon Girl and is currently the headquarters leader of the Eastern Supernatural Department chuckled. A few hours ago, as the spokesperson of the gods, he also consumed the Phoenix Force crystal of the S-level item, and wrote the cause of death of Yi Meng on the Death Note note of the same level. Thousands of miles away, instantly strangled a legendary star that even Homelander could beat. Hearing his words, the meeting room fell silent immediately, without any objection, and everyone's eyes were full of piety. Although Homelander and Dragon Lady are honored as patron saints in the Supernatural Department, their status is level 1. But for the high-level personnel who hold the power of the Star Dragon Federation, there has always been only one supreme god in their minds, that is, the dragon who created the Star Dragon Federation 200 years ago. The soaring dragon in the legend of the Star Dragon Federation is also the dragon on the flag of the Star Dragon Federation. Homelander and Dragon Girl are nothing but extraordinary puppets put on the face of that ancient god. God said. The leader who walked on behalf of the gods smiled and said, since Homelander has been defeated, even if he is rescued again and his strength returns to its peak, his prestige will never return to before, and he will not be able to make the citizens of the Federation feel at ease. So, at this time, a replacement for Homelander is just launched, and now that the Dragon Girl is still in a dormant state of diamonds, Sentry is undoubtedly the most suitable. It's a good time for Sentry to appear in front of the public, to show the powerful dominance of S-level Sentry, and to dare to defy the Federation's Monty Technology Corporation as a stepping step for it to ascend to the altar. The venerable leader smiled lightly, since Homelander can't help, let's create a new god with the foundation of the Federation, and Sentry is much easier to use than Homelander, and there will be no rebellious problems. The rest of the members lamented, it turns out that he has such considerations, but we are too ignorant to think of this. Now is indeed the time to show Sentry, the ultimate weapon of the Star Dragon Federation. Well, sending Sentry over there will also ensure nothing goes wrong. Bring back that Yi Meng's body, the treacherous kitchen knife and other lost intrusion items. At this high-level meeting, everyone was like servants of the gods, sitting on top of the world and completing the transformation of the world. Turn your hands into clouds, and turn your hands into rain. Kill legends, man-made gods? They were sure of winning from the very beginning, and at the moment they had a smile on their faces. Sentry's destruction of Monty's company could bring an end to this incident. Taking the powerful corpse of Yi Meng as the spoils of this invasion, replacing the Vampire Elder, Turtle Speed Man, Spearman Heroic Spirit, as well as the loss of the Phoenix Crystal and the Death Note is not a bad loss. The winner is still Star Dragon Federation. As for Sentry, who is out on a mission, will overturn. Of course they don't think about it. Just kidding, that's Sentry at the same level as Homelander? Even, in a way, Sentry is harder to kill than Homelander? The meeting was full of joy and laughter, and everyone had already prepared champagne for tonight in advance. On the other side, Fuyaki City under the afterglow of the setting sun. In the headquarters building of Monty Corporation. The moment before, the middle-rise building was turned into a purgatory, defeating Bai Yukui's team, Knight Wang Yingling, and the silver mechanical existence wearing the advanced steel battlesuit Tifa in one fell swoop. At the moment, the entire mechanical head was twisted off by the silver-haired young man with one hand, and the head was crushed and exploded with a hand glowing with silvery white sacred luster, leaving only a 3-meter-tall headless mechanical body. Tifa took off the steel helmet, revealing a head of fluffy and smooth black hair, light crimson eyes dazedly reflecting the figure of the silver-haired youth in the flames. 1. Yi Meng. Sorry, Tifa. Yi Meng nodded at her. I had 2 dreams and woke up a little late. He then said calmly, but since I woke up, it's fine, just leave everything to me. Okay, then the relay. I'll leave it to you. Tifa smiled brightly, and exclaimed again, be careful. The words just fell. The silver mechanical being that lost its head, Sentry, didn't turn around, its two arms turned around directly, and the broad and thick palms of both hands patted the young man's body. The next moment, Sentry's body turned into high-temperature lava, and the flames completely enveloped the naked, floating body of the young man. The high temperature caused the room to soar tens of degrees Celsius. Immediately afterwards, the body of the silver machine seamlessly switched from high temperature to sub-zero low temperature, and the rapid freezing air covered the red-hot youth along his hands, making a sizzling sound like forging metal, and the water vapor instantly condensed the entire middle layer. Diffuse inside, high-temperature grilling plus rapid freezing, this is more destructive than a single one, even a magic weapon will be destroyed. Sentry tried hard with both hands, trying to crush the rapidly frozen body of the young man. However, no matter how hard it exerts its strength, even if the strength is raised to the limit of 100 tons, the palms of both hands still cannot shrink inward. Ice suddenly melted rapidly. In the water vapor, a pair of eyes that shone with destructive flames opened, revealing the young man's silver-white body with a height of 1.85 meters. The perfect muscle contours and curves have their own energy. The skeleton seemed to form a silver-white tight-fitting battle suit with an S-shaped totem on its chest. The previous high temperature of lava and freezing of ice, including Sentry's physical slapping and squeezing, couldn't cause any substantial damage to this young body like the hardest artifact. Well, there are mutant ability genes recorded for Golem, self-healing, flame, ice, Julie, etc. Are there any more? Yi Meng, who just woke up, was warm and sunny, with a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were burning with destructive flames, and his hands fell on Sentry's arms. Before he could really exert his strength, Sentry's thick mechanical arms trembled and twisted rattlingly, leaving the young man's body. Soon, Sentry's whole body was covered with the reflective texture of fine steel, and his body became thicker and harder than the previous mechanical body. Oh, and tempering. Yi Meng nodded, and with the sound of metal trembling and breaking, he still removed Sentry's tempered arms with his bare hands. Sentry, who had lost his arms, restored his head and turned towards Yi Meng, who was close at hand. The back of his head glowed with energy storage light again. Radiation eyes. I lost my interest. At the same time as Yi Meng said, his eyes instantly merged and shot out a beam of extremely destructive heat, like a divine sword, splitting the head and body of Sentry, which was still accumulating energy, into two halves. The violent and powerful heat line of sight is unstoppable. It shoots forward from the hole in the outer wall of the building, draws a straight line in the sky, and disappears at the end of the sunset direction. The water vapor permeating the room was completely evaporated by the heat wave. The young man with the S-shaped totem on his chest, glowing with silver-white divine light like a Superman god, fell to the ground, and a wave of air swayed away, leaving only two severely damaged mechanical bodies braving electric current in front of him. The violent and fiery flames in Yi Meng's eyes disappeared. After thinking about it, the machine still hadn't been completely destroyed. In fact, he recognized what this silver mechanical body was at a glance. Sentry, more precisely, Sentinel. Definitely, this kind of Sentinel is not comparable to the robots of the Ultron Legion. Sentinel comes from the Marvel X-Men movie universe series. There is a concept of mutant genes in that world. The offspring born of ordinary people have a very low probability of generating mutants. Among them, the famous mutants include Magneto, Professor X, and so on. And Sentinel, born on the basis of a magic-shape mutation gene, can record and imitate the gene ability of the mutant it has come into contact with. This kind of Sentinel, the first generation, was restrained by Magneto, and after the second generation was improved, it became the nemesis of mutant. In the X-Men series of movies, there is a timeline in which Sentinel slaughtered the mutants and humans all over the world, and its strength is evident. Unfortunately, I met Yi Meng. The current Yi Meng, after experiencing the follow-up of the two major dreams, has obtained some of the ability characteristics that have undoubtedly brought him to a higher level. Even the previous Phoenix Force and the law of karma of certain death can no longer cause considerable effects on him. Therefore, the current Sentinel, which has recorded several mutant genes, is indeed just a toy that he can play with casually. If you want to wrestle with him, at least record 100 more variants of ability and come again. While defeating this Sentry, Yi Meng also successfully deciphered the hidden system chip on the opponent's body through the characteristics of the previous artificial intelligence. Thus, the existence information of the other party is known. Intrusion archives, Sentry. Invasion type, item, creature. Intrusion number, SAS 999. Casualties already caused, 1,500. Intrusion level, identified as S level. This file is the highest level. In the supernatural department, only the top person in charge can view it. Archive report. Star Dragon Era 199, 3 years ago. The invading creations that appeared in the desert area of the eastern jurisdiction did not take the initiative to attack at first, but would only passively destroy everything within 10 meters of them. The Federation once sent several modern legions to try to hunt, but the entire army was wiped out. At present, it is known that the opponent has abilities such as super strength, super speed, tempering, flight, camouflage, shapeshifting, self-healing, flame, ice, and radiant light. Afterwards, the Dragon Girl and the Turtle Speed Man used a one-time invasion creation to modify cognition, and finally restrained Sentry. After modifying the chip system, it can be transformed into a great power of the Federation. 3 years ago, did this single Sentinel invade into reality? Yi Meng pondered to himself. At that time, there was no SSS-level fog event. In other words, when the mist incident occurred 2 years ago, the Star Dragon Federation did not use Sentry for rescue. Otherwise, there are many citizens who would have survived entirely. Yi Meng smiled lightly. He had figured out the way of thinking of Star Dragon Federation executives. They actually don't care about the life and death of federal citizens, or in other words, this kind of care is only equal to the chickens and ducks they breed, and the green plants in the yard. For them, to allow them to continue to control the world, extraordinary whole cards are obviously more important. It's just the loss of a few cities, or hundreds of thousands of human beings, isn't there still billions of federal citizens? From this, we can also understand why the top leaders of the Federation are willing to push Homelander, the vampire elders and other bad-tempered, anti-human villains to exist. After all, they themselves are the biggest villains, and naturally they don't care about the true peace and development of mankind. Yi Meng vaguely saw that at the top and behind the scenes of the Star Dragon Federation in the real world, there is an inhuman existence that really controls the world and treats everyone as pawns. Maybe it's a dragon. An invading dragon from a certain cinematic universe? Another reason why Yi Meng did not completely destroy Sentry is that he can repair Sentry afterwards and modify the system program to serve as Tifa's guard. Considering that there will be dreams in the future, and the danger of many invasions that cannot be predicted in the real world, Sentry's combat power is necessary. Although it is a toy for him, in the real world, it should be pretty good combat power. Tifa sees Yi Meng resurrected and defeats Sentry. She didn't come forward to get together for the first time, but checked the situation of other people. The steel battlesuit on Tifa's body has its own medical scanning system, and it was quickly confirmed that Shonda and Broken Star, who came to support later, just passed out. At the moment, the flames on the scene had also been extinguished by Yi Meng in the battle just now. Tifa moved Shinda and Sui Sing to a safe place, and immediately rushed to check on Bai Yuqi's condition. Bai Yuqi was obviously the most seriously injured just now. Not only was he bombarded by radiation rays, but he was also slapped. If it wasn't for his extraordinary physique, he would have died long ago. On a severely sunken inner wall, a girl with the temperament of a royal sister sat and leaned on it. Her soft and shiny silver hair was half-burnt black, her tall and petite body was extremely tragic, and her baby's fat face drooped. A lot of blood had obviously evaporated in the high temperature just now. Tifa stepped forward quickly, the X-ray of the steel battlesuit swept across, and immediately got the message, life is in danger. Sister Bai. Tifa was stunned, and knelt down to support him. Minjian's eyes were full of sadness. Didn't you leave? Why did you come back to save me? You win? What? I said, you won. Bai Yuqi raised his pale face slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his bleeding lips. He really came back to life. What a miracle. This also shows that I made the right bet. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she didn't have the strength to say it. I know that there is no commission to make you choose to come back and die. Tifa sighed, knowing the promise the other party was thinking. Don't worry, your team members, I will take care of you. In addition, if one day, we can find your original world, we will try to end it for you disaster. Bai Yuqi's eyes shone slightly, and he nodded awkwardly. Please, you. Sister Bai. Tifa's beautiful eyes glistened with tears. All right. A voice suddenly sounded inappropriately, breaking the atmosphere of life and death between the two. With me here, she can't die. Yi Meng came to Tifa's side, and directly supported Bai Yuqi's drooping smooth forehead with his right hand. A ray of broken yellow light entered, like a cluster of flames rekindling her spirit that was about to be extinguished. Bai Yuqi opened his eyes wide again, and the dim silver pupils revealed a bright brilliance again, and he was a little dumbfounded. Tifa blinked. Yi Meng, do you have a way to save her? Probably. Yi Meng shrugged. His eyes seemed to directly see the genes in Bai Yuqi's body. Her mind has been preserved temporarily, but more than half of her body has been cooked, and the cell activity is constantly failing. If this continues, she will still die. Then you should think of a way. Tifa hugged Yi Meng's arm. Obviously she was a strong woman just now, but now she is clasping her arms and acting coquettishly. Bai Yuqi was speechless, feeling like he needed a mouthful of dog food before he died. There are several choices, let's see how she chooses. As Yi Meng said, he calmly said to Bai Yuqi, girl, I have a few ways to save you. One is to forcibly repair the body, but at the speed of your cell depletion, you can only restore the level of ordinary people. Secondly, physical suffering, mechanical ascension, transforming you into an artificial human. Third, use my Doomsday spores to enter your current body to modify some genes, so that you can adapt to fatal and serious injuries. Definitely, in this way, you will also become part of my exclusive ecology. Bai Yuqi sat on the ground, staring blankly at the silver-haired young man in front of him. She was naturally aware of her own physical condition. Her body was clearly on the verge of death just now, and her brain had no longer thought about ability. After a ray of yellow broken light entered her mind, her spirit was as full as a flash of light. As a result, the youth's words can be heard very clearly and they can think rationally. In her current situation, there are at least 3 treatments, but being able to forcibly drag her back who was already heading towards death, this is obviously a power close to that of a god. Bai Yuqi simply thought about it and ruled out the first solution proposed by Yi Meng. The problem of cell failure in my body has existed for a long time, which is also the reason why I have not been able to use cell energy for a long time to fight with high intensity. To return to an ordinary person, it would be better for her to die like this. As for the second option, mechanical ascension to become an artificial human is undoubtedly the best choice. But Bai Yukui and the young man looked at each other and asked weakly, compared to the second plan, will the third plan will make me stronger? The corners of Yi Meng's mouth raised slightly, and he gave an affirmative response, definitely. Mechanical ascension can basically only allow Bai Yukui to maintain the level of combat power of an ordinary steel battlesuit. At most, it can only reach the combat strength of Sentinel. And the genetic modification of the Doomsday spores has unlimited potential? Yi Meng said calmly, but I want to remind you, the second treatment plan is more stable and reliable, and basically 100% successful. And the third treatment plan, once started, cannot be stopped, and has a great probability of failure. Your body will undergo unprecedented changes, and you may explode and die like this, or you may become a walking dead monster. He paused, and said casually, and even if you can succeed, you will also become a part of the ecology that is exclusively attached to me. Once the source of my ecology system dies, you may die because of it. I see. Bai Yukui's beautiful eyes revealed a determined look. I've decided, just the third plan you mentioned. After she witnessed the young man named Yi Meng who traveled to this side of the world, she suddenly realized that she would travel here, perhaps just for this moment. This will be the greatest opportunity that cannot be found in the Doomsday world where I was born. Just now, she chose to turn back to support, putting her life on the line. But this time, Bai Yukui decided to bet everything on the man in front of him. Then I'll start. Yi Meng smiled lightly, and without further persuasion, the index finger and middle finger of his right hand were juxtaposed to form a sword, directly touching the girl's right heart socket, which had been severely damaged by the radiation. Just now, he used the Mind Gem feature ability from Marvel's Dream to preserve the other party's spiritual mind that was about to disappear. This time, the feature ability derived from the ancient Doomsday of the DC Dreamland was used. With Yi Meng's thought, an invisible spore smaller than floating dust, from the perfect silver body, penetrated along the fingertips and submerged into Bai Yukui's heart in an instant. Doomsday spores. This is the power exclusive to creatures like Doomsday. It can penetrate organisms like energy, infect genes like viruses, and corrode the spirit like evil thoughts. But it does not belong to the category of energy, virus, and mind and will. This Doomsday spore is abundant in Doomsday's body, and will only be released passively when encountering a powerful enemy. Even a Kryptonian with a physique as strong as Kryptonian has a high probability of being recruited, infected by the spores and assimilated into a monster. But in fact, for a long time, let alone the real world, even in the dreamland of the DC universe, Yi Meng, who is the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday, has rarely used this spore ability. After all, when encountering a weak enemy, direct Superman power plus energy bombards humane destruction. When encountering a strong enemy, the infection speed of the Doomsday spores is not fast enough, and the influence of the Doomsday spores on the infection of organisms is extremely uncontrollable. Therefore, now facing the seriously injured Bai Yukui, Yi Meng wanted to experiment, and try to dig out new uses for the characteristics of the Doomsday spores. Therefore, when hiding under the surface of Yi Meng's body at this moment, one of the tens of thousands of invisible Doomsday spores fell into Bai Yukui's heart. The Doomsday spores immediately exploded like a biological nuclear bomb in Bai Yukui's seriously injured and dying body. The short silver-haired girl was seriously injured and lying on the wall a moment ago, unable to move her body and unable to speak, but now she suddenly burst into screams of extreme pain. She suddenly jumped several meters from the ground, then fell to the ground and kept rolling. Sister Bai, Tifa, who was wearing a steel battlesuit, wanted to hold it down, but found that the opponent's body, which was seriously injured and dying, suddenly had a strength far beyond ordinary people, and cast worried eyes on Yi Meng. I've done everything I can, and now I can only see if she has the perseverance and luck to make it through. Yi Meng shook his head. How could it be so easy to withstand the ecological power of the ancient Doomsday? It hurts. Bai Yukui's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled and rolled on the ground. The body seems to have hundreds of millions of cells pierced by rays, countless genes and DNA are broken, and under the outbreak and interference of the Doomsday spores, it ushers in a new round of changes. Soon, the girl's seriously injured and damaged body was self-healing as before, but the petite body continued to expand, and a series of hideous bone spurs protruded from the back, tearing all the clothes on her body into pieces of cloth, revealing a ferocious and fragrant body. A female body that coexists with beasts and gods. The wall next to her was easily crushed by her during the tumble and struggle, and was crushed into powder. Compared with the excruciating pain of body cells hitting and destroying newborns, Bai Yukui felt that his spirit was more tormented. Under the impact of waves of flames and currents of destructive will, he felt that he could not support himself many times. Fortunately, deep in his will there is always a warm yellow light on. I don't know how long after that, a scene faintly appeared in Bai Yukui's mind. On the planet of an unknown civilization that is about to end with an explosion, a 3-meter-tall bony spur monster jumped out of the ground. That is the source of the Doomsday spores, and it is also the creator god of its own race. Feeling the shock and admiration in his heart, Bai Yukui fell into a coma. Monty Company Building, middle floor. He looked at the girl with short silver hair curled up on the ground, breathing hot smoke, regaining her petite and tall human figure, and her flawless skin was more radiant and whiter. Yi Meng's gaze was bright, and he touched his chin. It seems that it succeeded. This also verified the conjecture in his heart. The real purpose of the Doomsday spores may not be just for attacking. Instead, transform the surrounding environment to create an ecological environment that is exclusively attached to itself. This is a bit like a vampire elder, who assimilates part of the other's genes by biting someone, making the other party his own follower. Definitely, the power of the ancient Doomsday is not comparable to the race of vampires. Even if it is only part of it, it is enough to surpass thousands of civilized races. Doomsday Superman's favorite. Watching Bai Yukui, who successfully completed metamorphosis. Yi Meng pondered for a moment. He might have opened the door to a new world. Ah, Sister Bai, this is a success. Tifa was pleasantly surprised to see the recovering girl with a rosy complexion, and realized something. She punched Yi Meng next to her, puffed up her cheeks and said, "Let's see, are you tired of crooked my body? How come?" Yi Meng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and looked aside. Tifa quickly found a good quilt and covered the unconscious Bai Yukui. Yi Meng recalled the process just now, and realized that Bai Yukui's success was not only due to his ability to perfectly control the Doomsday spores as the Doomsday Superman, otherwise thousands of spores would have beaten him and killed him. Moreover, the opponent's spiritual mind was preserved in advance with the Mind Gem feature, and the opponent was not swallowed by the will to destroy that comes with the Doomsday spores. In addition, it is also because the other party has an excellent genetic physique foundation, which is far beyond the Superman will of ordinary people. All kinds of factors are indispensable, and this genetic modification experiment cannot be reproduced casually. Crash! A figure of a young girl Night King jumped out of the hole in the middle floor, glanced at the ruins where the flames were extinguished, looked at the sentinel that had melted into two pieces, and looked at the silver-haired youth on the field in surprise and admiration. It seems, it's overgone. Ah, Saber, are you all right? Tifa trotted over in a hurry, and looked at the more transparent body of the other party with concern. The girl Night King shook her head. It's okay, it's just that the mana is almost exhausted, and you can replenish the mana at night. Well, is it to replenish the magic? Tifa tilted her head in surprise. I don't have magic power. What do you mean? There will be soon. The girl Night King glanced at her flat belly after taking off the steel battlesuit, and then looked at the silver-haired youth who was full of violent energy that could easily destroy a city, but perfectly controlled and restricted his own strength. Hoo! A gust of wind swelled out of thin air from the middle room, and the energy and exoskeleton formed a silver-white battlesuit covering the perfect body, and Yi Meng slowly floated up from the floor. His eyes flickered with destructive flames again, and he explained to Tifa and the others, "You guys move to a safe place first. It's best to leave Fuyaki City. I will come back to join you soon." Tifa was shocked and looked at him in shock. "Yi Meng, you are going to? It's time to come to an end with this world." Yi Meng smiled slightly, nodded and said softly. Tifa opened her mouth, and finally smiled sweetly, "Go, be safe. Don't worry, I'm hard to kill." Yi Meng responded softly, and then turned into a silver-white streamer, rushing out of the headquarters of the building, rushing out of Setsuna and breaking through the sound barrier, and disappeared at the end of the afterglow in the blink of an eye. At the moment, Eastern Jurisdiction, Kunlun. About 50 kilometers away from Kunlun Mountain, the only headquarters of the Supernatural Department, the high-level conference room on the top floor of the building. Sentry has been out on a mission for a while, and it's almost over. The digital big shot and several high-level personnel who participated in the meeting in the form of projection images are still talking. In the high-level modern conference room, the cheerful atmosphere has not dissipated. According to the time, Sentry should have annihilated the security of Mendy Company and brought back the body of the intruder Yi Meng. The Venerable, the leader of the Supernatural Department, frowned, suddenly feeling ominous. "But at this time, aren't I here?" A strange but familiar youth's voice suddenly sounded in this top-secret high-level meeting room. The entire high-level conference room fell silent for an instant. The high-level big shots, even the members sitting on the chairs with projections, trembled all over, and cast their gazes at the source of the sound in horror. "That's one." A young man with a capital S logo on his chest, a young and handsome face, a tall and straight figure, and a perfect muscular curve. He quietly appeared in the meeting room on the top floor at an altitude of 800 meters, with a destructive and sacred silver light all over his body, with a powerful coercion and aura that enveloped the entire large meeting room. With an elegant demeanor and a gentle face, the pacing continued toward them. At the conference venue, no matter how high the top executives were, they were all sluggish, as if seeing an unbelievable scene. That, too, should never have happened. How could you still be alive? Walking on behalf of the god, the Venerable who has always been with the old god stood up from the chair in shock. Unbelievable. Using 2 S-level intrusion items in one move, the Phoenix Force that can burn all hearts, and the Death Note that contains part of the Death Rule, how can he still be alive in this situation? Is the other party a human or a ghost? Or, a real god? At this time, an immature message sounded in the silent and depressing room with a very high delay. "My lord, Sentry lost contact with headquarters a few minutes ago." The eyes of almost all members on the field showed despair. They never imagined that someone could go this far and defeat the extraordinary power accumulated by the Star Dragon Federation over the past 200 years. Definitely, their response is also extremely fast. "Yi Meng, sir, we can talk. We can talk about anything. Yes, we can sit down and have a peaceful negotiation." It was all a misunderstanding before, a big misunderstanding. Yeah, you can make a request, even if it's a second Homelander, it's fine. Knowing that even Homelander and Sentry were defeated by each other, it is meaningless to call the armed forces here. Several high-level personnel immediately spoke in horror to Yi Meng, who was constantly pacing closer. Misunderstanding. Yi Meng touched his chin. Yes, a misunderstanding. A member hurriedly said, "We have already investigated and found out that Dracula, as the lord of the city, is secretly endangering the citizens of the Federation, while Wang Xian is developing aliens and trying to endanger the city. What you have done is an act of justice." Another member quickly said, "From now on, you will be Tianhe City, no, the extraordinary leader of the Eastern Jurisdiction." Oh, really? Yi Meng seemed to be really thinking about the offer. Many members were overjoyed, but the next moment, the silver-haired youth calmly said, "Forget it, let's send you away." The face of the big shot who proposed changed. "You, how can you do this? Why can't I do this?" Yi Meng smiled. "When I want to reason with you, you don't want to reason because you have authority and power. Now, obviously I am stronger, and I don't want to reason with you anymore." The faces of the members of the meeting were ashen, and while they were aggrieved, endless regrets poured out of their hearts. They used to be able to really work together to make each other a city lord, and let the other party restrict other invading extraordinary, so as to achieve stability and peace. In this way, it can be designated as an SSS level, unique combat power, which was once used by the Star Dragon Federation. Some members slumped on chairs and the ground, while others shouted angrily, "If you do this, the Star Dragon Federation can no longer tolerate you. God will punish you." Anxious. Yi Meng shrugged indifferently, "The Star Dragon Federation can't tolerate me, so I will destroy the Star Dragon and help a new federation. God wants to punish me, so I will kill that so-called God together. Now he has such strength." The Venerable's face turned pale, and then he made a certain decision to activate a certain controller on his body. He laughed miserably, "I'm sorry everyone, for Star Dragon Federation and Supreme Dragon, let's go to hell together." The words did not fall. The whole body of the Venerable exploded like a nuclear bomb, but unlike ordinary nuclear bombs, the purple poisonous gas erupted first, and instantly radiated to everyone in the conference room on the top floor. Poison of roses. Some members at the scene screamed. Boom! On this day, all federal citizens in the Kunlun area can see it. A building was shrouded in an explosion, and the powerful fire wave swept out in horror, and a purple poisonous mushroom cloud rose in place, like a blooming rose, coquettish and poignant, the boundary of Kunlun, the military airport. A military plane slowly landed and stopped on the open space of the airport here. Wearing a black uniform, Eiko, acting as the acting inspector of the supernatural department of Fuyaki City, walked out of the open plane door. Immediately, a well-trained armed army stepped forward. They lined up in two teams, with uniform steps, coupled with the murderous aura on their bodies. The sudden burst of iron and blood momentum was like a scourge. And at the moment, they don't seem to be welcoming, but more like a show of authority. Yingzi was unmoved by this, and walked down the steps of the aircraft door in a heroic manner. At this time, a tall middle-aged man with black hair and a Chinese character face walked out of the army. The other party had an unlit cigarette in his mouth, and compared to the armed soldiers who stood motionless around him, he walked forward a bit lazily, and glanced at Yingzi with originally sharp eyes. At that moment, Yingzi only felt that he was being watched by the king of monsters among the floods, trembling in his heart, and subconsciously put his hand on a bone horn hanging on his waist. This man is dangerous. Extremely dangerous? The degree of danger is no less than that of Homelander? If Homelander is a crocodile, it will properly hide under the water surface, restrain and disguise its bloody mouth, and will shed tears in a pretentious manner to pretend to be kind when killing people. The other party was a fierce tiger from head to toe, filled with a disturbing and powerful aura. Even if his attitude and expression seemed lazy at the moment, it seemed that he was about to bury others under the tiger's mouth at any time. Yingzi was keenly aware of this and was extremely vigilant. The man in military uniform didn't care, put the cigarette on his ear, and introduced himself casually. "I, Lieutenant General Ross." Lieutenant General Ross? Yingzi was shocked, and immediately understood the identity of the other party. Since the Star Dragon Federation adopted the Extraordinary City Lord system, the Extraordinary City Lords of each city have the highest status in the local area, and there are also gaps among thousands of cities around the world. For example, in Fuyaki City, which ranks in the top 10, Dracula, the former city lord, can also be ranked in the top 10 in terms of strength among many extraordinary city lords. The first city in the western jurisdiction, Shirakami City, is owned by Homelander himself. And the number 1 city in the eastern jurisdiction, the center of Star Dragon Federation's economy and power, Kunlun City, its current extraordinary city lord is named Ross. At the same time, he is also a lieutenant general in the federal army system, and his prestige is almost stable in the top 3 in Kunlun. However, due to being the city lord, the other party hardly left Kunlun, and only moved within the boundaries of Kunlun, and almost no one saw him make a move. But it has been rumored that there have been no extraordinary incidents in Kunlun for 2 years, and it was this city lord who suppressed all extraordinary, and his strength is the first person below the S level. Some people even said that the opponent may be even higher than the only S-rank Homelander in terms of combat power alone. "I'm the acting captain of Fuyaki City's supernatural branch, Eiko." Yingzi endured the uneasiness of becoming a prey and being targeted by top predators, took a deep breath and introduced herself. Lieutenant General Ross touched his cigarette, looked at Yingzi and nodded. Well, according to the investigation above, you had contact with Yi Meng, who was still a high school student, 2 years ago. Yes. Yingzi nodded, knowing that it was impossible to hide this. More than contact. At the beginning of the fog incident in Tianhe City, she was rescued once by Yi Meng, and she also accidentally obtained an invasion creation that fit her very well, the Bonehorn, so she climbed to the current sub-unit in 2 years in the extraordinary era. Long class. Lieutenant General Ross said calmly, your status is special, and you have a relationship with that invading being. Follow the decision above, come with me to see him. Him? Yingzi's heart trembled. At the same time, she also realized that if she didn't follow the decision of the higher UPS, or wanted to escape, the invincible city lord in Kunlun would kill herself in an instant. Even with the Bonehorn, facing the man in front of him, there is no possibility of defeating or even escaping. Okay, I'll go with you. Yingzi agreed. Follow me now. Lieutenant General Ross hadn't finished speaking, but at this moment, huge amounts of explosions exploded like thunder tens of kilometers away. Lieutenant General Ross, Yingzi, and the armed soldiers on the field all raised their eyes in astonishment. What came into view was a huge cloud of purple mushrooms rising and spreading from the territory of Kunlun. It was like an enlarged flower bud, blooming and covering the sky for nearly 10 miles, and it was also like the head of a ghost appearing in reality, screaming up to the sky and wailing for life. Lieutenant General Ross shrank his pupils and blurted out, the poison of the rose. Yingzi asked in horror, poison? Isn't that a nuclear bomb, the nuclear bomb of the purple explosion group? Lieutenant General Ross was silent. The rose poison is indeed a kind of nuclear bomb-like intrusion creation, and it is a fake S-class. But at the moment of its detonation, what is scary is not the radiation, nor the high temperature, nor the powerful impact energy. Rather, the extremely vicious poison that can directly penetrate into the body of a living being and disrupt the stability of genes is more powerful than a nuclear bomb against living things. That can be said to be the crystallization of human evil. Even if an ordinary person blew himself up with the poison of a rose, he could die with a creature as powerful as S-rank. Ross has always been very afraid of this thing. Even he dare not say that he can survive the poison of roses. He also knew that he was able to know the existence of the poison of roses because of the intentional disclosure of the high-level Federation to limit himself. There is only one such intrusion creation, and it is the most shocking time not to use it. And now, the higher UPS actually used the poison of the rose. This shows that they have encountered an unstoppable extraordinary existence, an existence that can directly pose a threat to the Federation. Ross gritted his teeth, his body suddenly swelled and broke the military uniform, his stretched muscles turned red, his military boots were cracked by the solace of his feet, and he turned into a giant red monster more than 2 meters tall. Walk. He opened his big hand and picked up Yingzi, who was terrified beside him, squatted down slightly, stepped on the ground, and threw it to the sky 100 meters away. Crazy? That bastard Venerable actually used the poison of roses in the urban area. The poison will be mixed into the air and spread out. It is estimated that hundreds of thousands of citizens will die because of it. Never mind that much, did this kill that intruder named Yi Meng? That's poison rose, who can survive? Unless it's a god. In Kunlun City, supernatural headquarters and military headquarters, the command center was in chaos, and the high-level executives who participated in the meeting and survived the disaster were projected, and at the moment they checked the satellite in panic. Soon, the near-Earth satellite switched the real-time scene of the area detonated by the rose poison to the large screen in the command center. Visible. Even if it was detonated on the top floor of the 800-meter building, the buildings and houses in a radius of several miles were still smashed by the explosion, and the purple poisonous gas swallowed up all life, rendering the sky illuminated by the setting sun into blood purple. But in such a purple mushroom cloud, a youthful figure glowing with silvery white brilliance stood above the original sky on the top floor of 800 meters, with a pair of eyes with burning fire raised up, just facing the lens of the near-Earth satellite. At that moment, there was a dead silence in the command center. Everyone looked dull and stared at the clouds. On this day, they really saw God. 200 years ago, a star fell in the west and a dragon took off in the east. This is a myth. According to the myth, the place where the dragon takes off is the first mountain of Star Dragon Federation. Kunlun Territory, Kunlun Mountains. It has been known as a sacred mountain since ancient times, and it is the origin of the Xinglong civilization. At the bottom of the mountain, which is a sacred place in the Kunlun Mountains, no one knows that there is a huge natural cave at the bottom, which is hollow inside. Pan Hu also just found out. At the moment, he and more than 30 captain-level officers, as well as more than 50 supernatural branch inspectors from all over the world, entered the Holy Land Cave under the leadership of official personnel. All the people who entered here in groups wore their own uniforms, their faces were full of pride, and their eyes were full of excitement and fanaticism. Before that, they have already received the popular science education from the upper class, knowing that this time they are receiving the baptism of God. All public officials of the Star Dragon Federation, who want to be promoted to the middle level, need to come here and have received the baptism of God. Through baptism, you will be recognized by God, and you will inherit God's blessing and power, and you will be able to fight against the alien invasion through yourself. Compared to the others, Pan Hu couldn't be happier at all. His dark face was gloomy and gloomy. Boss. Pan Hu clenched his fists unwillingly. The boss Yi Meng, who had been looking for 2 years, suddenly returned and died under the attack of the extraordinary power of the Federation. How could he accept this cruel fact? All kinds of actions of the Federation, the death of Yi Meng's boss, all of these made Pan Hu suddenly feel strange and at a loss. He wants to learn more about this world and the internal truth about the Star Dragon Federation, so continuing to be promoted is the best choice. At this moment, after passing through the long cave with smooth stone walls, the eyes suddenly opened up, and there was also a scorching heat wave rushing towards the face. Including Pan Hu, everyone who entered here for the first time was stunned. In front of it was an empty cave with a drop of 1,000 meters, and there was a lava river flowing inside, bubbling with bubbles and hot smoke. In the depths of the cave, above the lava, there are stone steps climbing up one by one. At a glance, there are thousands of steps, extending to the platform of the cave dome. God, your faithful servant has come. The dozen or so official personnel who led the crowd to enter here knelt down before the stone steps with pious expressions. Suddenly, the sound of steel rubbing against the ground came from the depths of the cave. Under the inexplicable gaze of everyone, a huge amount of black head was raised from the platform of the dome of the cave, and its broken golden pupils the size of lanterns opened. That's it, dragon. Also, the god who created Star Dragon Federation? There really is a god. God bless me, Star Dragon Federation. How lucky we are to be chosen by God. When the inferior creatures faced the superior creatures, everyone on the field prostrate themselves on the ground under the coercion of terror, not daring to look directly at the supreme above the platform. Pan Hu also knelt on the ground, but he didn't know whether he questioned the Federation first or was influenced by Yi Meng. At the moment, he felt more fear in his heart. What kind of creature is that? It seems that it is really a legendary dragon, but its scales are pitch black, and its vertical pupils are sacred and cold, giving him a creepy and evil feeling. The black dragon revered as a god by the Star Dragon Federation suddenly raised a huge claw, and a drop of black blood overflowed, falling hundreds of meters into the magma. The underground lava river is inexplicably boiling violently, as if it is being heated, but it gradually transforms into a hot spring with curling heat. More than a dozen official personnel retreated to the side, and some stood guard at the entrance of the cave, urging everyone who entered here, jump into the hot spring, and you will receive the baptism of God, gain the luck of the Federation, and become a powerful extraordinary person. I come. Someone took hesitation and jumped into the hot spring transformed from lava mixed with black blood first. Soon, he swam in the hot spring in surprise, ecstatic. I can feel that my physical strength, and spirit are constantly improving. I'm coming too. God's baptism is rare. Everyone come in. As soon as one person tasted the sweetness of the baptism of God, more and more people jumped into it, and their ruddy faces became more fanatical and admirable. Pan Hu looked at the people who were wearing clothes and soaking in the black blood hot spring, but he had an ominous premonition. There is a feeling that if you jump in, you will not be yourself. However, now you have to soak if you don't want to soak. In the front, there are creatures called gods looking down, and in the back, there are official personnel guarding the entrance of the cave. Pan Hu's clenched fists were full of sweat. After a while, everyone except him entered the hot spring. Some officials have already urged impatiently, go in quickly, to be baptized by God is the greatest opportunity in your life. Some people wanted to push him directly. Pan Hu's face was pale, he gritted his teeth, and wanted to go all out when he broke through and fled. Boom! The cave suddenly shook violently, the hot spring swayed, and countless gravels shook from the dome. Before everyone could react, there was another bang, 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 a huge rhythmic earthquake, like a giant who kept swinging his hammer to the ground. Almost everyone in the underground cave was terrified and inexplicable. The officials were also stunned. An earthquake? This is Kunlun Mountain, which is protected by God. There has never been an earthquake for hundreds of years. Click, click, shocking cracks even emerged from the top of the rock. Panned on the platform on the dome of the cave, the only god of the Star Dragon Federation looked up at the top of his head as if facing a formidable enemy at this moment. At the moment, Kunlun Mountains, on the pilgrimage stone steps of the central peak, there was a silver-haired young man wearing a battle suit with a silver-white light, and he walked up the steps. He was unhurried and slow, but as each foot landed on the upper stone steps in front of him, a deep crack penetrated downwards. The whole mountain, every step is enough to shake the Kunlun Mountains area. A red figure passed in a parabola from midair. A 2-meter-tall red monster giant fell to the ground with a female detective in his arms. It landed at the foot of Kunlun Mountain and plowed a 10-meter-long deep ditch before stopping. It raised its eyes in disbelief, and looked at the silver-white figure walking on the halfway up Kunlun Mountain. The monster-like scarlet body also trembled at this moment. That is, what kind of power? Lieutenant General Ross thought that he was strong enough as a red giant, and even Homelander couldn't make him bow his head, but now that he saw this existence with his own eyes, he still wanted to turn around and run away even half a mountain away. Will die? Once you meet the opponent, you will definitely die. That is, an existence that oneself can never defeat. Lieutenant General Ross the Red Giant is very sure. It's him. Yingzi opened his eyes wide in surprise, and covered his open mouth. He is not dead, he is still alive, and he has come here. Arrived, the land of the gods? The origin of the Star Dragon Federation, perhaps, is also the place where it ends. Boom, 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 Every move is a mighty power that destroys the world. Yi Meng climbed up the steps from Kunlun Mountain. The red day flames burning in his eyes became more and more powerful, and finally directly climbed to the top of Kunlun Mountain. Doomsday Superman, Yi Meng, invite God to fight. Yi Meng said. The last foot on the top of the mountain fell, crushing Kunlun Mountain, which had already completely shattered the inner rock structure, and the entire towering mountain collapsed. At the moment, the headquarters of Monty Technology Corporation, the backside. A specially made smart fighter plane was preparing to take off. Xiaodo was sitting on the co-pilot of the fighter plane, and Bai Yukui's team, who was still in a coma, also moved into the fighter plane cabin. Sister File Size, let's get out of here quickly, it's dangerous to stay here. Standing in the cabin door, Chen Hong urged the black-haired girl on the deck. The girl smiled at her, and said with a smile, you take them out of here first. I have to stay here to do one thing, and I will meet you at that time. Before Chen Hong could respond, the girl said kingly to the dumb-haired knight next to her, Saber, let's go. Arturia immediately reached out to hug Tifa, and rushed back to the headquarters building at an extremely fast speed. Miss File Size. Chen Hong watched the two leave, finally gritted his teeth, and gave Xiaodo an order, let's start first and hover over Fuyaki City. No problem. Xiaodo responded quickly. In about 10 seconds, the door deck of the smart fighter was closed, and it started to fly into the sky at the junction of dusk and night. The other side. Monty Building, located in the information control room on the 100th floor. Arturia brought Tifa back here, put it down, and watched the black-haired girl, like a king in the field of science and technology, quickly take over the control room here elegantly and skillfully. Instructions. Arturia pondered, with his character and demeanor, he shouldn't care about his reputation. I know he doesn't care about it, but I do. Tifa's beautiful eyes reflected the light of the screen, smiled slightly, and said firmly, I don't allow people in this world to continue to slander him, thinking that he is a failure and the wrong party. That will also increase the misunderstanding between him and this world. The world should witness and understand that what he did was obviously correct. He will become the king of the world and the only god in the future. Soon after, at 6 o'clock in the evening. Just like in the morning, Star Dragon Federation's network and TV channels were all disturbed, and switched to real-time live broadcasting again. It's just that this time the live broadcast screen changed from Fuyaki City to Kunlun City, Kunlun Mountain, which is the world's #1 landmark. Without waiting for the audience in front of the live screen to react. Opening lightning strike. This first mountain range spread from one side of the screen to the other side. Under the sunlight, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, and the peak of the sacred place, the Feng's Hentai, collapsed from the 1,000-meter-high drop. The sacred mountain of the Star Dragon Federation, the birthplace of the Federation Kunlun Mountain collapsed. At this moment, all over the world, time seems to have stopped for 2 to 3 seconds. Outdoor. Cars on the streets and highways brake to a stop, and pedestrians coming and going on the pedestrian street stopped. Indoor. Office workers stop what they are doing, and off-duty workers stop their housework. Whether it is an old man in his 80s or a child down to 8 years old, watching the scene presented on a TV, a projection, or a mobile phone, they are all stunned in place and feel the great shock that subverts cognition. The next moment, they were dominated by a greater shock. From the live broadcast, it can be seen that at the top of the collapsed Kunlun Mountains, a young figure stands in the sky, shining silvery white like a star. A slow and huge amounts of voice fell, and then rose into the sky, echoing endlessly in the landslide area. Invite God to fight. Kunlun City, First Hospital. Bastard, don't you know who I am? What are you bandaging me for? A single ward with a white bed. The blonde man wrapped in white bandages into a rice dumpling was roaring angrily, which could be heard throughout the hospital. At the door of the ward, doctors and nurses clustered together, shivering. Homelander. One of the attending doctors wondered, when you were first brought here, the injury was really serious. Homelander tore off the bandages on his body. Shut up. Who told you to save me? I'm Homelander, how could I be injured? The doctors and nurses looked at each other. This morning, during that battle, let alone being injured, Homelander was obviously on the verge of death. If it hadn't been for the extraordinary forces of the Federation, he would have been beaten to death on the spot. Definitely, the other party's physique is really strong, and he almost recovered in just half a day. A female nurse couldn't help muttering in a low voice, you are so powerful, why did you get beaten so badly during the day? You are so capable, why didn't you go with Yi Meng gang? Before she finished speaking, the doctors and nurses hurriedly covered her mouth. What did you say? Homelander looked at the female nurse with a cold face and red eyes. He already knew that the existence that crushed, defeated, and ravaged him twice with combat power was dead. In this case, he is still the strongest in this world? What the hell is Yi Meng? He is dead, but I am not dead, which means that I am the strongest in this world. Homelander tore off the bandages on his body. He got up from the hospital bed, his eyes were glowing red, and his frightening aura forced the doctors and nurses to back away. But at this time, along with the news of Vibe transmitted to the hospital, the TV screen in the ward suddenly lit up, broadcasting a global synchronous live broadcast. What is that? Homelander suddenly looked sideways, fixedly staring at the live broadcast screen, the silver-white figure that caused Kunlun Mountain to collapse, and the tyrannical and cold powerful aura on his body slumped. He suddenly turned around and looked out of the window of the ward. He could see the end of the sky where the sun was setting. Even at a distance of tens of kilometers, a silvery white light was still extremely dazzling. Damn it. The despair and fear of the past welled up in his heart. Homelander's face was pale, his legs were trembling, and he wished he could fly to the sky and escape from here. Rumble? Crack the Kunlun Mountains thousands of meters high. Yi Meng stood above the sky, looking down. With the collapse of Kunlun Mountain, which is a sacred mountain in front of us, the things hidden in the mountain are also exposed. Those were human skeletons the size of a football file, piled up in the empty Kunlun Mountains. Due to the terrifying amount, they had piled up into mountains, and at a glance, they were in millions. This is still the tip of the iceberg. No one knows how many human bones are hidden under the Kunlun Mountains, and judging from the file size of the human body, the age of these skeletons was no more than 3 years old. My god, is that a human bone? Why so many? Who killed them? Through the live broadcast, the people of the Alliance who saw this shocking scene were all scalp numb and gasped. In Kunlun Mountain, which has always been named sacred, there is actually a hidden mountain in the middle of the mountain, and it is still a mountain of human bones, like a lair of the most evil creatures in history. If Yi Meng hadn't crushed the Kunlun Mountains, this fact and truth would probably never have been known. How could it be? Ying's face was pale. Located at the foot of the mountain of white bones piled up with human skeletons in front of her eyes undoubtedly had a stronger impact on her. This is the origin of federal civilization? This is Xinglong's pilgrimage site? Is this where the only god lives? Here, it is clearly the abyss far beyond human imagination. The red giant next to him suddenly asked, "How do you feel when you discover the truth that human beings in the world are just livestock raised by gods?" You already knew. Yingzi stared at him. The so-called gods of the Star Dragon Federation are actually monsters that eat people. The red giant nodded. I know, you are still loyal to such a god? Such a federation? Yingzi pouted. The red giant didn't care about this, and said in a deep voice, 2 years ago, when I came to this mountain range, I discovered this fact, the greatest truth in this world. It's just. In front of that god, I realized that if I resist, I will be killed by him and the power of the Federation. Later, I was intentionally infected by his black blood, so that he thought he controlled me. I also became a lieutenant general and the city lord of Kunlun City. Having said that, a smile appeared on his red face, and he looked at the figure standing in the sky in front of him. So, this time, I hope he can win even more. Yingzi asked in surprise, black blood infection. The red giant nodded. Yes, that's one of his powers. It uses its own blood with will to infect other living organisms, especially human beings. Once infected, they will become his absolute slaves and lose themselves will, and become a monster that is neither human nor ghost. If it is not for my own special constitution, I am afraid that I will also be controlled by this blood. He paused, and said precisely, the high-level personnel of the Star Dragon Federation, including the military and the middle and high-level personnel of the Chable in this world, have been infected. They are his fanatical believers. Are you hiding humans in captivity? Yingzi was terrified. She realized that if Yi Meng hadn't come suddenly and crushed the Kunlun Mountains, she would have been infected with black blood and become one of his believers. At this time, hold head high. A huge moan sounded from the bottom of the Bego Mountains and the deeper Kunlun Mountains. This inhuman voice pierced gold and cracked stones, making Yingzi's eardrums tingle and soul terrified. This huge terrifying cry from the bottom of Kunlun seems to be responding to Yi Meng's invitation to fight above the sky. At the moment, in the cave underground in Kunlun, Pan Hu kept avoiding falling rocks and looked at the crumbling cave in horror. At this moment, with the roar of the huge black shadow on the high platform angrily raised to the sky, hearing his cry at a close distance, Pan Hu couldn't help covering his ears. Blood overflowed from his mouth, nose, and ears, and his tall and burly body staggered. The lava infected by the black blood turned into a hot spring river, splashing Pan Hu's lower body. Pan Hu immediately gave a jolt, quickly moved away from the hot spring in the cave, and took advantage of the confusion to flee towards the exit. Dozens of screams sounded from the cave behind him at the same time. Looking back while running away, Pan Hu's pupils shrank suddenly. It could be seen that the soldiers and agents soaked in the hot spring, as well as more than a dozen official personnel, all held their heads and screamed, and their bodies suddenly swelled several times. It is even more inflated dozens of times. Not only is it swelling, but the body shape is also undergoing earth-shaking and deformed changes. Some necks stretch upwards for more than 10 meters, some heads turn into triangles with horns, some hands spread out into a pair of fleshy wings, and some have barbs and scales all over their bodies. Yes, they turned into dinosaurs. It became Triceratops, Pterosaur, Tyrannosaurus, etc. that should have lived thousands of years ago, but they are not just pure primitive dinosaurs, but they also carry thermal weapons transformed from part of their flesh and blood. On the high platform, under the roar of the giant black shadow called God, the dinosaur-like monsters also roared to the sky. Above the surface, the sun was setting, just as night fell. The next moment, the Kunlun Mountains area was as bright as day. Shhhhhhh. Tens of thousands of missile strikes appeared from all directions, interweaving and forming a net, rushing towards Yi Meng in the sky. Boom! This is undoubtedly the most splendid fireworks in the year of the Star Dragon since the extraordinary era. Under the live broadcast of the whole world, countless people watched in astonishment. Layers upon layers of explosive waves were superimposed together, and the explosive flames instantly submerged the high altitude where the young man was, and even burned the night sky upwards, and the astonishing waves swept out for several kilometers. The red giant rose, with the body of a burly scarlet monster, protected Yingzi under his body, blocking the impact of the blast. Yingzi looked up in shock and saw the far side of the surrounding area. It can be seen that there is an army of dinosaur monsters approaching. They were the ones who completed the intensive and unified missile tactical strike just now. These missile-armed dinosaur monster legions surrounded the collapsed Kunlun Mountains in a uniform order. Thermal weapons like parts of the body continued to fire. Cannonballs and missiles soared into the sky, continuously hitting the night sky where the youth was. Under the blow of such a terrifying number and powerful power, a city may fall in an instant. It seems that the one has driven him completely into a hurry. The red giant scooped up Yingzi with one hand, stepped back, away from the strike area, and said in a deep voice, "Now we have not hesitated to directly expose the army of believers in the Kunlun area. God is angry, and the world will be turned upside down. Look at that!" Yingzi shouted suddenly, looking behind him all the time. The red giant looked back and saw that in the original sky at the top of the Kunlun Mountains, in the center of the many shocking explosions, a silver-white figure glowed with dazzling light, and the light even penetrated the flames of the explosions. Under the intensive attack of many missile shells around, not only did the silver-white light not dim, but it became brighter and brighter as if it was accumulating energy, showing a figure that could not be seen directly. Damn it! The red giant suddenly uttered a swear word. Even facing the monster army before, it was only a symbolic retreat, but now he panicked like never before. He stepped on the ground suddenly, took Yingzi, and jumped straight to one side of the sky. At the same time, in the central night sky covered by numerous missile blasts, 4 red day lightning spheres the size of basketball rushed out, and the lightning spheres rushed towards the army several miles away in 4 different directions in feedback. The next moment, boom, 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 4 ball-shaped lightnings exploded from the basketball file size in an instant and swept out for a kilometer, as if the flames from purgatory, the current symbolizing the destruction, swallowing all living beings covered within. What was that just now? Tickling? Will it hit you? Standing high in the sky, Day of Destruction Superman Yi Meng rubbed it into balls with overflowing destructive energy. He continued to throw the energy sphere with his hands seemingly lightly, but in the next moment he caused a devastating carpet blow to the local area. In an instant, countless followers of Warcraft turned into ashes. Destruction energy refers to the external energy absorbed and transformed by Doomsday, or the biological energy produced by its own body. Therefore, the signs of energy release are like the combination of red flame and golden current. This kind of energy has the fiery and explosive characteristics of heat sight, and it is another extreme output state of Kryptonian force field, which is simply a power for destroying and striking existence. In the past, Yi Meng couldn't control the characteristics of Doomsday, and could only vent it through his body surface, indiscriminately destroying everything around him. And now, with the characteristics of Marvel Dreamland Mind Gem, it has reached a certain balance with the characteristics of DC's ancient Doomsday. In the real world, Yi Meng, as the Doomsday Superman, was finally able to slightly control the destructive energy in his body that was on the verge of erupting. For example, like now, separate and condense the destructive energy in the body that is almost overflowing into a sphere, and throw it out as a long-range strike. Along with Yi Meng, whose whole body was glowing with silver-white energy and strong force field light, his hands wrapped in exoskeleton-like Kryptonian battlesuit gloves threw out a ball of destructive energy kneaded into a basketball file size. In the next moment, the destructive energy ball was surrounded by astonishing power. Faster than a missile with jet propulsion, like a golden red lightning flashed through the night sky, and landed in the center of the monster army on the other side of the mountain range. When the sphere of destruction energy falls, there was no chance to hide or evacuate, and there was no time to scream. Boom! Like a small nuclear bomb exploded on the spot. The night at the other end of Setsuno was as bright as day, and the energy of destruction swept across the 1,000-meter land in an instant, burning and penetrating all living beings. Hurrah! The red giant took Yingzi and took off on the spot, leaping 100 meters into the night sky, facing the strong wind. Under the terrorist attack of far more than tens of thousands of missiles, the sky and the ground are trembling and burning at this moment. What came into view was several spherical lightning force fields erupting from all directions. Not a single dinosaur or monster could escape from it. Even the metal turrets that their bodies turned into were torn into pieces and melted into molten iron. The Legion was wiped out with a wave of hands. The red giant and Yingzi swallowed together, their mouths dry. It's really a monster. The red giant, who looked more like a monster himself, felt terrified and emotional at the moment, feeling deeply that he would not die or be disabled after being shot. Let's get out of here quickly. At the moment, through the live broadcast, the citizens of the Global Federation who watched the battle here were all dumbfounded and dominated by the light of destruction overflowing the live broadcast screen. With one's own strength, crushing tens of thousands of armed monster legions. In front of him is obviously the cognition of the far Superman, which belongs to the supreme power in the realm of gods. Above the red night sky, however, Yi Meng shook his head dissatisfied. The current performance of his actual combat power is just a doomsday for a newborn, and he can only control his power perfectly. If in DC's Dreamland, a sphere of destructive energy made by the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday, I am afraid that it could wipe out a city, penetrate land plates, wipe out islands and mountain peaks at will. The nail of the right index finger of the ancient Doomsday in the dream has completed the metamorphosis of the ultimate sublimation of the destruction gene. That small piece of golden nail is the space barrier that can explode stars, penetrate the moon, defeat Darkseid, and break through the local dimension. It's still too far away. Yi Meng shook his head and whispered. Regardless of the Marvel dream, or the DC dream, the opponents he has encountered are far, far stronger than those in the real world, and their compulsion is far from enough. Therefore, returning to the real world often gives him a strange illusion. I seemed to be weak, but suddenly I was invincible. This is the existence of being called a god in the real world and being the black hand behind the scenes? Not even a big villain in the dream world. This disproportionate difference even made Yi Meng feel uninterested, and couldn't even take it seriously. Forget it, let's end it as soon as possible. Yi Meng looked down at the collapsing Kunlun Mountains directly below. His eyes flashing with fire seemed to pass through the bones, and through the extremely deep rocky ground of an unknown number of meters, staring at the only god who had dominated the Star Dragon Federation for 200 years. Snake, your followers are almost dead, why don't you come out? Yi Meng said from the air. Soon, Yi Meng was stunned again, and said to himself, that's right. If you wanted to make a move, you would have already made a move 2 years ago, when the fog incident first started. Hiding behind the scenes of the Star Dragon Federation for so many years, you have always had fanatical believers who support you. You have lost the will to fight. Now that the extraordinary era is coming, there are endless invasions from other worlds. You should be worried all the time, afraid that there will be an existence that exceeds your own power system, and worried that you will no longer be the master of this world's ranch. He shook his head and laughed. You, like today's Federation, have long been rotten. Yi Meng's words echoed throughout the area. The world was silent, and no one dared to respond. Just now, letting the dinosaur army besiege me is also thinking about testing and consuming it. Yi Meng thought for a while, and finally realized the brain circuit of the only god in reality, so he felt even more speechless. Since you don't come out, I'll invite you out. As soon as Yi Meng's words fell, the destructive flames that had been burning in both eyes burst out, and the line of sight turned into a blazing beam of destructive energy and fell down. Laugh? At this moment, like a divine sword descending, it severely split a lava rift in the ground. Thousands of meters of rock formations are as fragile as tofu, and the beam of destruction is unstoppable. It reaches the natural cave at the bottom of Kunlun Mountain, and is the first to penetrate the stone platform in the middle of the cave. Rumble, the earth trembled and lava erupted. At this moment, the federal citizens who watched the live broadcast all over the world also opened their eyes wide in horror. They saw that there were more human skeletons under the Kunlun underground. It makes this piece of ground a ghastly white one. Here, it seems to be a supergiant human bone nest. At the same time, a huge black shadow hovered like a whirlwind, bypassing the beam of destruction from top to bottom at an extremely fast speed, escaped from the ground and soared into the sky and rushed up. Just for a while, the silver-haired young man glowing like a god was swallowed by a blood plate. What is that? Seeing the real body of the giant black shadow through the live broadcast, almost all federal citizens around the world felt a chill rushing up their backs, and the blood and soul in their bodies froze as if they were frozen. A few miles away, the red giant opened a certain distance from the Kunlun Mountains, and then turned around, looking at the giant black shadow flying from the ground and hanging high in the sky. He has come out. That is, the god who founded our Star Dragon Federation. Ying's pupils contracted, staring blankly at the terrifying existence hovering above the night sky. What kind of existence is that? The hovering body is more than 100 meters long, with strong and sharp foreclaws underneath, and the shiny black scales on the whole body bite together like fine steel. The head has mighty horns, the hair and tentacles are thick and bristly, and the blood-red eyes hang high above the night sky like a large lantern. That's right, that's a dragon? It is the same as the dragon in the mythology, and it is exactly the same as the dragon pattern in the Star Dragon Federation totem, which can take off and float without wings, symbolizing power and sacredness. However, this dragon is completely black, its eyes are as bright as blood, its mouth is ferocious and terrifying, and it has an evil and ominous aura lingering all over its body. He flew away from the human bone lair at the bottom of Kunlun Mountains, circled up to the sky, and swallowed Yi Meng, who had been shining brightly before. By contrast, this morning, Yi Meng, who defeated Homelander, was a little more like a real god. And for some reason, he saw the huge black dragon flying out from the bottom of Kunlun Mountain and hanging in the night sky. Even if it was just watching through the live broadcast, the citizens of the Alliance who had not been soaked in black blood still had a cardiac arrest at this moment, with goosebumps all over their bodies, and their genes were trembling with instinctive fear. It seems that in the past, the human race had a complicated relationship with this existence, and that must be the biggest secret hidden by the Star Dragon Federation. Kaka? The hurricane in the scorching night sky raged, and the suspended black dragon suddenly shook its head, already biting its tightly closed bloody mouth, and suddenly lifted its upper jaw little by little. A silver-white palm containing perfect energy and force field stretched out. Yi Meng leaned out from the blood plate's big mouth, and glanced up at the truck-like huge amounts of black dragon's head. He should have recognized the origin of the other party. As early as 2 years ago, in the mist incident, He once witnessed with his own eyes that the inspector of the supernatural department of Tianhe City, when facing the life and death of the mist mantis, finally twisted and shapeshifted his body into a triceratops. Think again, the myth, a star falls in the west, and a dragon takes off in the east. If that star was a small alien spaceship with an infant Homelander inside, that all makes sense. 200 years ago, the small spaceship carrying the infant Homelander was one of the first invasion artifacts in the real world, falling in the then pre-industrialized West. The ruler of the real world, through the research and development of that small spaceship, has achieved the technological explosion of the Star Dragon Federation, and developed to the current advanced technological civilization in 200 years. But, Homelander, who was still an infant at the time, was clearly not a world-unifying, world-ruling invading existence. Therefore, there is only the dragon that took off in the east. As for the dragon that can command dinosaur-like monsters, Yi Meng has screened out several suspicious sources in the film and television works he knew in his previous life. Now, there is no doubt that it can be completely determined. Dragon War. Yi Meng remembers that this is a bad modern fantasy film. In the world view, there is an evil and strange creature that travels through ancient and modern times, and it can also control dinosaurs and monsters. However, it was a big black evil snake. Every few hundred years, it will come to the world, looking for the Dragon Ball with powerful energy to transform into a dragon. In the world view of that movie, there is another snake of justice. Humans can sacrifice the Dragon Ball to it and let it transform into a dragon, so as to suppress the black evil serpent. At the end of the movie plot, it is indeed the snake of justice that transforms into a dragon, defeating the helpless black evil snake that the human army can't help. Only now, this black dragon that appeared in the real world is obviously the existence of the dragon after swallowing the Dragon Ball? Is it a black evil serpent after transforming into a dragon? Yi Meng didn't care about this, and put one hand on the upper jaw of the black dragon, but no matter how hard the opponent shook it, he couldn't bite. Hold head high. The black dragon circling in the night sky burst out a dragon roar suddenly, and the mouth of the blood plate that couldn't bite spewed out a burst of fire breath. The fire breath was released like huge amounts of fire pillar wrapped in Yi Meng, and it reached the earth from nearly 1,000 meters above the sky at once. Burned the earth below into a lava field? This dragon's breath directly changed the local terrain? The Red Giant and the federal citizens before the live broadcast were stunned by the horror of this blow. The next moment, the lava burst and the sound barrier broke. A silver-white figure is like reverse lightning, directly using the body as the strongest spear, piercing through the night sky, piercing through the upper jaw that has not had time to close the breath of the dragon. After breaking through the upper jaw, a dragon horn was also broken. The black dragon, the sole god of the Star Dragon Federation, screamed, blood spilling into the sky. Spit me out. Yi Meng stopped at a high altitude above the black dragon's head, holding the broken half of the dragon's horn with one hand. Easily lifting the dragon horn that was 3 times the file size of his own volume, Yi Meng powerfully swung his arm forward, and the huge half of the dragon horn immediately flew out like a javelin, tearing the air 7 inches in the middle of the black dragon. Hold head high. Immediately, the black dragon erupted with a more miserable cry than before, and the pitch-black body hovering in the night sky fell powerlessly, and fell into the underground rift of the former bone lair again. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Original empty. Only the young man with silvery white light stood there. His eyes were blazing, his whole body was surrounded by destructive flames, his aura was sweeping, his silver hair and brilliance fell from behind his shoulders like a cloak. The Red Giant and Yingzi who were watching at the scene were stunned. All over the world, federal citizens who witnessed this scene via live broadcast opened their mouths and were speechless. Everyone thought that the collision between the extraordinary existence that could defeat Homelander and the legendary dragon hidden in the Star Dragon Federation would inevitably lead to a divine battle that subverted cognition. But no one could have imagined that this battle of gods would end so quickly. It was over before it even started. And it's obviously not that the legendary dragon that is enough to make human genes tremble is too weak. Rather, the opponent is too strong. It's no longer an order of magnitude. Everyone was unable to speak, and could only stare blankly at the silver-white figure standing in the night sky shining like stars in shock. I am afraid, even if they live like this for decades, they still can't forget the moment when this legend began to embark on the road of invincibility. Pan Hu carefully hid in the corner of the cave. The underground exit in front of him was blocked by falling rocks. At this moment, he heard a loud noise behind him, and when he looked back, he could see the giant black figure covered in blood, falling heavily from the rift above, rolling and collapsing the stone steps and falling into the lava. The lava splashed and the heat wave surged. Pan Hu was dumbfounded. Damn it, which god of war put down this dragon? Pan Hu was shocked when he saw that the evil dragon that was wounded and fell into the lava was still alive. He slowly raised his mouth that was pierced and bleeding, half of his black body struggled and squirmed, and one of his front paws suddenly grabbed an object from under the lava. Pan Hu opened his eyes wide. It was a statue of a young woman made of diamonds. The woman sat cross-legged, her appearance was exquisite and beautiful, and her body covered in light gauze was also graceful. Even though it's just a statue, it's lifelike, as if it's sleeping. The evil dragon lowered its head, bit the diamond statue of the woman on the bloody plate, and swallowed it in one gulp. Yi Meng stood in the sky, recalling the fleeting battle just now. That mouthful of dragon's breath is a bit off-putting, but the temperature is already good, reaching tens of thousands of degrees Celsius, and it contains some kind of special power that can smash objects into pieces. Yi Meng pondered for a moment, his eyes flashing with fire. Does the fantasy world belong to the category of magic and rules? In fantasy film and television, settings related to magic often appear, and specific magic is also closely related to certain rules in the world. And specific rules are often unsolvable. For example, the Death Note that contributed to his death during the day contained part of the power of the Death Rule. The dragon's breath just now also contained a little rule power. Although it was too weak to pose a threat to the body of the current Doomsday Superman, it still kept Yi Meng in mind. In the dream world, he may fail many times, even countless times. But in the real world, once you fail once, you may really pay a heavy price. Therefore, in the real world, he must never lose. Once invincible, he must remain invincible. At present, in the actual Doomsday Superman state, the characteristics of the ancient Doomsday are similar to those of the new Doomsday. The characteristics of Mind Gem allow him to be immune to psychic attacks, and can simulate certain artificial intelligence signals to invade smart devices within 100 meters. Seemingly invincible, but compared to the low combat power in the real world, Yi Meng, who has experienced the dreams of Marvel and DC universes, obviously knows his own strengths and weaknesses. After being immune to kryptonite and mind, his biggest shortcoming now is weak demons. This may also be the only obvious shortcoming of DC Dreamland, Doomsday of the Ancients at present. Especially the concept of magic involving the field of law, it is easy to cause unexpected blows to him. Power of law, Marvel's 6 major infinite gems can be considered. It seems that we need to deepen the excavation and control of Marvel's dreams, restore the Mind Gem avatar as soon as possible and communicate with other infinite gems. Yi Meng pondered. He suddenly thought, it would be great if I could directly obtain the ability characteristic of the magic law. Yi Meng shook his head and laughed. The current 2 major dreams are enough for him to worry about, and this cannot be forced. The above thoughts were all processed quickly in the brain like a static electric current, and it didn't take more than a second. The citizens of the Alliance who followed the battle through the live broadcast probably couldn't have imagined it. After Yi Meng shot down the only god of the Star Dragon Federation, he completed a comprehensive and detailed replay in an instant. Yi Meng looked down at the Bone Rift Valley at the bottom of the Kunlun Mountains, and from the depths where the evil dragon ascended and fell, there was a familiar aura to him. On. The black evil dragon that fell into the lava of the cave suddenly rolled vigorously in the molten pool, a force that made the soul feel hot, gushing out from the black dragon body made of fine steel. The evil dragon howled and rolled in more and more pain, but the momentum on his body became stronger and more terrifying. The hard black dragon scales melted into molten iron by themselves, so that the 100-meter-long giant body was as red as lava flowing in a river. Hold head high. Clang. The extremely powerful dragon chant pierced through gold and cracked stones faintly overlapped with another, loud and clear chirping sound. Gurgling, together with the broken horn inserted upside down on the original 7 inches of the pitch-black dragon's body, it is also melting extremely fast at this moment. Boom, boom, the evil black dragon that was seriously injured on the upper jaw and 7 inches, and was on the verge of death, at the moment, it turned into a true flame dragon. His struggling and flicking tail became more and more powerful, and cracks were drawn out on the wall next to him, and falling stones continued to fall like rain. It's over, it's really over this time. Panhu, who was hiding in a corner of the cave, showed despair. The lava continued to flow towards him, and the falling rocks at the bottom of the mountain were also blocking his hiding space. If this continues, no matter if he is submerged by the lava in front of him, crushed to death by falling rocks, or drawn by this monster, he will die. There is no life anymore. But at this time, Panhu only felt his eyes light up, and a stream of silvery white light flashed in from top to bottom, entering the current underground cave, and then put a hand on his shoulder. What the hell? Panhu's legs shook, and he fell limply to the ground, but was caught by the hand halfway, and was lifted up before touching the ground. Do not kill me. Panhu's face was pale. He was a 1.9-meter tall dark man, and he seemed to be carrying a chicken. Next to it, a familiar voice said angrily, "Why should I kill you? Let's see who I am." You are. Panhu was shocked immediately, subconsciously looked sideways, and met the handsome face of the silver-haired young man with a half-smile. He was not afraid immediately, but was a little dumbfounded. "Boss, did you come to me like a ghost? Am I already dead? You want to die, but I don't want to die." Yi Meng looked at him speechlessly. Panhu shuddered, and immediately jumped up from the ground, tears and snot coming out. "Boss, you are still alive. It's disgusting, don't come near me." Yi Meng threw him back to the ground. Panhu smiled honestly, stood up from the ground, and did not forget to wipe the dust off his buttocks. "Boss, what kind of clothes are you wearing? So cool." Panhu's eyes were a little straightened, and he looked at the S-marked Kryptonian Superman battlesuit with its silvery white light. Yi Meng didn't know how to answer. To be honest, it wasn't his clothes. It's just a defense layer formed by the exoskeleton and destructive energy of the Doomsday Superman under the control of the biological force field and the mind. It is more appropriate to say that it is the skin than the clothes. Without waiting for Yi Meng to respond, Panhu, who had been greatly saddened and overjoyed, shouted hastily again, "By the way, boss, this place is very dangerous. There are gods and monsters who created the Star Dragon Alliance. I know, I just knocked it off. Oh, so it was you who called him back. What did you say? Pan Hu opened his eyes wide suddenly, stared at Yi Meng for a long while, and finally choked out a sentence, "It's really you." After Yi Meng came here, the misty white light stretched out and enveloped Pan Hu, making it impossible for lava and falling rocks to get close. He looked forward and saw the evil black dragon that had undergone tremendous changes. The scales and horns on its body were melted. If it didn't have 4 claws, it really looked like a big snake formed by condensed lava flames. The breath is more than 10 times stronger than before, especially the void flame that makes the soul feel scorching hot. Pan Hu hurriedly said. He was seriously injured and fell here just now, swallowing a diamond statue of a woman with an ordinary human body file size, and it became what it is now. A female statue made of diamonds? Yi Meng, who was still calm, was shocked suddenly, and a figure covered in endless flames appeared in his mind. Did the evil dragon villain from Dragon War film and television Invasion devour the successor of the Phoenix Force set by Marvel?
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.